Record. Okay, wow, this is really great. So glad to see everyone here. This is our experimental empathy circle to explore the effect of being in a circle for 8 hours. So it's like, what is the kind of the emotional, experience of it? So I've been in, the longest one I've been in is 4.5 hours, and it was really quite interesting what happens after a couple hours. So this is really taking it to the extreme. So, and we're recording this for educational and promotional purposes. And so do not share anything you don't want to be public. So just make a note of that. And we try to stay in the call. You can step away to go to the restroom or grab a drink and food, but come back. And you can eat in the call, eat and drink and so forth too. I thought we'd start with 5-minute turns and then maybe, after a couple hours, extend that to 10, then maybe 10 minutes, even then drop it after, we go after a couple hours. And let's see, our topic is what is your experience of being in the empathy circle, or of course, whatever is on your mind. And is there any questions or comments before we just jump right into it?
I'm sad that we're not able to attract anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually excited though, because think about like a three group. Having done this now a lot, Edwin, I've been really fortunate to be, I guess with William as our Magellan, and threes are different than fours, which are different than fives.
Mm-hmm.
Experience. It depends on who's in it, but I think a four is a good, even experience. So I'm excited to see what comes of that.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I thoroughly agree with all that. And I'm going to use this timer app if I can find it where it went. I can keep time to begin with. There it is. It's a little. Okay, who would like to start and select your listener? Everyone here knows how to take part in an empathy circle, so we don't need to do that, the how-to exploration. You want to start?
Who's facilitating and for how long?
Yeah, I can facilitate with the and keep the time to begin with. Maybe we can switch off after a couple hours too. So, would you like to be the first speaker and I'll be the first listener?
I'll go. Oh, and
Okay.
how long are we
Five
speaking?
minute
Okay,
turns, and then we'll ex maybe expand it after a couple hours.
okay.
Yeah,
Um,
listening.
so um, I'm thinking that the fact that this is being recorded cha qualitatively changes the what we're going to be doing, at least
Mhm.
at first.
Yeah. So you think that since we're recording this, it's going to change the how, the quality, tone of how we talk, maybe more guarded or something.
And I have a fear that after the fifth hour, the seventh, the sixth, whatever, that I will lose track of the fact that it's being recorded and I will say things that I later regret.
So you're kind of worried, hey, after a couple hours, you'll totally forget that this is being recorded and may say things that you'll regret.
And then I think the hell with it. I'm a human being and we're all human beings here and this is what it's like to be a human being. So enjoy. Or like, you know, um, the hell with it, I
Mm.
guess.
Yeah, on the other hand, you're thinking, well, the hell with it. Just be open and, and not worry about it. You're just a human being and you're just being yourself.
But I guess there's a risk of betraying a confidence in someone else by accident.
But you're a little bit worried that perhaps you have a secret or a confidence with someone else that you would be betraying that privacy between you and someone else.
And I don't believe that I would do that intentionally, but however, it might slip out.
Yeah, it might slip out. I mean, you wouldn't do it on purpose, but sort of by accident.
And I recognize that the possibility of going in to edit 8 hours worth of video is a non-starter.
Hmm.
There's no way to do that. So
Yeah, you're
So
appreciating that it would be hard to edit out, to kind of go into something and then edit it out, be a lot of work. And so you have some appreciation for that.
and I should talk about my set and setting right now is that I'm going through a psycho-spiritual breakdown as we speak. It's My life has been very, very harsh over the past several weeks. So,
Mm. You've had your life is harsh and over the past several weeks, and you're going through some kind of a breakdown, a spiritual breakdown
and psychological,
and psychological breakdown.
right? However, the poetry that I'm writing continues to flow, which I'm grateful for.
Mm. Yeah, you're writing and doing poetry, and sounds like it's having a positive effect, and you have some gratitude for that practice
And I'm grateful the for everyone else's presence here and their courage to do this.
and some gratitude and for everyone's courage for being here.
And I'm proud of the Santa Barbara chapter. We are badass.
So, proud that it's all, it's a bunch of three Santa Barbara folks here, that it's a really badass group to be able to get up and do this.
I don't know if you, Edwin, are aware of our nickname up here or down here. We are the Santa Barbarians.
Hmm. You call yourself the Santa Barbarian, so.
I feel heard. Thank you.
Mm. Okay, I'll speak to Jeanette. Oh, let me redo the timer. Um, Yeah, I've been talking about doing this marathon for a long time, and I'm really appreciative of William saying, "Oh yeah, let's do it." Just kind of jumping in and being willing to do it on short notice. So I feel a lot of gratitude and warmth for William.
You've been thinking about doing this for quite a while and appreciate William's enthusiasm that he said, let's just go for it.
Yeah, and so the topic is, what is your experience of being in the circle? Well, the first thing that's coming to mind is what William is saying about, maybe revealing, stuff, that you don't want to reveal. But in general, I think that empathy sort of thrives on openness and transparency. Because the more open and transparent, we are, the more deeply, more, we can empathize with each other and ourselves. So I think there's something, you know, uh, important, about that openness and transparency. And I kind of am finding some joy in William saying, "Oh, to hell with it," we'll do it.
Yeah, even though there's this concern about revealing things, you're also seeing that through um, being open, that the nature of this practice is that it just allows for some transparency and truth and just the heck with it.
Yeah, and it creates a culture of empathy. I think it does create a culture of empathy. More openness and transparency creates deeper empathy.
So more openness and revealing just by the nature of it creates more of a trust in in this process.
But
And
even in the empathy, kind of a culture of empathy,
it
which is what we're,
creates a culture of
yeah.
empathy.
How do I feel? I do feel a little bit of anxiety, kind of feel different things in different parts of my body. So feel a little anxiety about, getting all this up and running. Feel sort of a sense of warmth. Just, haven't seen, all in person for quite a while. And sort of there's a sense of warmth and connection and anticipation and curiosity.
So even though there was an edge there of trying to get it all set up, a little anxious about that, but the major feeling is that warmth and empathy, because you haven't seen us for a while, and you so know that this, you've been in this for so long that even after setting everything up, you're feeling this culture of openness and
Hmm.
acceptance, I'm guessing.
Yeah, curiosity, I think, is
Curiosity.
and also trying to sense into my body, like what do I feel in my body, and try to have a sense of awareness of what I'm feeling.
And you're able to tune into your body and have more sensation, like the tingling and especially the curiosity that comes up.
And yeah, so I did an empathy circle once for 4.5 hours, and it really it was in person, and it created an interesting sort of awareness. It was just, kind of feeling the group. It was sort of a sense of the awareness of the group and how different emotions sort of bubbled up within the group. And it was a really interesting sort of experience.
And you had a 4 hour session, and you had this almost like bubbling up from the group, this kind of soup of experience of not just one on one, but the whole community.
Yeah, and I still sense sort of more of an awareness of what's going on inside of me instead of the whole group still. I can sense, kind of where my awareness is kind of like more inside of me right now.
So right now it's just more internal than an external place of
Yeah.
awareness.
Yep, I feel heard. Thanks.
Okay, Cole, to be honest, I could be in an empathy group 24/7.
Part of you which recognizes um, the efficacy of this experience and it's how fulfilling it is, and you wish that that transcended the rest of your normal day.
Yes, and I wish everyone else could live in an empathy group nonstop, because I feel that's the true nature of at least my heart.
And there's a desire within you for others to share in what you've experienced as you found it profoundly beneficial.
It saddens me that most of the world lives in this judgmental, reactionary, fearful place. And to me, I'll stop there.
Yeah, you recognize in many people that you encounter um, a hierarchy of potential biases that can be reactionary and that seemingly saddens you.
And it saddens me to say that because that's a judgment of other people, but it's also an experience.
Yeah, so you recognize in creating that projection that that's kind of antithetical to your nature, and so there's like a internal dissonance that you experience.
Yeah, I find the heart is um, connected to spirit, and I have a deep appreciation for being in that place.
Yeah, you recognize the linkages between heart and spirit, and you acknowledge the profundity of that.
So I I live alone, and I try to invite people to do empathy in places, but it's very tricky because most people don't want to be that. Tell me that, oh no, we don't do that. We don't share anything, or we don't. And so I try to reflect that. But I can live in this soup. We'll see what happens for 8 hours, but not everyone is open to this.
Yeah, I sense an agreeableness with you with regard to indulging in this experience, and um, your outlook is hopeful. And I also sense a sense of evangelism or discipleship, as far as the empathy movement and wanting to carry that, and the how good it was for you. You want to share, not to use Christological terminology, but if something's great for you, you want to tell people and encourage them to engage in similar
Yeah,
processes.
I was doing that initially, but I'm more comfortable just being present now. I don't try to push, I don't try to initiate anything. I think just being present to people and listening, that message alone is helpful. Just what's happening here is a model for hearing other people and opening up.
Yeah, you recognize this could be an ideal template for listening truly and deeply. And you also explored the proselytizing, probably it sounds like out of enthusiasm and zeal, and then recognize that the best course of action was to just be present and let it come about naturally.
Yes, absolutely. And this group also allows me to be more present instead of thinking about a lot of things. I'm just I'm being. I'm just be here now.
So I can tell you love Ram Dass and Neem Karoli Baba, and you're embracing the ethos of that tradition.
Thank you. I feel very heard.
Great. I'll change the order up a little bit. Edwin.
Listening. Oh,
Can I can you make yourself a little louder,
Yeah,
Cole?
yeah, I'll speak up. I'm in my
You're
home.
really, I can
Yeah,
barely hear.
yeah.
yeah, that's
I'm in
I
my
can.
home, and I live with my mother, and so I all I have the space is my room. This is my room, and so I'm trying to just be polite in that regard. But
Maybe get a
also,
little closer to the
yeah.
camera.
Well, I'm
That'll,
also there's constraints in this room. I'm
That's
also
better.
yeah,
Closer is
yeah.
better.
I'll just speak up. It's okay. There's nothing. So, anyways, yeah. When I heard about it in the email, I get so many emails. Um, I didn't think much of it, but then I asked William, "What's the deal with 8 hours?" And he said it would be an experience, and I was like, "All right."
yeah, you just got the email and it's like you didn't think too much of it and you're like checking with William about it and he says, "Hey, it's an experience." And it's like, "All right, I'm all for an experience."
And then William said, after 4 hours of the notions of, you get tired of telling stories and you kind of get truer to maybe like your true self or what's real or things like that.
So it's like maybe after, a couple hours of just, telling your stories, things might get more real and it sounds like that's of interest to you, trying to get more real.
And I didn't know it was going to be filmed until I reread the email. I'm so that's a trait of mine I'm improving upon. I just scan things, kind of speed read them, and for the pertinent information to me for the next, and then later I'm like, oh, it's going to be filmed. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, at first you didn't realize that it was going to be filmed and recorded, and then because you kind of read things really quickly, and then you kind of just said, "Oh well, that's fine." So you
Well,
just
and
kind of accepted it.
yeah, and that was based on a couple different factors. One was I trust you, Edwin, and I believe in your movement. I've read a lot about your movement and the people you interview, and I have personally found it to be profoundly transformative with regard to the way in which I see myself and the way in which I relate to the world.
In terms of recording, one reason you're kind of comfortable with it is because you trust me, and and the work that I've been doing with building the empathy movement and all the people I've talked to. So it's kind of a matter of trust.
I think there was something that did come up, which I recognized in the filming is, I can get emotional, right? And what is emotional, right? Like tearing up, or it would really be displaying emotion, given that that would be the fear, and it wasn't a fear; it was just an observation of something to to be aware of, and it made me question why it was that would even cross my mind as something to be considering.
Yeah, so what you're considering is that you get emotional, meaning you might tear up, you might cry, and then you're sort of wondering, like, well, why is that even a big deal? You know, if
And I
that
recall,
happens. Mhm.
yeah, because I recall Edwin and I had a dialogue. Well, I was very busy doing a lot of things, but there was this hunger strike idea that Edwin briefly mentioned, and I took it into like the nth degree because I was so dissatisfied with the state of world affairs and so dissatisfied with all parties and all courses of dialogue and communication on a level that's like inconceivable.
So I had talked about doing a hunger strike within a political context, and you'd sort of considered that because you're kind of like fed up with just kind of the world and how everything's kind of running.
Well, no, and actually, I did do it.
Oh,
I did it on my own. No one joined me, but that's okay. And because I was helping campaign for Thomas Cole, who was running against Salud Carbajal, and I was doing it just because as a friend, not getting paid. I had no invested interest. I'm a registered Republican, but I don't identify necessarily with many facets of whatever that means to whoever I have to tell that to if I ever do.
so you actually did do the hunger strike in the context of the campaign you were working on, and you were just did it on your own.
Yeah, and so because Salud Carbajal and Thomas Cole, Salud would not debate him on
Mm.
TV or in any scenario known to God. I set up so many, and he backed out last second and called Tom a bigot and a transphobe. I called everybody I could, Lois Caps, all the people, to see if we could just get them together on stage anywhere to talk so we could both hear them. And I said I wouldn't eat until it. I did eat ice cream. I ate ice cream and Coca Cola, and I did it for like 7 days. And I wore a little sticker and said I'm doing an empathy hunger strike.
So you actually wanted to get the candidates together, and the Democrat wouldn't take part in a dialogue with the candidate you were working with, and so you went on a hunger strike until they would have that dialogue, and you were on a hunger strike with just drinking Cokes and eating some ice cream, and you went
Yeah.
for 7 days,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the time.
Oh,
So it was.
so I feel heard.
It'll come back around. Yeah. So, Jeanette, can I be with you? I just love that what Cole did. That he just kind of jumps into things like that. Yeah, it's
You loved you loved what Cole did because he just went right for it.
yeah. He seems like someone who just kind of takes an action. Gets an idea and just kind of does it, and I sort of appreciate that.
You have gratitude, appreciation that he just completely was spontaneous and followed through with his his desire to get people to talk.
Yeah, so we're starting to do more with the empathy tent now. We went out to a street fair, and William and some of the others and we went to the Democratic State Convention, and kind of advocated for the empathy movement there. And so we're kind of doing more getting out in public.
So you're getting more presence out in public. You took the tent out to this Democratic convention, and so people are seeing. You're being more present
Hmm.
in the community.
Yeah, and exactly. And I would go to the Republican convention too. It's in San Diego, but it's kind of a long ways and a lot to kind of organize. It's in April, so we go to, and I'd even like to go to like CPAC and the other Republican conventions to have a presence there. But it's kind of be more activist with the empathy tent. And I think next I'm going to just get the ball rolling, go to um, UC Berkeley and start, trying to connect with the students there, set up the tent. We offer listening. So that's kind of the next on the agenda.
And you would go to various Republican conventions, but there's some logistics involved, and you are doing some other things at UC Berkeley, and the whole point is to take action and get this out. And it's not only an internal presence, but it's movement externally to be visible.
And the other is related to the hunger strike is I'm imagining going to Sacramento and setting up the empathy tent at the state capitol, saying that we want the Republicans and Democrats legislatures to do empathy circles with each other. We're not leaving, sort of an Occupy empathy. We're not leaving until they do it. So to be more sort of maybe eventually, head to DC to do that.
You have a strong passion for trying to unite political parties, and starting with Sacramento and having them, be together in an empathy uh, scenario where there's really more discussion and more ability for people to have conversation and communicate, and both parties be able to listen to each other. And you would even go somewhere, take it to Washington. You have a passion for having two sides of our country be able to hear each other.
Yeah, and the activism, what I really appreciate, I'm starting to feel as a warmth here in this group is the activism. I mean, everybody's like, yeah, let's do it. It's like I just mentioned, let's do this. And Williams, yeah, let's do it. He said, let's go to the Democratic convention. It's like Williams, Williams, an action-oriented, person, and Cole was just jumping into it, and you too, Jeanette, coming here. So there's something about being with the three of you that's sort of energizing because of that action oriented quality. Yeah.
I'm hearing that because we're all communicating about this, and especially hearing you discuss our country and our mostly people of political nature, that you're feeling more open in expressing this, and you're resonating with the fact that we're all here.
Yeah, it's the energy of everyone here. It's like that there's a certain energy of yeah, action, I guess, for a better word, yeah, that I really appreciate. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm hearing
Okay.
the support.
Okay. Feel heard.
Yes, thank you. No, actually, do you feel
I
heard?
feel heard. Uh-huh.
Okay. That's the thing. It's like,
Oh, who are you
okay,
speaking to? You can
I'm
say it.
speaking to William.
I'm listening.
It's almost an I thou situation, which I don't know if you've heard of. Uh, I forget his name.
Martin
Berber.
Buber.
Berber. When I'm in my heart, it's an I thou, that the other person is no different, whether it's internal or political.
So you're bringing up Martin Buber's book I and Thou, and the central idea is that when one is fully present in one's heart, that it actually creates this I thou, um, or it uncovers it, or recognizes the actual ground of being, of that that's actually what reality is.
Yes. However, there is a sneaky issue internally and externally, and I'll name it. It's called fear. And when there's a defense system up, it's tricky to be in that I thou place.
So fear is the great killer or enemy, or that it basically, that the I thou cannot coexist with fear.
Well, it can, but it's very tricky to um, you can't just go in and make it happen. It doesn't work by force. It's an invitation.
So you're saying that if one allows it to unfold, that in fact fear can be held in the I thou.
Yeah, and I feel this country and personally it's an internal and an external. There's this place of resistance right now. And this empathy circle is perfect for acknowledging that.
So you're feeling that right now in the zeitgeist, there's a great deal of resistance to this I thou, and the empathy circle process points that out really graphically.
Well,
Make, makes,
to be in it, you experience it, but people don't generally like that. They don't like to be the guard. They don't want to be that open because the defenses are threatening to lower. I just find that it's more of an invitation, but it needs to be out in the world also to be be present so people can experience it.
so there's a in general, people have a great deal of resistance to this openness, and yet there's a that you feel that it's very important that this process be made available to the world.
Yes. And the one thing that's different about an empathy circle than anything I've been in is that it's mutual.
So one difference that you see in the empathy circle is that the experience is mutual, in that if vulnerability appears, then it's shared.
Yes. And everyone isn't can um, feel they can be heard and they can speak. And that's very unusual in life. Somebody usually likes to dominate or whatever we all do is a normal operating system. And therefore it's not as revealing.
So the very structure of the empathy circle process breaks down the normal mode of communication that is very limiting, and it
Yeah.
provides a different format that is
Yes. We live
radically different.
absolutely. And I think by hearing you, William, what I see the normal way of speaking is competition.
So you think what you're saying is that the normal way of in oftentimes the normal way of conversing is competitive in nature.
Yeah, it's using mental constructs to prove a point or and not hear anybody else.
So
So
it's basically I messages, ego dancing in front of the others,
or convince
please,
or trying to manipulate.
or to manipulate others.
Yeah. And I feel this circle, and I'm gone over my time here. So sorry about that, is an open invitation. Thank you.
So you're apologizing for going over the time limit, which I think is quaint. I'm sorry, that, and you said something else and I missed it.
That's
And
okay. Yes. It's an invitation.
So this process is an invitation to be. Yeah.
Thank you. Now it's
Thank
your
you.
turn.
Oh, I'm remembering now how exhausting it is to listen, especially when my monkey mind, my papancha, is completely out of control.
So you recognize how your attention wavers and how to maintain a certain level of presentness to do your utmost to reflect requires effort.
And I really wish you were louder. If you got closer, I think it would you would be louder. You
Okay.
wouldn't have to talk louder, but it would be louder.
Okay. Some people say, oh, go ahead.
Um, I was just on a Buddhist mini retreat, and we were using the sense doors as meditation objects. Sense doors being eyes, ears, nose, taste, tactile, and thought.
So while you were at a Buddhist retreat, you were exploring the various ways in which we perceive.
And I was attending to the sense door of thinking.
And the one that you spent some time exploring was that of mind.
So I was watching the sea of proto thoughts competing for my attention to take a ride. That makes any sense.
So you explored you explored witnessing um, the the effervescent bubblings of consciousness into your perceptual field.
These are like proto thoughts, thoughts that weren't fully blossomed into capturing my attention. They were going, pick me, pick me. There were hundreds of them, pick me. And that's my experience when I'm listening. That's what's exhausting is that the words from the other trigger. They're like these proto thoughts that want to grab onto, and then I get on the train and I'm gone.
So you're displaying a distinction between thoughts and how they appear in your awareness and the nature of the thought you've come to an understanding of regarding is it perceptible, at what level is it perceptible, how many are there, and then in listening to someone there's so many inputs. You have the person speaking, you have their words, you have your mind, you have your thoughts, and you see how the challenge that presents itself in reflecting.
So again, looking more deeply right now at the process of listening, there's one thing that goes on for me is that there's a part of me that wants to rehearse what I'm going to say next. So that pot is bubbling on the back burner. Well, and I'm going, and then my inner critic is going, stop it. Listen to the person. It's like beating on me.
Yeah, so you kind of recognize this like kind of tertiary experience where like someone's speaking and then you're preparing what to be said, but then there's also that like potential loathing of that, knowing that there's a better procedure. You could have pure focus, pure mind, and pure listening, and so you're exploring that.
Right. And sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's difficult. But in general, I'm imagining at the end of this 8 hours, I'm going to be wiped clean. I don't know why. There I am living in the future when actually what's happening is happening right here.
Yeah, so you're acknowledging in that statement how the mind can take one to a state beyond the present, and but you do anticipate after this, given the other experiences you've had, that you might want a meal or some rest.
Um, so so I feel apologetic to Jeanette for not being 100% with her as she was talking. But I guarantee you that I'm giving it my level best.
So there's a level of apology there because you're trying to be kind and do your best, and you're sincere in that.
Right. One thing that I love about this process is the unconditional positive regard that underlies it.
So you like the kind of fundamental axiom of unconditional positive regard that optimizes this experience for the participants.
It's very, very Buddhist, and I feel heard. Thanks.
Okay. Jeanette, William mentioned something interesting that I've dabbled in myself, having explored various modalities or schemas to understand mind.
So you're reflecting on what William was talking about, because you've also explored a lot of different modalities and schemas and ways to relate to the mind.
I think one of the ultimate questions is, who am I?
And who are you is what you're, who am I is what you're pondering.
No, I
Not
think
pondering, but
no.
the idea of
I think
uh,
there's I think one of the mystical imperatives is, who am I? That's the hero's journey. Who am I? Explored through the man of a thousand faces, if we
yeah.
want to cite Campbell.
So I'm hearing who am I as a central core theme of reality and this journey here.
Yes, and I believe it was the Gates of the Aloysius. It said, "Know thyself," right? So you have who am I, and then you have, but know thyself, right? And so I've been exploring. Well, how does one do that?
So you've been exploring, it's a journey, it's mystical sometimes because you didn't say that, but the who am I is more uh, an identity thing of what is this all about? And I'm hearing it starts with who am I and the thinking part of our mind in how we process reality.
Right, and it really speaks to larger questions of my deep interest, which was, what is the nature of reality? What is the nature of consciousness?
So it's also beyond just, it's a philosophical and consciousness related question of the nature of reality, of what's going on here and how do I relate, and what's how do you relate to that question of consciousness.
Right, because who am I is kind of this question that one can ponder. However, know thyself
I think.
imperative,
Oh,
right? So when you have this kind of who am I, and then but know yourself, um, that opens up a vast array of ways in which one could examine that and explore it experientially.
so I'm hearing the who am I, and also the part about knowing yourself is imperative.
No, I'm saying being told the Aleutian mysteries, right? The gates. For it to say, that's one of the few things we know about that place. Little is known. It said above the gate, know thyself, right? So I don't really care, but that probably has some significance, right? That statement with regard to just like being alive. And so I think it's interesting. And so, anyways, I think the next question that comes up for me is, but be yourself. You're told this all the time, especially these days, right? Be yourself. That creates confusion for many people because you're like, but who am I? But I'm supposed to be myself, but I'm supposed to know myself. That induces like schizophrenia, almost defunct.
I'm hearing this uh, real core nature of wanting to know, and even when you mentioned the illusion feels and know thyself, and uh, you want to know what's the true self in all of this.
Right, and that's not even really me. These are just
It's
things
it's
I'm
esoteric. It's
pondering.
like who
Yeah,
is the self for. Who is the self?
Right. And I think a better question is like, what is the self?
And what is the self? It's not only who, but what is it? How
Because
do
to,
you find that? What is the true self?
because to presume a who comes along with a whom, and then there's like personhood and all these other taxonomies that I don't think line up with the larger metaphysics.
So there's a question of reality and who is the self or whom is the self, and it gets a little muddy because there's a lot of thinking of of,
I feel heard.
of well, who's the self that's thinking?
Thank you.
Oh, me again. Edwin.
Listening.
That's why I love hearing it from Cole, because not only is this empathy, but it points to me for the divine self, meaning the self that's not created by all the thinking that goes on in the world.
So there's a self that points to a self that doesn't come from all the thinking in the world. It's like a truer self or a core self.
Yes. And I also feel there's a lot of trepidation because I realize that men and women are different in their approach to reality.
And you realize men and women are different in how they approach reality.
Yes, women in their essence and their femininity is to be and to receive. And males are doers, more doers and thinkers in
Hmm.
general. I'm just in general.
Yeah, so there's a generalization that men are more doers and women are more
Thinkers
receivers, thinkers, doers and thinkers,
and
and
planners and make everything happen, like the hospitals and bridges and aircraft. And,
mhm,
that's the
builders,
male.
doers, creators. Yeah.
And we're in a place in our country, not only individually, this question of who am I, but who is our country right now?
Eh,
It's multi layered.
I didn't catch that last part. Our
Not
country,
only is this a question of consciousness and spirituality, in my opinion, of who am I, but it's also what's going on in our country.
it's not just about who am I, but also kind of the bigger picture, what's happening in the country.
But I need to know, not need, I feel that empathy allows me to be more in my feminine and not think so much.
Hmm. Yeah,
uh,
so being in an empathic space, you get to be more in your feminine feelings and qualities and rather than in the thinking mode.
and listening to others. To me, that comes comes easily. And to me, that question of the self is more connected to the heart and the divine self. So I don't get as confused. I used to when I was younger, but as I've gotten older, the self that this empathy circle allows to expand is the self connected to the divine for me.
Okay, so the empathy circle supports you in connecting to your more divine self.
And unfortunately, when I explain things, that that's my thinking brain. And for me, that's where ideas clash is over thoughts.
And you see that when you're explaining things or sort of thinking, that's where people clash is on with their thoughts. So conflict maybe comes from from the thoughts.
And I feel heard. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Cole?
Yep.
Um, yeah, I sort of feeling, sensing into my body. I'm noticing that my kind of what I'm wanting to share is coming sort of more from this part of my body. And I would like something to arise more from a deeper part, but I'm just noticing sort of sensing into deep, so this part of my body and saying, what wants to arise from there?
You've recognized that what's coming through is originating in more of this space, the head space, or maybe the thinking space, and you'd like it to rise from maybe potentially within the heart space or more of the internal, less cognitive space.
Yeah, it's this is sort of like part of me, which is fine, but I'm wanting something to arise that is more full. It's like from a deeper, fuller space. It's more full body experience. Yeah, thought. That's yeah, something that's arising from my full body, not just the heart, but sort of a deeper, full body.
Looking for something that's not just the heart, but arising from the entirety of your experience and your deepest recesses.
And when I sort of have my awareness, it's like I have my awareness in that part of the body. I mean, in deeper part, I say, well, what wants to arise? And it's like nothing's coming, nothing's, I just sense the space. It's like a big cauldron, a big, you know, space, but no, it feels comfortable. It feels warm, feels sort of dark, black. Uh, but nothing is, and I'm just sitting with that and saying, well, what arises from that? And nothing is percolating, coming up from there. I'm kind of, yeah, but the space is there, but nothing is sort of percolating up out of it.
So you have an awareness of the space of you. However, and it's a cauldron of things. So it sounds like things are in it. Just
Feelings is the
no,
feeling, is a
it's a
cauldron of,
cauldron of feeling.
hmm.
However, there aren't any necessarily thoughts that are coming from that.
Yeah, nothing sort of bubble. It itself it has a warmth to it that has a sort of an ease to it. It feels actually kind of good, you know. It has a positive feeling to it. Uh, but it's just that's all there is. Yeah, there's nothing else. It's sort of like a bathtub, you know. It's just sort of it's just sort of there, the water in the bathtub, and there's no bubbles or anything. It's just the water is there, the
Yeah. So
warm black water.
so I hear you recognizing what sounds like the emptiness or the void experience of existence.
Yeah, it's not quite a void. It's because there's something there. It's like water is there. It's like warm, black, um, comfortable, comfortable water.
So there's your awareness is lending you the experience of being in a vat of warm, comfortable water.
I would say I'm not in it. It's in me. That vat of warm water is sort of sloshing, sloshing around inside of me. Yeah.
And so it's in you, this cauldron of emotions and sloshing around.
hmm And there's sort of another part of me is like, well, I would like something to arise from there. I would like something else to arise, and nothing's arising, just it's just there. So I'm kind of describing the landscape of what's there. But I have somewhere part of me is like, I want something to happen. But nothing's happening. I'm just describing the space.
And so you're acknowledging kind of like the topology of the experience in light of there being no thoughts that come about. You're doing what comes to you next, which is to describe that which is without thoughts.
hmm Yeah, and just the experience of it. I'm just describing the experience, the felt experience of it, trying to you just give me that last
Uh,
reflection of
and so you're trying to describe the felt experience of
hmm
that.
Yeah, I feel heard, very heard. Thank you.
William,
I'm listening.
okay, so I'm in my room, which I love. I live with my mom, and I love my mom. I'm 35, but it's a great arrangement, and Santa Barbara is really expensive. And it's my little ashram in here.
I hear a Beach Boys song in my room. And that you love your mom, and Santa Barbara is fucking expensive. So this is a good refuge for you.
Absolutely. And Edwin was mentioning things welling up. I could sense a little bit of emotion coming up in sharing about that. And if I
So
let it run, yeah.
you're reflecting on what Edwin was talking about, and you're feeling a little bit of, you're feeling some resonance with that, and there's some emotion coming up for you.
Oh, no, I'm saying Edwin was talking about that thing that wells up from within. I experienced that speaking about my love of my room.
I see. So you're also experiencing a felt sense of gratitude for your room.
And I'll tell you why. It's because this is my own space here. It's my only own space.
And you're elaborating, saying that this is your home space. This is your sacred space.
And I'm really grateful for it.
And I see the profound emotion behind that.
And I think where the tears come up is I watch the news, right? I see what goes on. I have a bed, I have pillows, I have food.
And I see overwhelming compassion shining from your heart and gratitude for the way that deck was dealt to you.
So to circle back to like why I think the empathy movement's important, and that doesn't mean I'm happy all the time here, but some of us, by the luck of the draw or however, have been gifted the opportunity to have certain just privileges that I didn't earn necessarily, and um, I've really tried to create an environment for myself when I come home where I can read and write and meditate and make it like as nice as I can, even though it's small. And I'm really grateful for it. That's what I'm weeping. I'm really grateful for what I have.
And I'm seeing the profound gratitude you have for your good fortune. But I'm
Yeah,
also seeing in between that the nucleus of a desire to be of service.
absolutely. And right. Teddy Roosevelt wrote an essay called the duties of an educated individual, or the obligations and duties of an educated individual. I had to read it and memorize it for my fraternity, Alpha Delta Phi at Cornell, and that was one of the imperatives. Was if you are gifted with something special, you almost are obligated, kind of, to do something with it. You don't have to, but it would probably be the right thing to do, maybe.
So I see that your exposure to this um, um, that your exposure to this went in really deep, and you've inculcated as a core value.
Yeah, and so like when I did the hunger strike, it was entirely ineffective, right? Didn't get anything done that anyone noticed. The congressman knew it. A bunch of the people in different parties kind of knew it. I achieved nothing. Most people kind of wrote me off as mad or like that's a crazy idea. But I was honestly, given the state of the world and what was going on in our country, I was willing to do anything. It reminds, okay,
So your hunger strike, although it appeared to you to be totally ineffectual, nonetheless, you were driven to do that, and you felt integral all the way through that what you were doing was appropriate.
and I'm not making up this parallel to me, but I was in Saigon. I went to where the guy self immolated. I read his departing letter.
So you're identifying with the martyr in Vietnam.
I'm not identifying with it, but that was inspiring.
So you're relating that the action of the Buddhist monk in immolating himself was very inspiring to you.
And just to close, that singular action, like almost like it didn't stop the war and the war, but like him doing that saved like 100,000 people's lives.
So it didn't end the war. However, it made an indelible mark on the psyche of humanity.
Yeah, and that's courage and sacrifice. And that's
And,
what I love.
and to you, that is courage.
Yep, I feel heard.
Thank you. Cool. Jeanette, um, I want to express gratitude about a teaching from Edwin. I've said this before, but I want to reiterate it because it was a big moment in my life.
You'd like to express appreciation to Edwin about something that he said because it meant a lot.
We were at UCSB during the beginnings of, there were violent demonstrations on campus around the Palestinian nightmare unfolding. This was a year ago, I think, at least a year ago.
So you were at UC during the Palestinian uh, conflict, and this was over a year ago.
And we stopped at it was at lunchtime, and we were on a central walkway where there was a lot of foot traffic, and there was a table set. The Jewish table was there, and we stopped there and we talked to them, and we had a really nice connection with them. And they said they'd be really open to talking with the demonstrators that were just down the road.
So there, you had interaction with some Jewish people that said they would be open to talking. There was a table there to the Jewish demonstrators down the road.
The Palestinian demonstrators.
The Palestinian demonstrators. Excuse me.
And at this point in time, they had occupied the campus. There were tents set up. There was a sea of tents.
And there was a whole lot of tents on campus.
Right. And they had made chalk marks on the ground for all of those who had been killed.
And they indicated on the ground with chalk all the people that had been killed.
And there were a lot of chalk marks. There was a sea of chalk marks.
There was an ocean of chalk marks.
And we talked to them, and they were also loving and open to dialogue with the Jewish folk.
And they were also open and willing to dialogue with the Jewish folk.
Right. And I was swept away by the chalk marks. It was very emotional for me.
It was very moving to see all the chalk marks for you.
And I partially dissociated. I basically became lost in this feeling of compassion.
when you saw all these chalk marks, you just kind of got lost in the field of all that it represented.
And at that point, I felt a very gentle hand on my shoulder.
And at that point, there was a touch. There was touch that you could sense,
And,
a
and,
hand
and
on
it
your shoulder.
was Edwin, and he said, "We don't take sides."
And Edwin said, "We don't take sides." And that touch had an effect.
That was a big moment for me. And it's a lesson I'm still learning.
That was profoundly impactful, and you're still learning about that.
As soon as there's an us and them, the game is up.
As soon as there's division of us and them, it just doesn't work.
So the word is namaste. I see, I see I see in you the place where we are one.
So the word is namaste. I see in you where we are one.
And I feel heard. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing. Um, yes, Cole again. I'm touched by hearing everybody share. When I signed up, I thought there would be a whole group, so I didn't know I was going to be in a room with 3 other guys. But I'm very touched to hear what I've heard from each one of you, from gratefulness to touch and compassion to wanting more of feeling and vulnerability and stop there.
So, in listening to what we've said, first off, you are the only female. You weren't aware that that was going to be the.
I thought it was going to be a big group,
However, you're
like the
touched
whole
by
empathy
the ways in which
community.
we all.
So I didn't know I'd be in a.
Oh, so you didn't recognize. Yeah, you
I
didn't
didn't
recognize how
know.
intimate it would be. Yeah, you didn't know it was going to be so intimate and all male. However, you're touched by the emotion shared and what you've heard.
Very much. I grew up with a dad who was pretty violent, and it reminds me of what's happening in the world politically.
You grew up with a father who could be violent, and it allowed you to have a unique lens in viewing the world.
Very aggressive and cruel. And he carried a lot of stuff from his own background. His
He had a lot of baggage, and so he could be aggressive and unkind and even cruel.
and his father was put away after the war for 40 years for violence after he came back from the war.
And so in his lineage, there his father was in the war, and upon returning home, engaged in a way in which ended up in a long jail sentence, and that's part
Well,
of.
he was put away in an institution.
Oh, he was institutionalized,
Yeah.
and your father is his son, and you are his daughter, and it has an impact on you.
And it wasn't until he was 92 years old he had a breakdown and stopped all that aggression.
And so it wasn't until your father was 92. Is your father? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Your father was 92 that something happened, and a breakdown happened and something changed.
He completely shifted because he had no place to go. And that's what caused his beginning of the end. And I see what's happening politically with aggression on two sides. That will never get anywhere. That will not. That I'm concerned that I don't know how. I just don't feel aggression and violence solves anything.
You recognize an eye for an eye leaves the world blind. And it was only upon being backed into a corner and optionless that this transformation occurred. And it appears as though you wouldn't wish that on other people to come to the conclusion of kindness and mutual reciprocity and harmony.
Mm, almost there, and that's part of it. But I feel until each entity has to come to their own breakdown, um, that, that people or countries usually don't change until they're at a loss.
Yeah.
Until their own something happens with them, and I'll continue. You don't have to reflect.
Well, and so you're just saying that you realize that within countries or people, it requires like an inevitable rock bottom, to use a terminology that allows the change to come to fruition.
But violence never really solves anything
and
anyway.
that, and that aggression and violence is not the solution. Okay, um, Edwin.
Hmm. Listening.
Yeah, there's this lovely Hindu temple that I go to, the Shirdi Sai Temple in Tarzana, Los Angeles. There's actually the shirt for it, and there was a conversation that I had there that's relevant to what Jeanette was saying.
So you go to this temple in LA, and it's something happened there that was relevant to what Jeanette's been saying.
So I made these shirts actually because I sing the Hanuman Chalisa live, which is a long, it's 40 shlokas. It's a long song in praise of Lord Hanuman or Sri Hanumanji, the servant of Ram and Sita from the Ramayana, the Hindu epic.
So you made these T-shirts from a song that's kind of related to the Ramayana.
No, it was like a marketing ploy. So
Oh,
when I perform live at open mics or wherever, I wear the shirt to rep the temple that I suppose I'm a patron of or whatever, devotee of.
oh, so the T-shirts are more like publicity for promoting the temple.
Yeah. And so on the t-shirt, this is the Divine Mother. And the Divine Mothers could be many manifestations, but Kali or Durga, Saraswati or Lakshmi, various, those are all kind of Hindu terminologies, but it represents the Divine Feminine.
And the symbol in the middle of your shirt is the Divine Mother, the Divine Feminine.
And then Hanuman, who's the son of the wind, he represents like the ideal servant of God, who's like Ram is the archetype of like the ideal man. So in God, so Hanuman serves Ram as best he can.
And then the other character serves Ram the best that they can. Is that the masculine or oh the messenger?
Yeah, yeah, he's like the servant, Atalita
The
Bala.
servant.
So he's the servant of the strong force of Ram, and and he's a hero of mine, Hanuman.
hmm So he's a servant, supports the strong man, and that he's a hero of yours.
And so I sing the Hanuman Chalisa. Why is that? Well, Krishna Das, I was listening to him talk, and he said that he was so bored at Neem Karoli Baba's ashram, he finally found this little uh, is the term. It's like a piece of paper, and it had the Hanuman Chalisa. And at the bottom in English, it said, if you say this 108 times, sing it 108 times in a day, you'll get enlightened. And he's like, that's worth a shot.
So this person saw, he was bored at the ashram, and he saw this piece of paper, and it said, if you say this over 100 times,
108 times
108
in a day.
times, you just kind of repeat it 108 times, that will lead to enlightenment.
And so he started cracking at that. And so, anyways, I heard a rendition. Heard the story and read into it, and then heard a rendition of his, the Bernie Chalisa, which was his melody to accompany the ancient Adwati, which is like a Urdu. It's like a more ancient, like 1600s Hindi.
So you heard a version of it? It was like an older version of it.
Yeah, his rendition, his bhajan, his singing of it from probably 95.
Oh, so yeah, so you heard a singing rendition of this from, they said 1995?
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember just listening to it, and I felt this lovely feeling. I don't know what you call it. Call it many different things. And I went, well, that's interesting. I'm not going to buy too much into that, but that's pleasant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you heard this rendition and you just kind of lightened you up and it just felt like a pleasant feeling. You're thinking, hey, this is pretty pleasant, and you're just enjoying it. It's like enjoying.
So I decided to memorize it and master it and sing it as much as humanly possible.
And because you had that feeling, that positive feeling, you decided to memorize it and sing it as often as possible.
And getting around to what Jeanette was sharing was I wasn't necessarily at a breaking point, but I was at a low. And I'm so glad I found that because it lifted me up before I hit an even lower point.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we need those things to catch us positive before we're backed into a corner with no options, and it's either like sadly like hurry curry or other terrible options, right? You want
Mm-hmm.
people to like come into faith or spirituality or just being kind, not because they're like they have a gun to their head like the Al Capone. You get a better response with a kind word and a gun than a kind word. We don't want that.
So it's good to have something like that that sort of like catches you when you're getting down, instead of like killing yourself or something. You need something like that to catch yourself. I
I
think that
feel
was
very
the time. Okay, thanks. And William. Yeah.
Listening.
Um, yeah, I find myself thinking about I call it the occupy empathy. Um, Idea I'm having, about setting up the empathy tent at political, at the state capitol or other places, and sort of an assertive empathy, saying, yeah, we want Republicans and Democrats to have empathy circles. So this sort of assertive, and it takes a lot of planning and thinking and coordinating. So I just finding things that have been said here have kind of been making me think about that.
So I see your wheels turning, your
Yeah.
training wheels, and let's get on with the program. There's a sense of urgency.
It's not, yeah, I feel some urgency. It's not, it's more of a planning. This is sort of the next stage. It's, yeah, I don't feel like a high urgency. It's more of a methodical, thinking things through, urgency.
So it's more like a persistence about just keeping on, just nose against the grindstone. Let's do this thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's more of the. And I was thinking of what you were saying about me saying we don't take sides. I would say that we take the side of mutual empathy. So I wanted to just kind of bring that in. It's just like, you know, yeah, it is a side, right? It's like we wanted to get those Jewish group and the protesters. We're for them talking with each other and having tools and practices for having constructive dialogues and hearing each other. So that is a side.
So I hear you creating a or expressing a dichotomy between um, communicating and not communicating. And
Mhm.
definitely going to stand on the side of let's communicate.
Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, and being clear that we do have a side, not pretend we're neutral in that sense. But we're not taking the side of one or the other, but we're taking the side of the one and the other, having a dialogue and creating an empathic space between like themselves, as we're doing here. We're creating this empathic space, and that's what we want to support them in.
So I'm having a little bit of trouble hanging on to exactly what you're saying, but it's that we want to be on the side of encouraging empathy.
Hmm. Yeah, that's the core of it. And then, thinking about that in terms of an occupy empathy, where we're sort of assertive out in public, like at the state capitol. And one thing I was imagining is we set up an encampment, camping out there, and it's 24/7 empathy circles. Like if people come, that they're doing ongoing empathy circles. And that's what I like about, doing this extended empathy circle, because it's sort of a exploration of that potential.
So I see you thinking about the possibility of having an encampment, um, probably in a political hotspot where they're liable to be contention, and having an ongoing 24/7 empathy circle that people can step into and step away from, but it's always there, it's always available.
Yeah, that where I kind of started getting an idea for the empathy circles is Occupy Wall Street in Berkeley, and there was an encampment, several hundred people camped out, but it was very dysfunctional. There was like fights and knife fights and, groups against each other. And the idea was is if the whole encampment, the 200 or whatever, 300 people were all doing empathy circles, they'd do an empathy circle for a couple hours, then they'd get up and join another empathy circle for a couple hours. And so it would be continuous empathy circles. I think it would have healed the conflict and created something more positive and have that as the foundation and the base, for moving forward. So that was sort of the strategy, I've been thinking.
So you were thinking about a few years ago during the Occupy Wall Street movement. This was a number of years ago, and it was going on in Berkeley, and it was very contentious. There were knife fights, there was violence, and you were thinking how wonderful it would have been if instead there had been people sitting in circles experiencing empathy. That
Hmm.
it would have been a qualitatively different experience.
Yeah, I feel heard. Thanks.
This is intense. Jeanette, so I don't know, Jeanette, if you're aware of something we've been doing, the board. Um, Lou has been teaching us how to do what we're calling a restorative circle. I don't know if you were aware of that
You're wondering if I was aware of the restorative circles that Lou was
teaching,
teaching.
right? And I see that as I'm hugely interested in that as a healing modality.
You're very interested in that as a healing modality.
I have a number of people in my life that I'm alienated from.
There's some number of people in your life that you're alienated
And
from.
and it's like and it actually, let's see, for Buddhists, the big no-nos are greed, hatred, and delusion.
So in Buddhism, it's greed, hatred, and delusion that are the no-nos.
Yeah. Like if you're experiencing any of those, you know you're off track.
So if you're experiencing any of those, that's not it. That's not an alignment with,
And in this moment in my life, I am deeply involved in hatred towards an individual.
and you're experiencing a lot of hatred towards someone.
And I can feel how damaging it is to me, let alone to anybody else.
And you feel the damage in you, never mind somebody else.
I feel like I'm playing telepathic three-dimensional chess with this person. Like who can hate the other the most?
So you're having this hate war of who could hate more.
It feels I don't
And
know.
it's telepathic.
And I don't have no idea about whether that's a real thing or not. However, I suspect that maybe it is.
You're not sure if it's real, but you're thinking that maybe isn't real.
That it may be real,
Oh, that it may be real.
right? And I don't know how to let it go.
And you're wondering how to let it go.
And then the idea of the restorative circle comes up.
And you are inspired by this restorative circle.
And the structure of it basically is to honor both individuals, honor where they are.
And the whole point is to honor both sides where they're at.
Right. And then another part of it is to allow a space where both people can share where they are with facilitation.
And to allow both people to share in that space with facilitation. But that big point is allowing.
Right. So that each person gets to hear the other person at their core.
So each person can hear the other, their deeper place.
Right. And there are two people in my life that I would like to do that with right now.
And there are two people you would like to do this with.
Right. And it's terrifying.
And it's also terrifying.
Right. And then talking about this process that we're doing right now, my possible hope for this is that this could be a modality for people who have no money to perhaps um, achieve some sort of um, support, amelioration of their mental illness.
And you're passionate about people getting well, especially when they don't have the support to deal with this direct issue of conflict with people that have intense feelings.
I kind of changed subjects there. Let me try again. I'm talking about this
Okay.
process right now that we're doing, the 8 hour. I'm looking at how many people in the world are seriously mentally ill and have no money for any kind of help.
You're realizing there's a lot of mental illness and that there isn't a space for this process of restoration to allow healing.
It's more like the mental health support that's available is very expensive right now.
Yes, the mental health system is very expensive and that doesn't really reach that many people.
And the possibility of this being a modality, this marathon circle, it brings me hope. So that's one of the things that I would like to explore today. is to see how that plays out.
You care a lot about people's mental wellness, and you would like to pursue how this could have an impact in that field of
Thank
helping
you.
people.
Thanks. I feel heard.
Um, see, Edwin,
Listening.
I'm touched because through empathy, it gets clearer what our passions are about, whether it's hearing from William, the desire for mental wellness, or from Cole to know thyself and not have idols, or whatever, to get to that real core, or from you to take action in government or people in our nation. And I'm touched by that.
You're touched by hearing what everyone, kind of what they're really interested in and what's kind of alive for them.
My question is, when people are not willing to go into this space for whatever reason, I, what do you do?
Yeah, you're kind of like you see the benefits of what we're how we're communicating, and you're just wondering like, what do you do if people are not willing to come into this space of mutual listening?
Um, I just sit with and accept. I have a family member who is not willing. Not my dad. He already went through his thing, um, and I'm realizing accepting where people are, accepting myself and other is the first step.
Yeah, so you're seeing that it's just accepting yourself, and then also just accepting people where they are
Well,
is
accepting
sort.
where other people are first.
Hmm.
First, I have to, it's a given that I have to accept where I'm at. That is self care. But where I get puzzled by is why wouldn't someone want to do a mutual empathy group?
Hmm.
Um, and the space for allowing someone not to want to do
Hmm.
that.
Yeah, you're kind of like I can't understand like why wouldn't people want to take part in a in an empathy group, but then also uh, meeting them where they are and that just accepting that they don't may not want to.
Which there is a lot of mental illness in the world, and to accept where people are, because I had to recover from a lot of terror in my life from my 30s and hit rock bottom myself, and to accept where people are is what I'm learning.
Yeah, you had to hit sort of a rock bottom too, because there is a lot of mental illness in the world, and to kind of be more accepting, you just had to hit rock bottom yourself.
And I wish there was more mental screening for leadership in our country.
And hopefully, you would like to see more mental. You would wish that there would be more mental screening in for politicians and in the country. Make sure that they're grounded and healthy.
Yes. And that still question still comes up with, when what if they're not willing to discuss or be open?
Yeah, so the question really is what if they don't want to discuss and be open, and what can you do? So you're just kind of sitting with that question, like what can you do for the people who don't want to kind of be in a dialogue? You're just kind of sort of pondering that and looking for an answer.
Just sitting with it, yes.
Hmm. Yeah, just sitting with it.
And I think what comes to mind is trust, a bigger picture than the human dimension.
And so what's sort of arising for you is you just have to trust sort of the bigger picture. Just
that
have
I
a
don't,
sense of trust in life, humanity, existence.
or the divine, that
Hmm. Have trust in the divine.
that something will restore.
Hmm.
But I loved hearing what William said about the restorative circles.
Yeah, so you just have to have trust in the divine that something sort of positive will happen. But then you're also appreciating what William's saying is about restorative circles for as a practice to maybe restore
Thank
that
you.
connection.
Feel very safe about that. Thank you. Feel heard.
Well, I'll speak back to you then. Um, in terms of how to get more people sort of involved, I think that's what the sort of the occupy empathy idea is about. That we can create sort of a social norm. And, if we had the politicians, president candidates, whatever, governor candidates, taking part in empathy circles, it would be modeling something that maybe the people who you're wanting to have come into an empathy circle would say, oh, this is sort of the cultural norm. So I think there's sort of bigger picture things that we can do to, transform society.
Yeah, I'm hearing and there are things for transformation in inviting people to witness this, especially as it can become the social norm,
Hmm.
and especially inviting politicians, modeling that this is a reality,
Hmm.
that we can have these dialogues in a way that are truly a deeper sense of consciousness, but it has to be out there for people to witness.
Yeah. So, there's you see like movies, politicians having an Occupy empathy that's an encampment, and people say, "Oh, that's interesting. There's something happening there." We're advocating. So I think there's, cultural change. The empathy movement, that's what the empathy movement is about, is to make that cultural change. And that's just one idea. I think there's a lot of ideas like that that we could have for making it more of a cultural norm.
Yet I hear your passion for a cultural change and cultural norm, that this reality it can be imperative in our culture, and
Hmm.
to have it exposed and witnessed. Either many different You have many different ideas of how this could happen.
Yeah, it's like they have, right, they have sports people, right, and celebrities that do something and then people follow. So, if we had bunch of sports people or celebrities doing empathy circles, other people would follow, or the politicians would do it, other people would follow. So I think there's a lot of sort of a lot of strategies we can.
There are a lot
Uh,
of ways and
mhm.
strategies and people who are in the limelight that can add uh, visibility to this.
Hmm.
And there's a lot of ideas and a lot of planning that can happen.
And if we can get like politicians to, be accepting of it, then it would be, resources, money to be bringing it into the schools, right? Empathy training from the earliest grades. I think, first grade, even kindergarten and on. So I know if I would have had these skills learned way back when, and additional restorative empathy, conflict mediation skills, I think it would have changed my life.
If you know personally, if you had had exposure to these skills at a young age, it would have changed your life. And I'm hearing also that by modeling the people in leadership capacity, that could be it could be exposed in a way that could change the paradigm, the shift of our culture.
Yeah, and I think of, what would have the biggest impact. And I know from our empathy tent work, that's where we've gotten the most publicity. Like when we were at William and, our group was out there at the Democratic Convention, we got that little a news piece. We got interviewed, by the news station, and they did a piece on us. So it kind of, being out in public, being assertive, you kind of get publicity and you can have an effect on the culture, I think. So anyway, that's where my thinking is right now is that we've gotten tons of media, articles like when we were in LA, we got in the LA Times, we were in Sacramento, we got in the Sacramento Bee, when we were in Berkeley, even Breitbart and Fox and Friends, we got on them. So I just see that just getting out in the public with the empathy tent is sort of the most for getting in the media and that message spreads. Yeah.
So to have the message out in tents is the most viable. You've already gone through a lot of media, and more media can come from this and in the news, but really having a physical presence and a way to experience this has been the most impactful.
I feel hurt.
Thank you. I love first of all, William,
I'm listening.
I love hearing what Edwin just said, and I have faith that getting out there and having exposure is the key.
So you're really appreciating what Edwin is saying, and you're agreeing that getting out there and in exposing what we're doing is going to be really helpful.
And I think also that having people do a little bit of this, either on a radio or TV, local station or whatever, just a 5 minute back and forth thing gets the idea implanted that there is a way to communicate.
So you're thinking, what I hear you saying is that if we can get just 5 minute spots where we demonstrate this process, people will say, wow, that's something new. This is a new way of talking.
Because not everybody can see a tent or is near a tent, but I love that idea. I think that's crucial.
So I'm hearing that not everybody is going to be encounter a tent. So
Mhm.
so while that's great, the media exposure is even more powerful.
But not a written word about it. It's actually an experience of watching two people do this.
Right. So the most important aspect is to actually demonstrate the process, to actually show the process in action.
Because when I feel heard, that is huge.
So for you, when the process of being heard and seen is extremely powerful,
And it helps me open up more.
and it creates a doorway.
And no matter reading about it or studying it, it's the actual presence of it.
So there's a big difference between basically having it all in your head, reading and thinking, versus actually experiencing it. Totally qualitatively different.
Yes. And as far as leaders of our country, that's huge, but they have to be willing.
So yeah, if we could get the leaders of our country to do this, that would be great. But there needs to be a willingness.
And before willingness, at least is exposure.
And before there's a willingness, there has to be an awareness.
Awareness. Yeah, I feel very heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Cool.
I'm going to take a quick bio break. Be right back.
Yeah, me too.
So
And I'm
let's
gonna
just
get
break.
something to drink.
We'll do that. I'm going to do the same thing. So
Okay.
I moved into the front room, William, because I was
Yeah.
trying to take notes on my phone because there's so much brilliant stuff that's coming up.
You're louder now, which is excellent.
Well, there's so much good stuff that's coming
I
up,
know it's
and
good.
I'm trying to because I want the movement
It's
to go
being
somewhere.
recorded.
Well, I know, but then it's going to be 8 hours long, and
Yeah. And
for me to go,
how do you parse it? Yeah.
yeah. So I was like, oh, I can take notes, and then I was like, but you know what I recognized was like in me trying to take notes on my phone or write, both of them distracted me
Yeah.
from being here, and then
Yeah.
also doing this online, which I never have. I'm not a let's do stuff on Zoom guy under
I
any
loathe
circumstance.
Zoom,
Me
actually.
too, especially for this.
Yeah.
But this is what we have, and it's actually kind of a fun experiment for me because I get to, because like I could feel by hour, 1 hour and 45 minutes, the normal time that we've done for 2 years. I was like, okay, like
Oh,
what's
that
happening in
was
People Magazine, or those silly distractions, like how are the Kardashians doing today, or thoughts I never care about. And obviously, I'm kidding when I say that.
no.
But this is so profoundly fruitful. I'm gonna use the.
Okay. See you in a bit.
I'm gonna get a banana or something, some sustenance. Okay. Okay. All right. I got my supplies, Edwin. I have my bubbly water, my apple for Hanuman. I have my banana. I
Give me both.
have some light reading.
How
Holy
about?
Quran.
I don't remember. Is it my turn to talk?
Yeah, you're
And then I'm listening, I believe.
Okay.
right.
Oh, okay. So I want to acknowledge that it takes courage to do this process for the first time.
So you're acknowledging that it takes courage to do this for the first time.
Right. And so I always honor newbies when they show up to do this.
And so something that you think is really important is honoring new participants and assisting them.
Right. So I express gratitude for their attendance.
Yeah, and you're grateful for them to show up.
And almost invariably, there's an aha moment for a newbie when they first get it, when they get what we're doing and what the process is like and what it enables.
Yeah, it's almost inevitable. You found it's almost inevitable that there's like a realization or an experience or a catharsis that comes about in participating.
More often than not, there are tears.
And more often than not, there are tears.
Um, So to me, it's a sacred activity.
And for those various reasons we've just covered, it is sacred.
And last Sunday for me was mystically powerful. The cafe,
And so last Empathy Cafe was mystically profound.
right? And so I'm starting to worry a little bit about whether I'm helping to create a cult.
So the thought of a cult comes up for
Right.
you. Are you contributing to something that could be deemed cult-like?
And in my role as El Supremo, I worry about some sort of unconscious process that's fanning the flames of my ego.
And so you're aware of the potentiality of your role as president of the group and its profundity and the impact it's having and the experiences and how transformative they can be. And given your desire, it seems, to be considerate of those factors, you want to be aware of the cult like nature that could evolve over time.
Exactly. And so um, I'm my request is that others apprise me quickly if they see me wandering off into the weeds.
So you would like feedback from those who are participating, if that appears to be so.
Right,
Your kind of implicit fear.
right. And my jokingly naming myself El Supremo is an attempt to puncture any possible ego bubble that might be developing.
Yeah, and so you're adding a layer of humor to safeguard against that potentiality.
Right. Um, and I believe that I'm watching a cult unfold with people that I love in my life. It's a separate subject, but I see um, the danger, the damage.
So, in experiencing this cult like trajectory with people you love, you naturally, or you seemingly, want that not to happen in a way in which would be deleterious to this organization or movement.
And no, not it's unrelated. This is totally separate from.
Right, something that's not this group, but you've seen it happen in other cases, and so of course you want to be mindful.
I'm watching it unfold actually in real time
So
in a
you're
separate group.
so in a separate group in real time, you're watching this fear of yours come about
Yeah,
and be.
yeah. And so I'm wondering whether to intercede or not. It's like really none of my business. I need to treat the others as adults, but do I step in and rescue?
So you
Who
so
am I
you're
to rescue?
so you're contemplating the level of agency that you should do or shouldn't do based on your moral undergirdings.
Thank you, Cole.
Um, William, I'm going to give it back to you.
I'm listening.
So, mental health is probably one of the most important things to me. Now, what is mental health? That's an interesting question.
So you're placing a great deal of value on the idea of mental health, and especially for you. And then you're asking the question, what is mental health?
Right, and so I guess you could go straight to the authorities, the people with the coats and the degrees. They could give you a DSM that's as long as the tax code.
So if you wanted to play the academic game, you could go to the DSM-5, and which is as thick as a telephone book, and maybe find yourself in there.
And not just find yourself in there once, but you could have an entire like a general. You could have all the patches.
So maybe it would be the story of your life.
Right. And so what I've noticed in my own experience is that, let's just go through like depression as a hypothetical. Um, you are depressed. Well, am I depressed? What is in my experience that's demonstrating that?
So you're
Is
using depression as an example of an inquiry. So you ask the question, am I depressed? Well, what is depression?
right. Is it a melancholy state? Did my dad die? Did my gerbil die? Is this country in a crisis that's unfathomably tragic and preventable? There's distinctions there.
So you're looking for the cause of the depression. Is it angst? Is it grief? Is it disgust?
And like Jeanette mentioned, like, did my dad have a terrible depression problem? Did my grandfather? Um, to what extent were substances part of the lineage?
So you're looking at your family history. Is this whatever depression is? Do you see the evidence of that in your ancestors? Is there a substance abuse factor to all of this?
Right. How much lead are in my pipes? Or is there a uranium enrichment plant down the street?
Are there environmental factors?
Right. Or did someone I value, whose opinion I trusted, say something really mean to me that I internalized?
Or perhaps it was bullying or a critical comment that maybe you have repressed.
And so then I go pay $350 an hour for someone to officially make me depressed.
So what is being offered to you is a visit to somebody that's going to charge you $350 an hour to label you.
And this will be over the course of 5 to 10 to maybe 50 minutes. It could be actually within moments of you saying certain choice words that fulfill his DSM terminology through his relativistic lens, that now you've checked 5 of 10 boxes and qualify for Xanax or, benzodiazepines or SSRIs, or, I could go down the whole pharmacological examination there.
So again, what's being offered is a critical judge, and you walk in, and the judge is preparing to rule, and the rule will take the form of a pharmacological command.
And I'm going to have a little bit of levity here, but it's a racket.
But you're stepping back 10 paces and saying, wow, wait a minute, something is rotten in Denmark.
And I think everything serves a purpose, right? I have the fundamental assumption for my life. I read this a while ago. I think it was Plato, or I think it was Aristotle. Everything works towards the good. So I
So
believe, yeah.
so you're reiterating that all roads lead to Rome.
And that if it exists, it's there for a good reason, and I have to figure out why.
So everything that happens is a message.
Right. And so, with regard to this being free therapy, I think that's brilliant. And I have not had therapy for the entire time we've done this, the 2 years. This has been my substitute. And it's actually been very helpful.
So you're looking at the empathy circle process as an alternative to therapy, and you're saying for yourself it actually has been beneficial. It has assumed that role.
Because it's free and it's a dialogue. And it is a dialogue. It doesn't seem like it, but it is, because you say something and someone then interprets it through their entire framework to then tell you what they heard you say. So it's actually a profoundly brilliant dialectical exchange.
So you're saying built into the process is essentially a therapeutic process. It's a therapeutic process by its very nature.
I feel heard.
Thank you, Colden. Jeanette, I have an apple here that I took one. I found myself last Sunday at the cafe thinking, perhaps I could bring some of my Buddhist teaching into this. And then immediately the inner critic jumped in and said, whoa, big fella, that's not what you're here for. You're muted. You're muted.
You thought last Sunday that you could bring some Buddhist teachings in, and then you had a voice that said, whoa, hold on there. This may not be appropriate.
Heads up on the
Brought, I
timer.
brought I brought in the topic of the refuge, and I named the Buddhist refuges Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. I did this in the cafe.
So you had the topic of refuge, and you wanted to rename it as Buddha, Sangha, Dharma, or I forget the terminology.
Yeah, it was like, oh boy, that's when I caught myself. God, I'm now I'm a Buddhist teacher. Is that what's going on here?
And you're wondering, okay, now are you a Buddhist teacher? You wanted to have an identity for yourself.
Well, it was more like noticing that I was doing that and jumping down my own throat and slapping myself around.
Noticing that you were doing that, but then you had another part of you that said, kind of curtailed it and said, no, you had a witness part of you.
It's like noticing that suddenly I've got an agenda that's outside the structure of the empathy cafe, the empathy circle.
So you had a part in you that monitored that was going beyond what the empathy cafe was for.
So now I'm thinking, right now, in this moment, I'm thinking I have a right to talk about what's on my mind.
And you have a right, and you're giving yourself allowing to talk about what's really on your mind.
Right. But the context within which I started, quote, teaching, unquote, was in our summation conversation after the circles. If you were there, do you recall this? But anyway, so it was extemporaneous to the circle process, what I was doing.
So it was outside of the circle process. You realized you had an awareness, a recognition of that it was going outside of an intention of keeping the circle.
To
uh,
be really brutally simple about it, was something like, okay, here's El Supremo speaking. My children, let me teach you something about Buddhism.
yes, you wanted to teach, you wanted to impart some teachings, and you felt that role of wanting to teach or impart wisdom or impart some truth. You wanted to bring it in there, but then you had a part of you that said, wait a minute, this is not the place for it.
Yeah, it was wrong in a number of ways.
And you caught that other part of you realized it was not appropriate for a number of reasons.
So, so um, I'm I'm humbled by that.
So you're humbled that you have a part of you that brings you back to, your overly or underly out of whack, but out of balance, and monitors and stays in the middle, stays in peace.
So I'm realizing that well, I've known this for a long time, but it's in my face again just how enormously subtle this process is and how easily it can be perverted.
Yeah, and you're aware of how easily things can be misconstrued or misaligned.
Or steered off into the bushes.
Or just steered off in the wrong direction.
And I'm reminded of the very first training that I went to, and Edwin announced I could talk about literally anything that was on my mind.
And you had the allowing from Edwin that you could talk about anything on your mind.
And boy, did I beg to differ internally in my mind. Did I beg to differ with that? I'm
And
going. Well, we'll see about that.
So you have this internal part of you that likes to fight things that you hear.
Yeah.
It
And
likes to fight you.
and so I brought that into a circle and it did not go well.
And you brought that into a circle and it kind of landed on a not a good spot.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you. Um, let's see. Cole.
Okay.
I sense that mental health, emotional health, and spiritual health starts with the self. And if we didn't get that growing up, then it's my job to ask for it from the divine.
Yeah, so you're stating that kind of like an onion almost, the spiritual, the mental, the emotional, all of those factors, right? At growing up, you don't necessarily get a perfect version of that, and it's kind of one's responsibility through the divine or through grace to pursue that if that didn't come your way naturally.
Yeah, and I love the word hearing grace. Yes, that this is an act of faith to keep pursuing health in all ways, whether it's mental, national, spiritual, economic. That's a given. Uh, that in order to receive it, you have to even be aware that it's possible.
And so you're recognizing that like every action is an act of faith one way or the other. And
Yes.
the trying to think about this. I had to switch to my phone, so I'm trying to get this
No problemo.
screen better.
And the empathy circle is it's a medium to a tool to impart basically a connection and honesty.
Yeah, so through the empathy circle, you can like acquire and accrue honesty and truth about oneself.
Yeah, like what's really going on? What's up?
And you can
And
find out what's really going on for yourself and what's up.
what's going on for other people.
In addition, you can learn about what's going on for other people.
And
an honest way.
yeah, so I feel it's a avenue for getting real with oneself.
Yeah, and so you realize it's an excellent avenue to get real with oneself.
And when I have peace, then there's nothing I'm troubled about. It's more, I feel mental health is really about peace and creativity.
Yeah, so like being being at peace with oneself. Um, I'll, in that place, there's not really. It's less easy to be bothered, almost at a place of peace within oneself.
But
Just
it allows for
situations,
creativity.
and it opens you for creative flowing.
Yes. And I don't know how to express the empathy values next in my life, but that's okay. I'm in a place of not knowing.
You're not sure how to maybe actualize the empathy experience in your life externally all the time, but there are next steps that you're gradually taking to discover how to do that.
To be at peace with not knowing,
Oh, and so you're working on being at peace with not knowing.
but and it's not a but, and not having to figure it all out, because usually I'm in my planning mode, and I respect and admire especially guys that are planning and taking action.
So there's being comfortable and at peace with what's present and not in this planning for the future, for this unknown and the fear that arises from that. But you respect people that take action and do plan as well.
Yes, I'm allowing myself, actually, there's only a few seconds. I'll talk about this later. Yes, I think a lot of this is allowing our true nature to come forth.
So a lot of this is about allowing our true nature, a lot of the empathy process and your experiences here is about allowing your true nature to come forth.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give it back to you, Jeanette. I like what you said about the word grace, which is a word I love. Two words I really love, grace and glory.
You really like the word grace and was it glory?
Glory. And the grace and glory coupled with faith and understanding them has been something I've written about quite extensively.
So you have a lot of passion for grace and glory, and you've even written about it.
And like, what's the distinction between faith and belief?
And what's the distinction you're asking between faith and belief?
And so anyways, to like get to the point, I suppose, is, have ye no faith, right? That's said. And I was trying to contemplate why, why faith would be important to have in something. And I can use the AA example, right? It's like you need a higher power in AA. That can even be a pencil. They tell you that.
So you're contemplating what faith really is, and you've said, well, it's a higher power. And even in AA, they could say it could be anything. It could be a pencil, but it's a belief in something.
Right. And so I would suggest that like having a faith in a supreme creator that loves you would probably have more like utility than having faith in a pencil. That's just me, but that's one lens to I've contemplated.
So you're willing to open to the possibility that there is a faith in a creator that you're loved by, rather than it be a pencil.
And the nature of the creator, English is not a good language to discuss the nature of the creator, frankly,
And,
in my opinion.
and English is not the greatest language to discuss anything of divine nature.
Not anything of divine nature,
Of creator.
But specifically in conversations I've had with different groups of people when I was doing my President of the Young Republican thing, God, the word God, can be so divisive, sadly.
The word God can just be like a match.
Are you talking about Yahweh? Are you talking about Elohim? Are you talking about Hashem or Allah? Are you talking about one of the many Hindu gods? It's just, it can just divide people.
So your awareness of this topic of God can be very produced a lot of division and just confusion.
And I think a lot of those questions is people want to have a why. Like, why did my wife who went to mass every day die of cancer right after my grandson was born?
And people
Right?
want to have an understanding of why terrible things happen.
Right? And I, for myself, I've tried to contemplate that deeply. You know, I could look at certain experiences I've had as a curse or a blessing and a gift. I have a choice. That's my choice. That's my free will. That's my agency, and I can turn like William talked about. I can you can do that one first.
Okay, so you can have an awareness that's deeply moving as awe or as a curse.
Or and if I view it as a curse, whoever gave that to me, whatever that problem was, I can accrue loathing and disdain, in a word I rarely use, hatred, and I can just cultivate it and just simmer in it, and it does nothing but kill me.
And if you contemplate the dark, evil thoughts as something real, it could destroy you.
So I think what's important about faith is recognizing like you have faith that everything will be good and things will work out, just not how you wanted them, but how they will best support everyone. And that's your job to figure that out, in my opinion.
So it's your job to figure out that sovereign nature of what this is all about. And if you are willing or allowing to have faith, it's your job to understand it or to deal with it.
No, it's
Not deal with it, but to be in this contemplative place.
patience, patient persistence undergirded in faith, I think was Paul, right? St. Paul said that. That is truth to me.
So patience and persistence is part of faith.
Faith. Patience and persistence undergirded by faith.
Patience and persistence undergirded by faith is your experience of what faith is.
Yes, I feel heard.
We've gone for 2.5 hours. I thought we'd go to 10-minute turns now. That
Wow.
okay? Yeah, so you got up to 10 minutes, Jeanette.
Okay. Edwin,
Listening.
um, I'm not trying to think right now. I'm just trying to be um, my reality is about trusting something I can't see.
So you're trying not to think right now, but rather just saying that your
I'm
reality
just
is
sharing.
you're just sharing that you trust what you can't see.
Yes. And I do feel that love is our true nature, and there are destructive forces in the world. It's not coming from love.
And our true nature is love, and the destructive forces don't come from love.
They come from a lot of different things, but it's my role to stay in a place of grace and not let destructive um, forces. It's like having boundaries against destructive forces so it doesn't interfere with my presence and peace.
Yeah, you need to protect yourself against the destructive forces that would affect your sense of peace. Maybe have boundaries or
And that's my personal role. Everyone else has their own role that might be completely different than what I'm doing.
Mhm. Yeah, that's how you sort of approach life, but other people might approach life completely differently.
And their role is for them to figure out.
Yeah, it's up to others to figure out how they're going to approach life. It's not up to you how they're going to do it.
However, I've experienced a lot of terror after I broke down in my early 30s and had to completely renew my reality um, of being affected by a lot of dark forces.
Mm. Yeah, you had sort of a breakdown in your 30s because you were being affected by all these dark forces and you had to sort of like, sounds like rebuild yourself.
It was a long journey of many, many different eras. And I'm so grateful for going through that.
Hmm. Yeah, you're grateful for that journey that you went through.
But I also feel our country is in crisis, but crisis can be opportunity.
Mhm. Yeah, you're seeing the country's going through this journey, this of crisis, and but you're also seeing the possibilities that possibilities can arise from crisis as they perhaps happened in your own life.
Yes. And for me to know what I can do and what I need to stay out of is really to have clarity in life
Mhm.
about uh, what's my responsibility, what isn't.
Mm. Yeah, it's important for you to know what you're responsible for and what you're not responsible for.
However, a great respect for especially men in my life. Uh, Lots of men that I've known, including my uh, past boyfriends and husbands and my dad, they're all going through things that demand some courage right now.
Mhm. So a lot of the people that you know, the men that you know, that they're going through things in their life that demands courage.
Yes. And I I can only listen, but I feel we're in a place of transition for sure. And to know one's role is really to have clarity
Mm,
about that. Even if you don't know, to at least pursue clarity.
yeah. So in this situation, these people are going through a lot, the country's going through a lot, that you need to kind of know what your role is and to have some sense of clarity within, what's happening with others and the bigger society.
And to have faith that my life is about faith. And
Hmm.
it's not a practice of any ism. It's an awareness. And I loved hearing from Cole of that grace.
Hmm. Yeah, it's really about having an awareness of grace.
Yes. And also from hearing from William that there are other dark thoughts that can interfere, and they're not coming from love, they're coming from criticism, judgment, whatever. It's not coming from love.
Hmm. Yeah, so the negative forces aren't coming like criticism and so forth aren't coming from love, they're coming from another source.
And I have a lot of respect for you, Edwin, and what you're doing in this movement and leading it. That I really feel respect that
Mm.
you I honor that.
Yeah, you're just honoring and respecting what I'm trying to do with this empathy movement.
And for me to be in spaces where I can be more of my uh, truer nature of creativity and joy and uh, worry is not a thing that is helpful to me.
Hmm.
It's a fear thought.
Yeah, it's this being in a space where you can sort of be yourself, be open, and not be in sort of fear and is you
Or
appreciate
worry mode.
or worry mode. Yeah,
Yes.
maybe with even within the context of the empathy circle where you can sort of be yourself and whatever arises and not have to worry about it. Or even if worry arises, be able to share that.
And there's something I understood. I don't take scripture literally, but it says uh, do not worry about anything, pray about everything. And that's where I want, that's where I live is, okay, I can't figure this out. Help. It's asking for help. And that has over 40 years of my life. Abs- I'm just very grateful about that happened to me. And whether people are close to me or not, it's something I can't control anything out of me, outside of me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just realize you can't control anything outside of you, how people think or feel about you or anything else. So
Or the
just,
country.
or the country, yeah, you can't control that. You can just
And
deal with.
only be in my own place of peace.
Mhm. Yeah, you're just explaining that you can just, how you are in life is just to be in your own place of peace, and you can't control everyone else or the country.
But I can listen to others.
Mhm. Yeah. But you're willing to listen to others, and you can do that, and you're willing to do that. Okay, feel heard. Then
Oh, we're supposed to go a little longer.
no, you
So,
can go as long as you want, up to
um,
10 minutes. If you had more, you had a couple minutes, a
um,
minute or two.
it's interesting that this topic of ours today, because it takes time to get to the heart of the matter, of what any matter is. And I've done all my grieving and crying and shouting and whatever, and had huge anger and then terror and all these feelings. So I've kind of gone through all that. But I realize a lot of people need safety and time to get to the core of whatever is up.
Yeah, you realize that it takes time to get to the deeper things that are up for people, and maybe that's sort of tying it in with the empathy circle here. We have a lot of time now for things to unfold, and that time is important. I think that was about the 10 minutes. I
Yes.
stopped the clock.
Thank you.
So William, can I speak to you?
I'm listening.
Okay, so kind of what was on my mind was, you're just talking about cults. So I had some sort of thoughts about cults that I wanted to share.
So you're responding to my commentary about cults.
Yeah, and one of those is there's a like a people acquiesce to a charismatic leader, in a cult. And I think that the empathy circle is sort of a counter to a cult because the leader can't dominate. It's usually a leader dominates and everybody sort of acquiesces to them. Whereas the empathy circle, you can sort of challenge everyone and they have to listen to you. So I think it's inherently sort of a not an anti, it's a non-cult, or it's actually yeah, transforms cults, because yeah.
So you're making 2 points that typically a cult has a leader, a charismatic leader, but that in the empathy circle process, it is inherently antithetical to the
Hmm.
formation of a cult.
Yeah, because everyone gets heard, and the leader, if there is a leader, has to listen to other people. They can't dominate because usually there's a leader idea and it's pushed down on others, and they have to sort of acquiesce. And there's all kinds of subtle manipulation ways of, shutting you down. But you can challenge anyone in the circle, and so I think it's sort of an antidote almost to a cult.
So should the leader idea surface, it's immediately subject to analysis. And
It's not
and
so much that it's a subject. It's like if somebody wanted to be a cult, I mean, a leader, a charismatic leader, which is fine, but they can't dominate because they have to reflect back what other people are saying. So. I think that that keeps it from being sort of authoritarian. In fact, yeah, it's the exact opposite of authoritarian.
So the AirSat's leader, quote unquote, is up against the same rule structure that everybody else is, that he cannot dominate it time-wise, for one thing. He
Yeah.
must listen to everyone else.
And they can't dominate in terms of saying something and people can't respond. You know, you're in an environment and you know you can't respond, but here you can respond and you will be heard. You know, you keep going until you're heard to yours. In fact, in fact, you know, when I was young and traveling, I was kind of like I'd go to all in the 60s, the 70s, there was all these gurus and stuff. I was like, I'd be out there challenging them to the point where they want to kick me out, of the situation. So,
I see you celebrating your contrariness.
yeah, yeah, I just remember that. So that was it. Kind of tickles me. Yeah. So in fact, that's what I kind of like about the empathy circle. It's hard to, for the and and gurus, they're kind of sucking people's attention and awareness. Whereas in the empathy circle, it's sort of spread throughout everyone.
Hmm.
You can't just listen to the guru who gets to just pontificate, but they feed off of your energy, right? They're using your attention and awareness to pontificate and be in their world where it's harder to do that, like in an empathy circle. Yeah.
It's difficult to promulgate a trance state if you're interrupted every 4 minutes.
So that was one part. The other is cults, tend to they create an in group, right? So of an us versus them, and a lot of groups. Like I remember, like it was the Moonies or all these other groups. I'd kind of come across in all the travels, but they try to get you to renounce your family, right? Or they try to cut you off from others, from everyone else. Whereas the empathy circle is about let's get everyone in the world into the circle, So it's like it's about the opposite of cutting people off.
So in the typical cult structure, the object is to isolate the person from any other community and to create just this one community, and that they're at risk of excommunication if they
Hmm.
misbehave.
Right. Yeah. And we're trying to do the opposite. We're trying to include, like I want to bring in all the different political folks. There's nobody I wouldn't talk to in an empathy circle. It's like God, there's nobody I can think that I would say, no, you can't. I won't talk to you. It's like if they're coming into the empathy circle, I think they're coming into an empathic world and empathic space, which is the world I want to live in.
So we're the opposite. Our movement to not only are we creating community, but we welcome other communities.
Hmm.
There are no closed doors.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's how we learn and expand. It's how I learn and expand, right? It's is by bringing in, and I think I got that from all the years of travel, around the world and all kinds of different cultures that I just see you can kind of connect, with people anywhere.
So it's basically, do you want an open mind or a closed mind?
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
your extensive traveling in different cultures was really eye-opening to you.
Yeah. So, and the other thing that was coming up was just thinking about the mental health. I really see that too, that I mean, I hadn't thought of it so much, but with the mental health, the empathy marathon might have a real effect for that. So I'm really curious about this. Like I think you're talking about it. Like you can have like an hour, 2 hour empathy circle, but the marathon, what does that have for sort of a mental health? And then going and how it takes time for things to unfold, like Jeanette's talking about. Yeah, I think that's another thing. Like, you go to a therapist, it's like 50 minutes or something, and that's not a lot of time.
So you're looking at this marathon process we're exploring you're thinking, maybe there is some validity here in terms of being a venue for helping with mental illness, and thinking about what Jeanette said, that things take time, and so the fact that this is much longer than your typical 50 minutes is a real game changer.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that for until now. So, um, yeah, what else? I think that's it for right now. I'm gonna rush down to take a bio break and I'll be right back. So
I'm
I feel
going to
heard.
go close the door, so be back in a moment.
I'm going to warm coffee also.
Okay, I will do something similar.
This is fascinating, Edwin.
Yeah, I'm really seeing what the possibilities are. Gonna make some notes. Yep, okay.
So I'm on, and Jeanette, will you listen? So, talking about faith and belief.
You're continuing with the idea of faith and belief.
So, um, first of all, the idea of going to 10 minutes is shocking and fascinating.
And you're amazed at the idea of 10 minutes.
Right. So, I had a really bizarre childhood. My grandmother incested me from infancy. And at one point, I made a deal with my body to separate, to go our separate ways.
So you had to dissociate your body in childhood from a very abusive grandmother.
Right. So, so I basically gave her my body, and I took me and my brain and went off elsewhere.
So you had to separate your brain and your body and go somewhere else and kind of give yourself over.
And I entered a period of, I'm talking about very young, entered a period of sort of autistic behavior where I became fascinated by experiences that were repeatable,
And you were fascinated very young by repeatable experiences.
things that I could do like for instance, dropping a ball and watching them fall and hit the ground. And I could do it again. I could pick up the ball and drop it and it would fall and hit the ground. And I could pick it up again and drop it and it would
So you're
fall.
fascinated by watching observable, repeatable, especially movement with a ball.
This said, I can control this. I
And
have
you had control over your movements and you had the power to make it happen.
I got a tricycle for my fourth birthday, I think. And the main thing I did first was to turn it upside down and begin to spin the wheel.
And when you got a tricycle for your birthday, you immediately were spinning the wheel of it by turning it upside down.
Which was very distressing to my father.
And it wasn't well taken.
It's like, that's not what you do with a tricycle.
So there was this, already correction and judgment of what's right, what's wrong.
Anyway, the upshot of all of that is that I became a hardcore materialist.
So you became, okay, I'm in this material world. That's it.
I am a meat puppet. I'm a machine. There's a control center, and the body. I can order the body around. It's distant from me, but I can see you will go over there now, and
So
it would
you
go over
took
there.
control over your body
Mhm.
and said, I can master my body. I can take control here and tell my body what to do.
And I perceived it as being a machine.
And you said, okay, I'm a machine. I'm going to just live in this power dynamic of control.
Meanwhile, I'm having fundamentalist Christianity crammed down my throat by my dear grandmother.
And you also had this fundamental belief system forced on you.
Right. It was like if you want to be in the family, then you will go, church every Sunday, dressing up in the suit and being taught in Sunday school that there's a place called hell, which is where you're going to go most likely. But you might get lucky if you believe in Jesus, then you might have a chance. And it was a lurid, these little booklets, with these lurid pictures of lakes of fire, and this is, age 4 and 5. And fuck, I don't want that.
So you were brought to this church and told these beliefs about, if you don't do this, you're going to have some consequences if you don't believe this.
So again, it was the abuse, but done by the church. And I became a contrarian and they began to really loathe me because I was a real problem. They were talking about how God made everything in 7 days. And I said, well, what is a day? And I said, well, a day is, from sunrise to sunset. And I said, well, maybe the earth was spinning a lot more slowly then.
So you objected to beliefs and questioned things, and they didn't like that. So they saw you as a rebel.
But this church was was a big community. And the big threat was excommunication.
And
If you,
and
if you misspeak, if you do a number of these totally forbidden things, then you're out. You're separated from everyone.
so if you didn't behave the way they liked, you could be ostracized and rejected from the whole community.
And I bought into that fear. Consequently, I made it all the way through catechism and confirmation. So at age 14, to an external perspective, I was a true believer.
So you went all the way through teenage years conforming out of fear because you didn't know anything else.
And one day I was reading the Los Angeles Times, and an article said the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod voted to support capital punishment.
And there was an article about a Lutheran church supporting capital punishment.
That was the denomination that I was, the Missouri Synod of the Lutheran Church. And my mind went, okay, well, let's see. Thou shalt not kill. Okay, I got that one. The Lutheran Church Missouri Synod supports capital punishment. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Thou shalt not kill. Okay, I got that one. Lutheran, and I went around and around, and my brain exploded.
There is another dissonance where you question killing and the church promoting that, and it blew a fuse in terms of this doesn't compute.
And that was at age 14, and that's when I left the church, and I became a hardcore atheist,
And
openly hostile towards anything religious.
So you went to the other said extreme of there is nothing I want to do with anything of this, and you became an atheist. You just
Not just an
completely went
atheist,
the other way.
not just an atheist, but an active warrior of atheism.
And you completely went into this active atheist. There is no God. There is nothing like, and to destroy anything that is like that.
One thing that I did once was that I regret to this day is I destroyed someone's faith. It was I saw where he was. I saw all around him and through him, and I just took his belief into little tiny toothpicks and blew them away. And to this day, I regret doing that.
So you were so adamant about that that you destroyed someone's belief system by challenging, and you have regret about that at this point.
A lot of regret.
A lot of regret.
And this materialism persisted until I met Rodley in 2014. And she posed the question because I said, I just came at her with this total materialist perspective. And she said, what about the numinous? And it stopped me in my tracks.
So you persisted along until you met Radley, who questioned something about numinous.
Was the big cosmic question, where did all this stuff come from? In other words, she said, what about the big picture? You're not looking at the big picture.
She encouraged you to question the bigger picture of what's really reality and this numinous idea.
Yeah. Well, yes. And I'm out of time. I'm amazed that I used up 10 minutes. So this has to be because I wanted to talk about faith and belief. So I'll have to next time, if I remember, I'll talk about faith and belief. Thanks. I feel heard.
You have more to say about faith and belief, but you're amazed that it went so fast. Yeah. Thank you. Cole. I did not grow up with any faith whatsoever. I just reacted to other people's insanity. Okay. And I was always asking, well, I'll stop there.
You didn't grow up with any faith, but you were always reacting to others' insanity.
And I would ask in my family, whose reality is this?
And you pose the question to your family members, like, whose reality are we referring to?
And I was always questioning that, a sense of consciousness.
And so you were always questioning that sense of consciousness.
And to me, empathy has to do with compassion.
And for you, empathy has to do with compassion.
And my family had zero compassion. It was very fear-driven.
So your family had very little compassion. It was very much fear-driven.
Or it had enmeshment, meaning they needed something from others to feel okay.
Yeah, so they had a sense of enmeshment wherein they needed something from another to feel okay. Up, Jeanette will probably be back on it.
Yeah, some connection dropped.
You need some elevator noise, like some Muzak, Edwin, for these little gaps, you know.
Or we just switch at that point. You can just select someone to speak to and
I'm kidding.
Um, that's the downside of Zoom, or one of the downsides of Zoom is awfully convenient. I mean, it enables things that otherwise would not be possible, and yet I really abhor it. It pales in comparison to being in the flesh.
Yeah, this is the longest I've spent on Zoom in the last 3 years.
um,
I'm glad to do it. I'm glad to do it for this for sure. But
And I'm enjoying this.
Jeanette,
There she's back.
okay, I'm here.
Where were we?
I think you're speaking, Jeanette.
Yes, I'm sorry. My other pad, I don't know what happened, but that's an example of something going wrong and having trust that there'll be a way back.
And your pad losing power, whatever happened, is another example of something happening and then not reacting and just being like, all right, I'll figure it out.
Yeah. So I was a seeker for a long time, but I began to see beauty in nature and plants. And I was always asking, wow, this was not man made. How did this all get here?
So you were a seeker of beauty and you found that expressed beautifully in plants.
Nature, just things that the stars, the sky, the moon, things of natural beauty. I was very touched by it.
Yeah, so just the natural beauty, like the stars or being outside, and the plants, the flora, fauna.
And I think I shared in last Sunday's meeting that it took all these stages of Buddhism and 12-step work and many different events in my life and studying different things to arrive at a place of just trusting a greater a force of nature that made me.
So you explored many different avenues, um, and inevitably it came down to like love or appreciation or the of the creator that made you.
Yes, it allowed me to live in a state of grace that I sense I didn't make up. I didn't create that.
So through all of your seeking, you finally arrived at a place of grace that you know you did not create yourself,
And it's similar to trust.
which has overlaps with trust.
But I first had to believe that was possible.
And the first step, though, was belief that something like that could happen.
I had to be willing to believe that that existed.
It required a willingness to believe that something like that existed.
And through faith, little by little, I am very grateful.
And little by little, through faith, you're very grateful that that happened, that understanding happened.
Yes. And if people, well, put it this way, what I don't know now is, and I think the empathy circle helps allow that connection of trust and openness to be more present with people experiencing it.
So, in participating in empathy circle, that openness and trust, the experience provides that.
Yes. And as I mentioned before, the not knowing next what to do is okay. I've always pressured myself to know exactly what to do next. And this is the first time in my life that I don't know exactly. And I'm learning to be okay with that, not knowing.
So you're learning to be okay with the not knowing, and that's been a gradual process that's evolved over time.
Yes. And I'm going to be leaving for a trip to China April 12th. And I find that culture very fascinating. And that allows me to explore more about cultural differences. Um,
You have a trip that's coming up in April to go to China, a culture you find really fascinating, and so you're looking forward to exploring that unique experience, which is another country and another people.
but I'm also I'm very aware of this this fork in the road here about our country, uh, and how communication is so key.
You recognize the fork in the road that our nation's at and how important dialogue is.
And to have sane leadership. I don't care what side, but sane leadership.
And how important it is to have people who are making decisions at a large scale and places of power, that they are sane, reasonable people.
And who determines what sanity is in leadership?
You're posing the question of who determines sanity in leadership.
Um, but again, is that within my control to ponder about? No. Uh, I'm not in government. Not a social worker. I can just invite and take risks on a social level around with people around me and realize not everyone's willing to talk like this.
Yeah, and you recognize that there's inherent limitations given your life and where you're at in your profession and all of that. And so you're just doing the steps that you can do, realizing that you can't do everything.
I'm amazed, though, that I took communication classes in college and had huge textbooks and papers written on this subject, and none of them dealt with communication the way this process works.
You studied communications in college and read massive textbooks, and this system or experience is very different from all of those pages and markedly better. It sounded like originally.
Well, they try to address communication and analyze a lot of it, but this process of hearing each other really was not as vital as it is in this practice.
So there was a missing chapter on hearing others and listening.
Yes, the hearing of it. I mean, and the practicing of it.
Yeah, the hearing and the listening, and then actually how do you go about practicing these things?
But one thing that struck me was that a lot of scientists prove that we all can perceive incorrectly reality.
Yeah, so scientists have proved that you can perceive reality incorrectly.
Yes. So the question is, how do you know? How do I know, or anybody else for that matter, how do I live in love and encourage it rather than all the misperceptions out there?
How do you live in love and hedge against all the misperceptions out there,
And a lot of them are fear based.
and a lot of which are fear based?
So, this is interesting right now is how our country and our social groups and mental health and education can shift to a more benevolent society.
Right. So you recognize the juncture with mental health and education and the shifts that we can make towards a more loving society,
And more empathic.
a more empathic society.
Thank you. Feel very heard.
William,
I'm listening.
yeah, and one of the reasons why I like empathy circles is William, who I've known for a while, he shares some stuff that people don't share very often, some pretty tough stuff. And I honor him, like it brings me to tears. I honor that he's a role model in that regard to the way in which I show up to these. And I think that's the type of way I want to be in the world, or at least interacting with people. Because when you share something real like that,
So what I hear you saying is that you're honoring vulnerability in the context of what we're doing here. That it's heart opening.
yeah, well, when someone does something like that, they kind of set the example of what's possible, and take that first step across the invisible fence.
So that by the process of sharing something deeply personal that takes courage to express, you create a pathway for others.
Absolutely. And, my deep fascination and interest and um, I guess it's probably more than that with like religion and faith and spiritual traditions. I didn't really go out of my way to develop that as an interest.
So you're reflecting on your fascination with spirituality, and you hear you saying that it's not something that you actively sought out.
No, and had I had my choice, maybe 25 years ago, if you asked me prior to like a very critical juncture, and like, hey, you could go this way and go through this, but get this, or like go this way and everything stays the way it is, and it will, you know that road. I would have probably said, well, gosh, I never want to go down the road to the left. That sounds like um, Gehenna.
A new Gehenna is a new word that I would just educated on this morning, which I think, if I remember correctly, is Hades. So you reached a decision point in your life a number of years ago, and you saw you had a choice, and you made a choice, probably the more difficult road.
Well, no, it was just like a random, to make it simple, was I just happened to miss getting onto a boat. A boat was supposed to take off. I was supposed to be on it on the Danube, and I'm never late ever in my entire life. Never late. And that one time I was.
So an external reality was what made your decision for you. You missed a boat, and that had a huge impact on your life.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like, I missed the boat, but like this is true. You know, this is a real story. This isn't some like joke. It's like all real. And so in missing that boat, my life was like pretty much, I could cry about it, forever altered.
So in a way, there's an irony here in that, and it's kind of punny, as pardon the expression, that you literally missed the boat, and there is gratitude around the fact that you missed the boat.
So once I finally got to the place where the boat was supposed to be, which involved hitchhiking essentially like 500 miles amongst other crazy adventures with really no money or phone, um, I went to sleep and I had a dream.
So you tried to catch up with the boat, and you hitchhiked over a distance of some 500 miles. You had no money, you had no phone, and you went to sleep and you had a dream, a very, very impactful dream.
in which like this numinous light, bright white light, said, "Wow, you really wanted to get there, and you did it in a day with nothing. Imagine what you could do if you really wanted to do something."
So this dream was hugely impactful. It was basically the numinous reaching out to you and saying, look what is possible.
Right. And there were two things it said, like commands.
So there were two commands.
Be a role model for children and be yourself.
So be a role model for children and be honest to yourself, be true to yourself.
No, no, none of that. I wish I had that. Be yourself, nothing else.
Be just purely be yourself.
Yes. And as a 21-year-old person who didn't necessarily have any role models outside of like the older guys in the fraternity and movies like Goodfellas and Casino and American Psycho and Tarantino films or whatever, you don't really have any like goal posts to anchor who you are, who you want to be.
So at age 21, you were bereft of any healthy role model for what it means to be a mature human.
I mean, but sure, I was president of my fraternity. I was, whatever, excellent grades at Cornell, all that stuff. Um, but in my journey to get to the location, hitchhiking, I had one of the most brilliant encounters of my entire life. Shaped my entire worldview.
So it's not that you weren't mature, you were actually capable of achieving worldly things. But on this journey, you had an enormously powerful interaction
Yeah,
with.
so I snuck onto a train and then got kicked off somewhere in Germany, trying to find the boat along the Danube, and it wasn't there. And I met a Roma, a Spanish Roma fellow, haphazardly.
So you were in Germany on a train trying to catch up with this bloody boat on the Danube, and you missed it again, and you got kicked off the train, and you met a gypsy.
Yeah, and I know pretty good amount about Roma culture and all that, just because as a student of languages. And he just said, "Can I have a cigarette?" And all I had was like one pack of Marlboro Reds. That was all my possessions.
So you were able to communicate with him because you've been studying languages. And curiously, this fellow hit you up for the only asset that you had.
Yeah, so we smoked a cig, and then he said, talked. Hey, I had nothing. I had nowhere to go. I was pretty much like, I was at my end. And he said, "Can I tell you about my day?" And he proceeded to.
So there you are sharing one of your cigarettes, and he asked you if he might tell you about his day.
And he said that's my family over there, and I lost my job carrying concrete, and I don't have any money, and I have no food really, and today we're gonna sleep in the street again.
So his story, he pointed out to his family to you and said that he'd lost his job carrying concrete and that they all had no money and they were essentially street sleeping. They were homeless and
Yeah.
that night they were going to sleep in the street again.
He said, "Can you take my number and get me work?" I said, "I don't have a phone, but I'll write your."
So he asked for your help and you were unable to help.
No, I said, "I'll write your number down."
So
Sure.
you
Yeah,
did.
I'll take your number when I get a phone. Maybe. He said, "Okay." He said, "Can I have all your cigarettes?"
So
I
you
said,
gave him everything you had.
"Yeah, that's sure." His life is worse than mine.
You found someone who's in more trouble than you. Not trouble, but
Yeah,
who's
yeah, yeah. And so, anyways, he goes, "Wow, are you serious? That's all you have?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Come with me." So he takes me into the subway and he points out this little old man playing on a harpsichord with a huge hat, like a furry hat. And he says, "Do you know who that is?"
so when he found out that you had nothing as well, he took you to meet a harpsichord player with a furry hat.
And he said, "Tell me what's wrong in your life and I'll fix it for you."
This is the man with the harpsichord. Said,
No,
"Tell me."
I didn't talk to the harpsichord guy. This was the person who was pointing him out.
So the gypsy said, "Tell me." Repeat that, Cole. So,
The fellow, I was talking to, the guy who brought me to the subway, he said, "Do you know who that is?" I said, "No." He said, "Tell me what's wrong with your life and I'll fix it."
so he asked you if you knew who the harpsichord player was. You didn't, and he said, "Tell me what's wrong with your life, and I'll fix it."
And I just mentioned one thing, and he looked me honestly in the eyes and he said, "Don't worry about it. Give me his name and I'll kill him. For free, because you did me the favor." And I went, "Wow, the people you meet." Just, it was just like this series of events that happened so just like haphazardly and spontaneously. I was only trying to be kind. And now here's someone who was loyal to like murder for me. I went, whoa.
So you told him something about your life, and he said, "You've just dialed in for murder. You tell me, just point to him and his history."
And so
And you
That's the
just,
time. I
I
just
know,
want to keep
I'm,
us.
I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
just, and all I said to him was, "No, thank you, but that's a kind offer." And I left.
you gracefully declined his offer.
That's it. Thank you. I feel heard.
Thank you, Cole. Edwin,
Listening.
so revisiting faith and belief. So, um, there I am, the hardcore scientist with the meat puppet body. Uh, my friend, who is now a true bodhisattva, I came late to the LSD party, and he was insisting on that I should try LSD.
Do you want to go back to the point where you were sort of a meat puppet, which is your mind controlling your body, and your friend wanted to get you to try LSD?
And so I did, and it was weird and aimless. We went to a grocery store at 2 in the morning. The music was playing, and the absurdity of it was monumental. I mean, we was hysterical. We were laughing at the absurdity of the whole thing.
So it sounds like you took some LSD and then you went to a store late at night or in the morning, and music was playing, and you're just seeing the absurdity of the environment and
And
laughing, just kind of
so that
hysterical.
led me to an interest in these experiences, and I managed to get a hold of 30 hits of some really powerful orange barrel acid.
And so the LSD experience, so you got kind of interested in that, so you got quite a few hits of it.
Right, and fast forward to 1971, and I had my degree from UCLA, and I met some amazing people. My friend Carl was a postdoc at UCLA studying the um, the neuromuscular motor system of the ocular system of a cat. That was his thesis, was on how do cats move their eyeballs. And he and my bodhisattva friend, who turned me on to acid, and his friend went on a vision quest. We had our dogs. I'm how old am I? 71. I'm like 23. Um, we went up into a carbon canyon in the Santa Monica Mountains, way up high in the canyon, underneath a burned out bridge that had been made with oil drums and rebar. That was all that was left of the bridge, with these vertical columns of these. So we set up our tents, and we took acid, and all night long looking up at the stars, and they were swirling. They were like each star had a spiral around it. And Carl, he did his thing. He said, okay, he's talking to us all. He said, let the tail of the spiral fall into your eye and let the spiral unwind. And anyway, just mind-blowing experience after mind-blowing experience. The oak tree hanging above me, I could see the outline of the. I'm sorry, I'm going way. You don't have to respond to this. I just want to
I'll
tell
give
this.
you the essence of it that
Yeah,
yeah, so with a couple other people that you met, one is a scientist studying the eyes of the cats, and the four of you went into the hills there, and camped out next to a bridge, and you just took the acid, and you were just having these experiences of seeing the stars, and the stars were swirling, and just kind of exploring your experience.
this is the story of the end of my materialism that I'm relating.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah, so it's like this is like where your materialism ended and a new phase started.
so this oak tree was hanging over my head, and I could see the outline of the branches, and my mind made the outlines black, so there was like a black outline with something, and the middle part turned violet. And I'm just watching this, and then the outline vanished, and it was just violet with no structure, which then melted into the ground. This is just an example of what my mind was doing.
Hmm. Yeah, you're just exploring what your mind was doing. Even you're seeing stars that were sort of twirling and having experiences with that, and then looking at a willow tree and the leaves and the branches and how there'd be outlines and just different, things, colors. Was it violet? Yeah, they'd be
Yeah,
like a violet
yeah, yeah.
color. They would melt, and so and it was like. So the rational or mind-oriented structures were kind of melting away, sounds like.
Witness was still watching all this, fine, sober, if you will, while all this other stuff is going. Anyway, at that point, Carl, the postdoc, said, "You want to take some more acid?" And it was near dawn, so I said, sure. So we each had another, I think it was really powerful acid. And then we hiked up a trail.
Yeah, so you had quite a intense night, and then you took actually some more acid, and it's very potent acid, and then you're hiking up this trail.
And it was up high on the ridge in this canyon. And it looked out over the canyon to the next mountain rise, or, the other side of the canyon. And just as I looked across, it was right at dawn, and the sun just peeked up over the edge of the hill, and it just happened to be shining through a spray of yellow blossoms hanging down, and it annihilated me. It absolutely annihilated me. I fell to the ground, staggered. It was like the burning bush. It was the ground became sacred. I was afraid to hurt anything. I didn't know how to walk without hurting anything. I didn't want to hurt the rocks. I didn't want to and every it was and then I had a union with everything was me, and I was everything, and it was all perfect, and it was like being profoundly deeply purified to a point of utter innocence.
Mm,
And um, this is a genuine mystical experience.
mm,
That was the end of my materialism.
mm.
That
So
shattered something really basic in me. It was a life-changing moment.
yeah, so you had you there was still the you that was watching, what was happening. But then you're looking out over a canyon, and the sun was coming up, and it shone through these colors or flowers or color, and it was such an intense experience of maybe beauty or oneness that, and it sounds like you melted into it, and you just had this great sense of care for everything. You didn't want to hurt the rocks. You didn't want to hurt anything. And it was like, that was like this pivotal moment where the disconnection sort of melted away and you sort of became deeply connected to, yeah, life, beauty, whatever. Yeah.
It was a Garden of Eden
Mm.
experience. And one of the four of us was our caretaker. He took no acid the whole time. And he came looking for us. And when he got within probably 100 feet of us, he started hallucinating right along with
Mm.
us,
Yeah,
which
so had this caretaker who was just kind of sort of keeping an eye on you, and he came looking for you, and just even getting within 100 yards, he started hallucinating, sort of from maybe your energy, your
right. And that so that seemed miraculous to me. It seemed like how can it's just shattering my materialism, right? Everything that I was hanging on to was annihilated, and I was left with just this experience of the numinous.
Hmm. So all the disconnection, rationality, science just kind of melted away, and you're just connected with luminous, this
Numinous.
numinous.
Well, this I still haven't gotten to faith and belief, but I will next time.
Yes,
Yeah,
there's
I
more.
really feel I really feel heard. Thank you.
You feel heard. Yeah, so there's more. Jeanette, can I speak to you?
Yes.
Um, yeah, so everyone's kind of sharing kind of a little bit of their life's journey. So maybe I'll share some of mine and just um, yeah. So I grew up in Sacramento, in a Christian evangelical um, family. So, it was a kind of conservative, environment where I grew up.
You grew up in a kind of an evangelical environment, conservative in Sacramento,
Hmm.
and they had strong beliefs about some of their views.
Right. And the thing is I would read adventure books, Jack London and sort of in the air in the late 60s, early 70s was sort of the seeker sort of mindset. People were out on the road traveling, and so I got caught up with that and took off. Graduated from high school in 3 years instead of four, so just took some extra classes and got out because I just found school kind of boring and wanted to learn by doing. And so just got out and then just started traveling.
So you wanted to learn a lot and kind of bored in school and started reading books, uh,
Adventure books, yeah.
adventure books. John London, I think, I don't
Jack
know,
London.
Jack London. And you finished high school in less years than than most people, and you got out, and you always had this curiosity, and so you started traveling.
And I would say I felt like I was a seeker, sort of a seeker. Being a seeker was in the air. Those the Siddhartha, story, what have you. So I took off and I was going to learn by kind of doing, putting myself in different situations. So just traveled through the West Coast, did different jobs. I was in a gold mine and in fruit picking. Then went to New Zealand through the South Pacific, worked all kinds of jobs there, hospital orderly, kitchen hand, fruit picker. Went to Australia, worked as a surveyor's assistant, and just kind of was just traveled the world for years, just kind of traveling, working my way around the world.
So you had these experiences in countries from Australia to New Zealand, uh, that you did whatever you could, whether it was working in hospitals or picking fruit, and you just had a few years to really wander the world and just be open to, well, what is going on here? what
Yeah.
what what is, different cultures, different experiences. You were a seeker,
Meaning of life, so it was, and
and you were touched by Siddhartha's book.
mhm. Yeah, it was, who was this? I can't remember the guy's name right now who wrote
Hermann
that.
Hesse.
Hermann Hesse, right. So, I don't think I read the book, but it was kind of in the air, kind of that energy. People would talk, the hippies, they went back to the land or they went traveling, to India. So, I, so anyway, I probably spent, I don't know. I did finally, after 6 years, I did go to university. Yeah. And then, but I went to like six different universities in America, Germany, and Indonesia. So kind of even that was part of my sort of travels and seeking.
So you went, even though you had this seeker uh, mind and heart, you did go to various, actually six different universities, and even in different countries, um, because you were searching for something that was really viable.
Right. So the meaning of life again. And, came back, thought, well, I got to make a living, got to make, and kind of got into technology, computers, and worked in Silicon Valley, but still had that, so that seeker sort of, meaning of life, kind of questing mindset, and said, "Oh, I'll make some documentaries about human values." So I started making some documentaries on trust and on inspiration, and yeah.
So even though you worked in Silicon Valley with tech fields with zeros and ones, you had this curiosity about human value, and you started making films or documentaries about uh, different aspects of trust and different topics about, uh, you know what what's a deeper meaning
hmm
of life.
Yeah, and looking for what really resonated with me, and yeah, and then at the time I became what I would see from conservative to more progressive. And I said, well, and then conservatives were talking about conservative values. And I said, well, what are progressive values? So I started interviewing people about progressive values. And the topic of empathy came up. And I just saw that when people talked about empathy and care, they'd become very, there'd be a lot of tears, and it had a lot of meaning. It had a lot of meaning for people. I thought, oh, this is a really interesting topic. So I started exploring that, and that was maybe 16 years ago. And I thought, well, this is really, what the world needs is this empathy. The more I learned about it, this empathy between, people, and a culture of empathy. So that was kind of how that came about.
So even though you traveled to all these different cultures, when you went from tech to exploring in film, the values of conservatism and progressive values, you saw that when people opened up, they had tears, and this was really touching a field of like what really matters,
Mhm.
and you were moved by that, and you started to explore the field of empathy more.
Yeah, and in the process, having moved from conservative to progressive, now I'm kind of moved to the empathic. So that space, William, where it's like just get the sides, talking with each other in an empathic space. So that's where I've moved. That's been sort of my part of my journey in terms of the seeking. I kind of feel like that's, what I found was the importance of empathy and connection. And so that's kind of, yeah, where
So
I've landed.
I'm hearing the integration of your seeking and also witnessing this move from conservatism to progressive values had an impact to profoundly pursue this connection with people. That is what really matters.
Hmm.
Uh, Not the belief systems so much, but the actual openness of connection.
Right. And that sort of as a seeker, that was sort of my finding, it's like, okay, I went out and seek the hero's journey, if you the Campbell, right? And you're going out and then you're kind of bringing something back. So I'm sort of like, this is what I kind of discovered.
So I'm hearing that community and connection is the core cultural aspect of what makes our reality, and whether it's personal or political.
Yeah, it was what kind of had meaning for me. That's kind of where I found meaning. So here we are in this empathy circle, which is, I guess, in a sense, it's almost like the temple. It's the temple of the empathy circle. We're we're here, kind of getting to know each other and explore. And yeah, so that's kind of where I've landed. And that's kind of where the growth, the connection, it's a bit of the cornucopia of constructive, positive, yeah, qualities arises.
And you're amazed that through your journeys that this is where you've arrived and landed, because this is the heart of the matter of how to create more community, and it expands out beyond just the here and now, but you're looking at our cultural aspects right now in what's going on in the world.
Yeah, and I'll just add, it's my evangelical, but I'm kind of evangelical about it, about
Yeah,
the empathy. Maybe.
yes, you've moved from belief systems into practical living it out in a way that uh, allows the message to 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 be a reality.
Yeah, I feel fully heard. Thanks.
Okay. Um, Back to you, Edwin.
Okay, listening.
Um, I so resonate with people's journeys of seeking, uh, and I felt that all I wanted was to love and be loved and to create creative. It's like a plant that blooms. So everyone has I and others have a potential to be whatever we're created to be.
Yeah, we all have a potential to be what we were created to be, all in metaphorically to bloom.
Yeah, to live our potential out. Um, I also wonder what keeps people from living that out.
Yeah, you're just curious about what keeps people from living out their potential and blooming
But
out.
I realize, well, that's not within my control, and it's my job to just deal with me for now.
Mhm. Yeah, it's not in your control to kind of support people in blooming or finding their potential. You got to just deal with yourself, with what you're capable of.
But I am very passionate about living in a culture that exemplifies this state of being.
And while you can't, you feel like you have to kind of just take care of yourself, and you can't, kind of control other people. You would like to be in a culture that supports this way of being.
Absolutely. Um, I got married and was very restless and had to travel and left. And then I ran into someone who grew up very fundamentally kind of in the Christian church.
So you got married and just had to get and wanted to travel, and then you met someone who had been was in a fundamentalist church.
Yes, his background and family was like that, but he wasn't.
Mm.
And I told him I was married, and I got involved with him out of my own uh, attraction. And I was very confused. And he said, "Don't you have faith?" And I said, "No, I don't."
Mm. So you got involved with him. You told him you were married, and then he said, "Well, don't you have faith?" I think faith in the relationship, or
He said, "Faith in general."
oh, in general.
And I said, "No, I don't." And I
Mm-hmm.
still allowed myself to go through that divorce and marriage to someone. And there was a lot of conflict.
Yeah, you just went with a new relationship. You got a divorce, married, but it was a lot of conflict that happened.
And when he got involved with someone else and I had a young child, I my whole identity of being a wife, a mother, the family, it just all shattered. And I went into this total fear response because I went into fear.
So when he started another relationship and you had a child and you just went into everything sounds like everything fell apart and you went into a real fear state.
And I eventually ended up, I had a long history of working jobs, and I even worked in a mental health facility. And I realized the patients were doing better than I was. And I was just terrorized into like not knowing what to do. And I had a lot of terror.
Yeah, you're even working in a mental institution, realize that you were worse off than they were, and you just had a lot of terror.
And I was starting to question reality. And the one place that I called to ask about what they do there, I was so afraid of winding up in one. They said if I wasn't there by midnight with my toothbrush and pajamas, they were going to get me.
And one of the facilities you called, they said that if you weren't there by that evening, they were going to come and get you.
So I realized in that state of terror, I had tried everything from therapy to belief systems to churches, and nothing was working. And I decided to admit myself, and they wouldn't take my insurance.
So you had tried a lot of different things, therapy, etc., and then you wanted to admit yourself, but they wouldn't take your insurance.
And that was my last ditch effort at remaining on the planet. And so I grabbed the guy's shirt, which was what was done to me a lot growing up, and said, I was very aggressive. And he said, "Just a minute," made a phone call, and then I was admitted.
So you were desperate, and you kind of grabbed him, and he did make a phone call and admitted you, even though you didn't have insurance.
Yes, he called I did have insurance, but they were just blocking it,
Mm,
thinking I was just not serious.
mm,
uh,
mhm.
but it was my last ditch effort. I knew I would not be alive after that. But that was the best thing that ever happened to me because I started to feel like the windows were shattering and I could feel safer.
So it was like the best thing that could have happened to you because you started feeling safe. You had a place to be and feel safe because everything was falling apart all around
Everything in
you.
my life, my mind fell apart. The house was going. I couldn't mother. I kept getting fired from one job after another. I had no means of support. But more important was my mental state. I was just in absolute terror, and I had no way of coping because I had no faith.
Mhm. Yeah, so just all the financial things were collapsing around you, but it was even worse than that. It's just you just had no faith and just your whole mental state was collapsing.
But one thing that I see was that aggression that I had that came from growing up in aggression was a cover up for a lot of terror.
And one of the things you learned was that all that aggression that you grew up with is just a cover for something else, for some kind of fear or terror.
So many years through many different churches and Buddhist practice, meditation and yoga and 12 steps, many, many different things, and faith in a divine order. I could see that love and guidance from a deeper place really was the core essence of my terror. I did not have a connection to that divine order, and I had to learn to do that.
Hmm. Yeah, you had to learn to have a connection and maybe faith in a divine order and as a counter to the terror and fear.
And I was led through each thing like stages of progression. Um, and then watching my father at 92 go through his thing, and he's going to be 101. And now there's something going on at the end of his life that I'm witnessing.
So your father's 101, you're seeing his progression and there's something happening in his life now.
Yes. Um, he got over his meltdown from 92, and I found a place, independent living place for him. And he's been doing really well ever since. But now that he's approaching his end, uh, to have my role is to have more compassion for his fear of the ending.
Mm. So now that, well, you're trying to have more compassion for his fear of the end of his life.
Yeah. Thank you. Feel very heard. Thank you.
All right, I'll speak to Cole. Um, yeah, somehow the topic of fear comes up. So I'm not quite sure what to say about fear. I'm thinking of maybe fear within the empathy circle, how that relates.
So you're just the topic of fear has been coming up. So you're thinking about how it relates to the empathy circle.
Yeah, there's something about having a space to express my fear, my concerns, my worries in the empathy circle, that it kind of helps ameliorate fear
So
and all kinds of different stresses.
so being able to express the fears in the empathy circle environment can reduce the levels of fear.
Yeah, and there's one of the fears is like with public speaking. I used to have like a fear of public speaking, and there's this fear that I want to be able to speak authentically about what's sort of arising in me, and then kind of looking kind of at myself and say, and nothing's arising. It's just like a blank, nothing's coming up. And there's sort of a kind of a fear of that, of nothing sort of rising into my awareness and consciousness.
So when you're thinking about public speaking and the fears associated with that, there's that fear that comes up of like, what will I say if I'm just there and nothing comes for me to say?
Yeah, and I've been trying to get better at just saying whatever is there. Like, oh, I'm here and there's nothing arising in me. I'm feeling fear that there's that just instead of naming whatever the state is that I'm at in and kind of trying to be open
Yeah, and
and trying to learn that, you know.
so you're learning how to, I guess, name and label and classify what is happening if there's not necessarily some words that are coming about to describe this.
Yeah. And there's always something, there's always something arising, and just like it might not be coherent to people, but it's coherent in a sense that it is just kind of the state, like, oh, I'm feeling some anxiety, I'm feeling some numbness in my head, or I'm feeling, I'm feeling like I'm looking into a void, or what have you, that there's always something there to kind of speak to.
Yeah, and so you find there's always some sort of verbiage you can apply to the moment given what's, yeah, given the time.
Hmm. Yeah, and
There's,
then
you believe
except
there's
I.
some descriptive features
Hmm.
you can
Yeah.
put
And I
on.
can feel like, oh, I kind of want to close off, right? But even the closing off, I can say, oh, I'm sensing myself wanting to close off and kind of constrict.
So even if it means there's like this, yeah, contraction quality, you can name and sort that contraction quality.
Hmm. Yeah. And then whatever what I've noticed is that whenever I name something, it does change. It does the feeling, the qualities change, and something different kind of comes into my consciousness.
So in naming that which arises,
Mm.
it's no longer static. It mutates into something that can also be describable.
Hmm. Yeah, and to have a space to speak into, just not to be by myself, but be able to share it with others it's a positive feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, and it feels good to just not be speaking to yourself, but to be speaking with other people and
Yeah,
being
back
heard by other people.
yeah, when I was doing the empathy center there in Santa Barbara, it was a lot of stress, and I had an empathy buddy, Kathy, who for half an hour I would just get to speak, right? They didn't have to reflect back. She would just offer half an hour. And it was always very, very helpful. Just I could just feel the stress level go down, having that empathy buddy there.
So when you had the empathy center, it was stressful. And so it was really nice to have, was it Elizabeth?
Kathy.
Yeah, you had Kathy who would give you a 30-minute empathy session where she would just listen for 30 minutes and it helped you de stress and
Hmm.
you found that beneficial.
Yeah. So yeah, so where do I go from there? Yeah, let me just sit with it, where the energy is. I loved William's story. I could just feel the transformative quality of looking through those leaves. I wasn't quite sure that the sun and how it just kind of radiates, through your whole awareness. So I really enjoyed hearing that story.
Yeah, you really enjoyed listening to William describe the sun and the innocence, and you could, it was palpable for you in your experience, his storytelling. And that was enjoyable.
And I'm also noticing how we shifted from 5 minutes to 10 minutes, and everybody filled the 10 minutes. How easy it was, to sort of fill the 10 minutes. So I'm just kind of curious. So yeah.
And you
Um,
and you
mhm.
noticed the time enlargement and how easily everyone was able to occupy it.
And also I'm noticing more of a sort of a grounding in the group now, sort of feeling sort of the group energy. more than I was before. Yeah, the different kind of your presences, I'm feeling that your presences.
And so you've noticed the change in the group dynamic and the way in which you perceive our presence or our collective presence.
Yeah, it's interesting. I see myself, so I'm looking at myself and I see myself too, is my presence. It's kind of a strange, right? There's four of us here, and it's just not me looking at the three of you, but I'm looking at myself in the in in the uh in the group. So it's kind of I'm sort of observing myself.
Yeah, you're noticing the interesting experience of seeing yourself with a group of people while talking to people while seeing yourself, while being reflected to yourself.
And then also kind of speaking, telling a story, something that might be meaningful and it's not really seeing it register in everyone. But then when people start speaking, I see that it did register, that there was an impact on it. So it's interesting that not seeing the direct impact of, facial movements, but then after people start speaking, I see, oh, what I did say had some resonance, and hearing that resonance, that's an interesting experience too, because I tend to kind of want to see more reaction in people, when they're speaking. And sometimes it's hard for me to speak if I don't see reaction in others. I say, oh, they're not really interested. But then hearing the reactions that people are taking in and hearing me, that's interesting too.
So yeah, you find it interesting this like time lag,
Hmm.
then the like reaction, the like internal reaction mechanism desire of yourself to see other people responding to you when you're saying something. And so you've noticed that time lag and how that impacts this discourse or dialogue or exchange.
Yeah, it was the environment I grew up in, while I was carrying parents, and they're now 96 and 97 years old. They weren't like great listeners. My mother, you couldn't get a word in edgewise. I mean, she talks and talks, and she'd go on and and then I wouldn't really say anything. Then she'd say, "Well, say something. You haven't said anything." I'd say a few words, and then it was like, "Oh, that reminded her of something," and she would go, she would go on forever. And my partner Joan is a big talker too, and my mother would talk Joan into the ground, So she, it wasn't a kind of a model of listening. Yeah.
Right, and so your family system was interesting in that your mother would kind of talk and talk and talk and not really allow you to speak. And then when you did, and then she would ask you if you had anything to say, and then not really allow you to say it. And there was kind of this, I suppose, irony there, which was
Hmm.
interesting. And so this container's unique
Yeah.
that you get to speak for a period of time and be heard. And
Yeah,
yeah,
without the competition, and yeah.
without the competition of different actors.
Yeah, I feel heard. Thanks.
I'm going to give it back to you, Edwin. So after I got to Europe and excuse me, got to Amsterdam after my long journey and slept and had my dream, I woke up. It's like be yourself, and I really wanted to be a writer. You know, I was studying economics in college to be like an investment banker or work at Bain Capital or but after I had that dream and realized life was short, I was like, no, I want to do like creativity, like fashion design or music or writing.
So after that dream and being in Amsterdam, instead of being you were studying economics, but instead of being like an investment banker or something, that you wanted to do something more creative in the design world.
Yeah, and then I also, in having that experience with the Roma fellow, and I use the word Roma. I really try to not use the gypsy's fine word in certain contexts, just for me personally. Um, yeah, that person impacted it make me cry. I love that man, even though I met him so short.
Yeah, I just really moved by that meeting with him. Even it was like a just a very short meeting. It was just very meaningful, and you love that man.
And I only love him because it was like how loyal he was to me over something that was really so insignificant. I felt like, you know who I felt like? I felt like Prince Mishkin in The Idiot, in Dostoevsky's The Idiot. I felt like the guy that was just doing the right thing and being nice, and next thing you know, you have like a hitman who would kill for you, and you're like, what? I was just trying to like get to Amsterdam. Like, I didn't want to have any of that.
Yeah, so it kind of reminds you of the a story where the prince gets a hitman, and you're just like an average person. Here's this person willing to kill for you.
Right. And so, anyways, when I was in Europe, I also had the recognition too that like when I was in college, I threw parties. I was the social chair of my fraternity for like a year, and then more than that, and that ended up with like me just being like the person that ran them and organized them. And I was given just like large amounts of cash, and I could do what I want with it and make money, and so I was like, for a young man, like pretty cash rich. And I recognized how I spent a lot of money on like really stupid, um, meaningless stuff. Like actually, like fundamentally meaningless stuff.
So you kind of the events coordinator, and you were managing a lot of money, and you just really realized how much money you were just spending on frivolous, meaningless stuff.
Yeah, and not like buying Gucci wallets or stuff like that, but just like consumables and consumables for others. And I really recognized it was really the experiences that I liked, and not so much like the libertinism.
So you became aware it wasn't the kind of a libertine sort of a lifestyle, and it's just spending a lot of money. It was sort of the experience that was important.
But you know, that was I didn't choose that either. You know, I went to Santa Barbara High School. I went to Crane School prior, which is a very nice grade school, public high school. Got into Cornell because my grandfather showed up to this country with no shoes and no education, first of nine from Naples, and it was like a duty and honor to like do the best I humanly could in like honor of my grandfather. That's why I wanted to go to Cornell, actually Princeton, but I didn't get in because that was the best. So I was like, I'll go there. That's where Einstein went and John Nash, and I ended up at Cornell.
Yeah, so you were really trying, you were striving because your grandfather arrived with nothing, and it was like sort of like your duty, or just what you had to do since he kind of struggled and
Yeah,
achieved.
yeah, and so you know, I joined a fraternity that was kind of like it was built by Standard Oil. Teague was a partner of Rockefeller, right? So we had like probably the craziest house on campus as far as money, and it was like a skull and bones experience at Cornell. And I didn't know that when I originally joined, but that kind of turned out to be the case. And I realized because my parents were divorced, I didn't have a relationship with my brother. I had friends in high school, but no like older people, no members of the church, no role models outside of like MTV, really. These were like brothers to me. And so I was like, so what's cool? How do you be cool? What's like the thing to do? I kind of learned that in Alpha Delta Phi.
So you joined this fraternity, which was funded by kind of wealthy Standard Oil people, and you didn't have real role models, so your fraternity sort of became your role model, and you wanted to be cool within that community.
Right. And so there were these guys that like took me under their wing who I love, you know, Anthony Joseph Drexel Biddle the fourth. He died. Sucks. Um, Charles Patrick Tilly Denahan, another guy, dead. Paulo Andrew DeFreitas Rust, my big brother, dead. It was like the guys that I looked up to the most and tried to model who I wanted to be all end up dying in the 27 club. Like almost all of, I think one was 27, one was 29, and then one was 30. All of my like hero archetypes.
Mhm. So the hero archetypes that you had in the fraternity, they ended up dying, which you just feel a lot of grief about. They were very meaningful people in your life.
And it wasn't even just grief. It was just like, Tony was a freak bicycle accident. And mind you, he's the Drexel Biddle family. That's like Drexel University. Biddle was the chief prosecutor at Nuremberg. I mean, not that that matters. I liked the guy. I didn't know that when I met him. But it was like I looked up to him, and then he dies, and it's like, oh my gosh, Tony Biddle died? Oh my, if Tony Biddle can die, I can definitely die. And then Denahan dies of a fentanyl overdose, and it's in the New York Post and all this nonsense because of his family. I'm like, oh my gosh, the craziest guy, the most party guy, he dies. You know, oh my gosh. And then when my big brother died in a plane crash, because he's a pilot, crazy pilot, South American, Brazilian, farming, Paraguay guy, I really start going like, where is my North Star?
So you had these people that you looked up to were sort of a North Star for you, and they started dying, and then they were from well-to-do families, and if they're vulnerable to death, what about you? And then you're kind of looking at where's my North Star now? Who do you sort of model yourself on, and who's your guide in life?
Yeah, and so the whole time, like when I had that dream when I woke up, I was like, I'm going to write this book called The Agony and the MDMA, and it's going to be about my life. And so I started working on it, and I started like really taking it seriously, like low key, right? And my creative endeavors were like really cool, and it didn't get me in any trouble. But it definitely like wanting to be Dr. Gonzo, and being able to financially be Dr. Gonzo. Um, you can like get away from maybe like yourself when you like live in this like kind of like alter ego thing you're creating as a side project to model into a writing project. Like it can become overwhelming.
Mm. So you wanted to write about your experience, and you called it something MDA, and
The agony and the
oh, the
MDMA.
agony
It's based on the
and the
agony and the ecstasy, which is
oh,
on
right, the ecstasy
Michelangelo.
and the
So
MDA.
it's a little bit, there's some maybe some
Hmm.
ego there, but even so, I was 21.
So you're creating an alternate personality to.
Yeah, and I sort of had this thing where I would go into character to go experience things, and then come out of character to just like acid test it. And there was a lot of Tycal, FICAL experiences, Schuligan experiences, and it was kind of all to create like real world examples for my like writing and my musical stuff. Um, but yeah, it can push that. I think one can only withstand so much before one kind of like really kind of breaks down, right? And
Okay.
that's when you start asking the questions of like, who am I actually?
Oh, so you created these alternate identities, and then you would sort of live them out, and then that kind of creates a sense of a question that can start breaking down in a question of who am I really?
Yes. And I think these circles can bring out for you maybe what is your true self in a really healthy, cool way. And by the
Mm.
way, all that stuff was, I don't know, 10 years ago, that journey, but still, I feel hurt. Oh,
Yeah. So
you can
so
reflect.
the so to find out who you are, you're saying that I'm hearing that the empathy circle can help you with that discovery of who you are.
I feel hurt.
Okay. And speak to Jeanette. Um, wow, these are really amazing, amazing stuff. I'm really enjoying this circle and what I'm hearing from everyone.
You're enjoying hearing from everyone more in depth sharing.
Yeah, it's kind of like, wow, this could be really interesting doing the Occupy empathy. 24/7 empathy circles, with 200 people kind of in circles, kind of exploring like we're exploring.
Yeah, you're envisioning all these circles, and when there's more time, people can go in a deeper place when there's more time.
Yeah. So it's sort of in my mind the planning, kind of the next phase, this of where to go next with sort of the empathy movement. And um so I can see the potential. Yeah, I can see I'm sort of experiencing the potential of it. Yeah. It's not just seeing it, I'm sort of experiencing the potential.
Experiencing the potential of where it could go. And you're also using your planning and your experiencing.
Yeah. So it would be, I had thought people would go for a couple hours and then they would go join another circle. So it'd be like you go for a couple hours. And so there's this intermixing of like an encampment. I'm imagining a couple hundred people camped out at the state capitol and we're having these empathy circles. So,
So you're envisioning a lot of different circles, sort of like a place setting at Washington or wherever, and people can just move from circle to circle depending on the vibe or
hmm.
topic or whatever is showing up.
Yeah. So I feel heard. I'll stop there.
Um, William,
Listening.
okay, I'm going to try to move my camera a little bit because it's a little weird here. I'm on my small phone. A lot depends. Well, first of all, um, empathy to me is purely connection. And it bypasses the egoic operating system of rejection and shame, which I think is the human condition.
So I see you working to define empathy.
Yeah, it's compassion.
Empathy to you is connection, which bypasses egoic processes.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a human alive that has not experienced rejection
And you're convinced that none of us have managed to escape the experience of being rejected.
from somewhere. And school, church, parents, spouses, whatever. Um, and there's usually some shame around that.
So the experience of rejection is universal for everyone. And you believe that shame is linked to the experience of rejection.
Yeah, that this other voice, you're not good enough, or and also not to be vulnerable. So my voice, it's not true, says you don't need anyone. And that is I'm working on being more vulnerable because vulnerability is a gift to me.
So your inner critic is saying, maybe I'll just like shine everybody on. Maybe that's the best
Well,
policy.
not shine off, but more like I don't need anybody, which is not human.
Right. Okay. So the inner critic is saying, I don't need anybody. That's what but
Yeah,
that's not really true. That there's a
because it's really about my fear of rejection from my upbringing, that if I become more vulnerable, then whatever happened to me is a repeat. But it's a defense system.
So you're witnessing, you're aware of the fact that this is your internal fears manifesting themselves.
And I also understand the aggression in armies and in countries to uphold this sense of power.
So you understand the need for aggression as a defense.
Absolutely. And that's what bothers me about war.
And so you see war as as an outgrowth of this tendency towards aggression.
Yeah, I got involved in protesting the Vietnam War. And my dad said, just leave her there in jail in Washington. And that was the last part I got involved in anything to do with world affairs.
So hope I'm hearing correctly that you were protesting the Vietnam War, and apparently you got arrested and put in jail. And your father's position on that was good for you. Enjoy.
No,
Help.
leave her there.
Yeah, leave her in jail.
But my boyfriend's dad got me out.
Your boyfriend's dad rescued you, but this marked your end of involvement in worldly affairs.
So all these topics we're talking about, whether it's finding mentors or identities or what can we do to bridge the gap or the division, or what's really real in terms of faith, and is there a loving order here? They're all about quality of life and how we can live in a more peaceful world.
That was a lot there. I'll try. That the spiritual seeking that seems to be a basic component of everybody's experience um, is doing. And I lost the last part.
Yeah, I know I'm going off into a lot of ideas, and that's not really my point. It's just that it's the human condition, all this stuff of power, control, jealousy, envy. It's all fear driven in my world. I mean, I'm just stating something that when we use force and power in a way to destroy, it's all it's just the human condition, unfortunately. When we use power to destroy it, it defeats, it's just not, it doesn't resolve anything.
So I hear some sadness about basically the human condition, that we're stuck in this terrible place.
But that's not the end of the story, because through faith, there is a way out of this. And everyone has this journey. And that's why we all have these, that's why I have these experiences, and everyone else, if I really have the time to listen deeply, we all have that.
So there's a way out of this utter cynicism, and that is a faith in something bigger than us, and
willingness to see another way.
And you believe that everybody has the essence of this.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. We all go through it in some way. And I'm probably the oldest person here. And I see this now with people getting older. And I find this, I've lost a lot of friends lately through illness.
See you claiming to be the oldest. I'm not so sure about that, but anyway. But you're seeing the mortality that's in your face right now.
Yeah, I was not thinking about this issue of how we end well in my 50s or 60s at all. It wasn't. I was more pursuing truth and place in the world rather than the end of life. understanding, we all go through the ending of life.
So earlier in your life, you weren't really attending to your end game, and now this is more becoming more important.
Because I worked in hospice for a year, and the principles of attention to other people and allowing them to express all the A's and affection for them, appreciation and acknowledging, and it's too bad, empathy, you don't have to repeat any of this. Empathy is all about how we live as if we're going to die.
So that was so. I want
and
to.
you know, I'm going
I
off.
want to. I want. I want to. Working in hospice, you saw um, how inexpressibly dear this quality of empathy is. That the essential grace of everyone.
Yes, you hit it. That's the issue. And it's too bad that that we have to wait until we die. It's like, can we die before this? And to this conditioning.
So
Uh,
there's a great deal of value in being able to die before you die.
yes. Uh, and I don't have, I have 10 seconds. It just takes time for people it takes time for me, it takes time for others to get to, well, what really matters here?
So it requires patience in the passage of time to really be able to filter out what is dross and what is the real deal.
Thank you. I feel really heard. Thank you, William.
I just break up the video so it'll be 2 hour sections. So
Ah,
I stop and start it.
we've done 4 hours, you guys.
Four and a half,
And speak to
almost.
Jeanette about faith and belief. I, to this day, adamantly refuse to believe in anything. To me, go ahead.
To this day, you refuse to believe in anything. Absolutely.
To me, to believe is to surrender responsibility for myself.
For you to believe is to surrender responsibility for yourself.
Somebody says 2 + 2 is 5, and they're like really an important person. And I go, well, okay, I believe that 2 + 2 is 5.
So an important person can say 2 + 2 is 5, and you'll say, okay, I'll surrender to that, and tell them that 2 + 2 is 5.
And I'll spread the word. Hey, have you heard 2 + 2 is 5?
And you'll
So
spread
and
that,
so said it, and I believe it.
and you'll spread it, and you'll believe it.
And um, I mean, I believe there's a huge amount of human suffering built around belief, in my opinion.
That there's a lot of suffering, human suffering, around this idea of belief.
The true believer. I
The truth.
believe in Armageddon. Armageddon. If we just, if Israel nukes Iran, maybe Jesus will come back.
So this idea of true believer in your world just does not resonate, especially when there's all this threat of something, and maybe something will happen.
Just that people buy into shit without verifying it for themselves.
People can be very manipulated without checking things out.
Yes. So faith is something different. I'm not sure how to approach faith, but let me try. So this is a very rich thing we're doing here. This is great. Um, I really appreciate Edwin talking about felt sense. Early on, Edwin was talking about the feeling of the dark water from his body. The Vedana, Buddhists call that Vedana, or the felt sense. Um,
So this is a very different topic, and you're reflecting on Edwin's mentioning this dark water and also felt sense. That belief and felt sense have to that they should make cohesive sense.
Yeah, I'm sorry I misled us. They
Oh,
are totally separate subjects, but they're related at a very, so I'm kind of jumped around. So, and I probably will do that again. I'm going to run out of time again. But this is really key for me. The idea, okay, jumping again, the idea of dying before you die is really, really important to me, having done this.
so the dying before you die is really important, key, having done this before in your life.
I I remember as a youth, I used to try to get as close as I could to dying, rock climbing or fast driving or just getting right up against death, just to feel what it felt like to be that close.
So when you were in your youth, you were a risk taker in very close encounters with possible and death.
Right. And um, recently, I'd taken the most powerful psychedelic. It's called 5-MeO DMT, or Toad. It's the street name.
So recently you took a 5-MeO something or other psychedelic, and it was very powerful.
It basically you breathe in the smoke, and in 17 seconds you die.
So you breathe in the smoke, and 17 seconds later you're a goner.
The experience is one of the dissolution, total dissolution of any possible control over what your mind is doing. It's basically deeply terrifying.
So it removes control from your mind.
Right. And um, it happens so quickly, which is merciful because it's terrifying, but it leaves you in a place that is beyond words. It is um, a place of total love, of total. Um, it's like an experience of the essence of reality.
So it happens very quickly, and it suspends and the egoic mind's operating system, allowing you to experience this love that is mystifying and it's enveloping.
It's pure awareness.
Pure awareness.
There's no body being aware. There just is awareness.
You're just in a state of awareness. There is no you.
So this is an experience that I've had. So this does not require belief anymore. I
And
don't
it
believe
does
that.
not require belief at all. It's actually, you're in it.
And so I'm not in that place right now, but I have faith that it exists.
You have an opening, a window that it does exist. You're not in it at presently, but you have an awareness of it.
And a faith that it exists.
And a faith that it exists.
And the thing that's really rewarding for me right now, I'm basically have a strong scientific bent, is that cutting edge physics, cutting edge physics is going in the same direction.
So you have a scientific mind, and physics is exploring and is on the cutting edge of studying and going in this direction.
Basically, if you ask, not who am I, but if you ask, what am I made out of? That's a surprising direction to think, to.
So if you ask yourself, not who am I, but what am I made of, that in the physics, but in the physics component, that's what you're intrigued by.
As it turns out, there aren't really atoms, there aren't really electrons. All there really is are matter fields. Everything is energy, literally.
So everything is energy, and it's not about molecules, it's about matter. And
It's not even about matter. There is no matter. No matter.
it's no matter, it's frequency of a vibration, not about all these components.
This is shockingly radical, what physicists are saying now. Utterly, transparently, radically revolutionary.
So all the R's that it's revealing how radical and revolutionary this field is of physics, that it's allowing another field of reality to be acknowledged or to be brought into awareness.
Yeah, these are very difficult things to talk about, and I do feel heard, Jeanette. But thank you.
Yeah, these are
Thank you.
are difficult scientific physics that have to do with what are we made of and what's really real.
Thank you. I feel heard.
Cole. I love the topic of, it's back to my question of who's reality or what is reality. All I know is that love, I do feel love most of the time. And if I'm not, it's because I'm thinking I'm not aligned in my thinking.
So you love and also love the notion of discussing these notions of reality, and you're not necessarily feeling love all the time, but still you love.
I find faith is like being willing to receive it.
So faith is feeling love as well as being able to receive it?
Yes, being willing and able to receive. It's like an antenna.
So there's like this, yeah.
It being willing to receive it.
Marconian coming through the airwaves to the receptor, and you have to be willing to have your receptor receive.
Yes, or perceive or receive.
So you have to be willing to perceive and receive. So
And
it's like trinodal.
yes, and whether it's physics and molecules or belief systems, it's a willingness to have a channel open to be guided.
Regardless of the nature, physically or experientially, protons, electrons, bioneurochemicals,
Or belief systems.
belief frameworks, ideologies. It's an openness within oneself that creates the receptivity to grant one the channel?
Yes, it's a willingness to, when I heard I don't want to, this thing about surrender, I had to surrender my defense system because I was so not in that mindset to trust anything.
So part of your story was surrendering the defense system because you weren't willing to accept the story?
No, I wasn't willing. I didn't know how to receive something different than being in control.
You didn't know how to receive something different than being in control.
Yeah. And I think it's different for men and women also on this topic.
And you think there's differentiations regarding men and women?
So faith to me isn't a belief system. It's more a willingness to do something, to operate in a different way, to turn around and go in a different way.
Yeah, so faith lends you the ability to be more dynamic,
to move in a different way.
Okay, yeah, to move in a different way.
Yeah. And receive insight or whatever is needed, whatever the need is. It's something that to me happens without me controlling it.
So what's happening is not something that you're controlling.
And that's where I see grace. But it might be totally different for anyone here or anywhere else.
And that's where you see grace, but you recognize the relativistic nature of your experience with respect to that of others.
Yeah. And it's the opposite of being stuck or being afraid.
Yeah, which is counterposed to being stuck or surrendering to fear.
And sometimes I work with young kids too, in preschools and other places. And I watch kids under 3 and they look up and they have this look. They haven't learned to fear yet. They're just kind of in this meditative, like awareness zone, and they're smiling a lot. And it's too bad that education just beats all that out of them.
Yeah, you notice this like being presence and contentment that comes with the innocence of a child.
Even when they're pre-verbal.
Even pre-verbal children demonstrate this.
Yeah, they're not thinking all these thoughts of concepts. They're just open. But then something happens to everyone eventually.
Yeah, they have yet to be programmed into thinking patterns.
Yep. So I think that's it for this moment. I'm appreciating this conversation because it is all about empathy and compassion and connection.
And it's really this dialogue we're having and these exchanges, it's about appreciating our shared connection through avenues of openness and understanding and what the empathy circle and movement provides.
And community.
Along with community.
All the C's.
All the C's.
Caring.
Caring.
Thank you. Feel heard. Thank you, Cole.
William.
I'm listening.
So I loved what you were talking about with quantum physics and the sentience to the quark, right? And I sent you something I wrote once, and it was a story about a fellow who was called The Life of Larry. And the basic narrative was, it was a true story where I was driving back. Another one of these like widow's mite stories of mine that weren't intentional.
So you're appreciating that we're dipping into discussing quantum mechanics a little bit, and that perhaps a quark is sentient, and that you
Right.
and that you are that you have written about this sort of in this area, and then you sent something to me, and um, and trying to recall what that
The
was.
widow's mite. So
The
it's the story of Christ.
widow's mite.
The widow's mite. It's the story of Jesus, and they're at the temple, and the Pharisees are throwing in a bunch of money, and the widow gives her last penny, and he goes, "She has more faith than all of you. She will enter the kingdom of God." And
So it
I
was
think,
a parable by Jesus talking about the filthy lucre and how a widow gets the last penny, and that's working for her, I guess. And he says she's the foremost among all of you.
yeah, and the least shall be first, and the first shall come last. However, what's interesting about that widow's mite, that is the only reference in the Buddhist scriptures to something Christ has said. That exact story is told in either the Dhammapada or one of the sutras, which is one of the closest links I've discovered to saying Christ actually traveled to India.
So I'm hearing you say is that there's actually a link between um, Jesus and the Dhammapada.
Absolutely, because Christ was 2000, 2000 years ago. Buddha was like 650 BC. Anyways, I finished the election, and I was at the election party here in Goleta, the Republican one, and I wore my I bought like like this tattered Gucci trench coat for like $5 from the thrift store, and I wore my crazy hat, and I showed up because I just so didn't care. I was so disenchanted at this point, and I wasn't even gonna watch it, but they wanted me to come to the watch party, so I went.
So this is, yeah, the night of the election, I presume. And at this point, you were so disenchanted with the whole process. Your cynicism was at an all-time high, and you thought, "I'm going to fuck with these people." So you bought a $5 trench coat and you put on your crazy hat, and basically you felt compelled to be there because they wanted you to be there.
Yeah, and so I get there, and I always show up early. I'm like an hour and a half early. Place isn't even open. So I'm talking to the guy who's taking the trash out. How's your day going? And he's like, "Oh, the owner's coming." I didn't even know if I was at the right place. I'd never been there.
So you got there way early. It wasn't even open yet, and you were talking to a few of the people, and then the owner of the building came by.
Yeah, and so then I come in. I'm like, "Hey, can I help set up?" He's like, "Who are you?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm just here to help out." He's like, "Okay," because I was dressed so ostentatiously. It's just it must have been odd.
So you kind of blindsided this guy with your appearance, but you broke through. You said, I'm here to help," and he accepted your help.
So next thing you know, cable news shows up, and not John Palmentary, but the woman he sent. And I'm like, "Hey, how's it going? Can I get you a pizza?" I don't drink, so I was like, "Hey, can I get you a pizza? Like, I'm gonna have a Coca-Cola, or maybe like a, Roy Rogers. Can I get you something strong? This is gonna be a rough night." And so I was, being funny and chit chatty with this lovely Asian woman.
So yeah, cable news showed up, and a woman reporter, um, you offered her your conviviality and offered her a piece, some food and drink.
And like in all honesty, I figured they'd be reporting on both, right? The Republican one, and I just wanted to be a good host. I was like, just at least I can be friendly. You can bring in your whatever bias, but at least you can be like, well, the guy greeted me at the door and got me a martini, and made sure my seat was good, and so I was doing that.
So I hear that you were trying to put on a good face. That you were basically welcoming to the potential opposition.
Well, and I was going to be branded a mega psychopath anyways, so whatever, let's just roll with that. And next thing you know, they're like, hey, can you be the one we interview for us live coming into, are you ready to go live?
So so you were feeling sounds like you were I don't know if you were feeling defensive, but something along those lines of being the lightning rod for and suddenly you're the camera is on you.
Yeah, and no, and I'm the only person who's speaking. I'm opening the like we're here with so and so at the, and so what I did was I saw there was a "Don't Tread on Me" flag and the Uncle John song, Uncle John's band. It says "Don't tread on me. Our walls are built of." So they're like, "Hey, who are we here with?" And I used my middle name, Peter. I'm like, "Hey, it's Peter." And they're like, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "What am I supposed to be doing here?" And they're like, "How was the event?" I'm like, "Do you guys like the band? Have you heard of the band before?" And I started waving the flag. I was like, "Da da 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 da."
So you basically tootled the masses. You turned on your strange as much as you could.
And they're like, "So what do you think about the election?" I said, "I think it's going to happen."
So you were playing with them.
And they're like, "So who are you rooting for?" I said, "No matter who wins, it's going to be good. I'm sure of that. It's going to be real good."
You were channeling Joseph, Country Joe McDonald.
And you know, really, who it was Neil Cassidy. I haven't gotten to meet him at least in this life, but man, I read all of his stuff and watched every video, and I think he was he was plagued with problems. You know, he had a lot of stuff. But I remember, I love Jerry Garcia. I've watched every interview with him I could find, and he said something about Neil Cassidy I thought was real cool, which was he's like, I'd be chatting with Cassidy, and we'd be at a function and hate, early hate, and here, come up and he'd start blah, 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 for like 20 minutes, and then he'd like drop it before the punchline, but hold up, I'll be right back. He's like, and then like 5 years later, I'd run into him after seeing him 10 other times. He's like, oh, it reminds me, and he dropped the punchline to the joke he was like did a 20-minute build up to 5 years later, and Jerry Garcia said it was absolutely incredible. Just being in his presence was like, yeah, he said it was like beyond reality.
So I hear you celebrating the ferocious genius of Neil Cassidy.
And so, anyhow, uh, they said, "Do you have anything else to say?" I said, "I think everyone else can talk here. I'm not sure. I'm probably getting out of here anyways." And walked off. And then afterwards, they came up to me, and they're like, "What was that flag? That's not like a Nazi flag or something, is it?" And I was like, "Do you think the Marines are Nazis?" And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "All right, well, you can check the footage." And I left. I was like, "That's stupid. I'm not going to talk to you. It's a dumb question."
So you create a great deal of confusion with these people, and they were reeling in confusion, and you made your graceful exit.
So then I got a call from a guy who was, wow, I forget his name, but he was in The Great Pretender. Whoever sang that band, he called me. He's like, "Yo, my man." He's like 80 years old. He's like, "You on TV? I'm with Stella. I'm with Stella. I saw you, man, with your outfit. That's fly, man." And I was like, "Oh, what's up? How are you?" And so we chatted, which was really nice. And he's like, "Oh, my man's working his way up." And this guy's from Detroit. He came up with like Diana Ross and Michael Jackson. He was like Motown, had a thing in Vegas while Elvis was there. So it was cool, it was this like nice confirmation from an elder in the community who I have a lot of love for.
So you got some appreciation from people that you admire.
There's some,
It felt really good.
because I so didn't care. And I think that's a concern, right? Is that like, and it wasn't nihilism, it was like hyper calculated in a way. I was like, oh, I'm going to go full prankster on this. Like, I'd rehearsed this, I'd prayed before going there. I was praying the whole campaign every night, like weeping in my car.
Wow, that was hard to reflect, but it sounds like that you had very, very complex feelings about what was going on, and that I hear a little bit of concern about what your motivations might have been, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, just to conclude, it was not something. I don't think someone that like was enlisted and had to go to World War I was super excited about being in the trenches. I don't think that person had a lot of joy about mustard gas and nonsense. And I wasn't that person, but I can empathize with that kind of quality. And it did make me cry, and it made me feel shattered and hopeless.
So it's sort of like you were funneled into this situation of cognitive dissonance just
Yeah,
by reality.
yeah. I mean, that's aptly summed. Cognitive dissonance. Yes, I feel heard.
Hmm. Edwin,
Listening?
thinking more about this process and as a venue for um, helping people with mental illness.
Yeah, thinking more in terms of that topic we were talking about with empathy circles and mental illness.
Right. And it occurs to me that facilitating this process is way more complex than facilitating the restorative circle.
You see, this is more complex than the restorative circle process.
If you
Facilitating it is more complex.
Because I can see that if somebody's in seriously confused, that could get really strange. And
Hmm.
go ahead.
Yeah, you just see that if somebody's sort of confused, that being in the circle could get really strange for them.
You could have somebody that's having an episode of severe um, schizophrenia.
Mhm.
What do you do? What do you
Someone,
do?
oh, sorry, go ahead.
What do you do when you have somebody in the circle who is just seriously out to lunch? How do you handle?
And yeah, you're seeing that this could trigger someone who's sort of not very balanced if they have like schizophrenia or something. And what do you do if they're becoming unbalanced?
And what do you do if somebody's threatening suicide
Yeah, and also threatening suicide.
or X, Y, and Z things that we haven't even.
Mhm.
So I'm hugely interested in this and really want to make it fly, but I think we need to approach it with caution.
Yeah, so you're wanting to approach the empathy circle with caution, and if people are sort of have issues, and you can just imagine a lot of things that could go wrong, and you're kind of wanting to be prepared for those things.
Like, uh,
Suicide being somebody saying, want to commit suicide. What do I do?
yeah. So I see the power of this, and it's a power not to be trifled with.
Yeah, this is powerful, and you can't just play with it,
Right?
trifle with it. You have to respect it, maybe, or
So I think some work needs to be done if we're going to offer this.
yeah, if we want to offer this, we need to do some kind of work, sort of preparation work or some kind of work for those difficult situations.
Um, Ideally, a therapist would be the facilitator, I think.
And ideally, a therapist, someone who has that training, would be the facilitator.
But then we're back into the problem of the cost.
Hmm.
So it
Yeah.
would have to be pro bono on the part of the therapist.
Yeah, you're thinking someone who has some training should be leading it, but then you have issues with that too because there's a possible cost, and then how do you deal with maybe they do it pro bono.
And anyway, not to be I'm sounding negative, but I'm just really wanting it to work.
Hmm. Yeah, you think maybe it sounds negative, but really you're just wanting it to work and kind of be prepared for difficult, challenging things that might arise.
Right? Um, and for, that brings me back to the very first training that I went to, where I where it went way off the rails for me.
Mhm. Yeah, you're just thinking about the first training where for you it went off the rails, and
And it never got back on the rails.
mhm.
I
Yeah.
left feeling somewhat damaged by the
Mhm.
experience.
Yeah, you felt damaged by the experience, and you felt like it went off the rails and never got back on the rails.
And um, uh, yeah, that's all I wanted to say
Hmm.
about that for right now.
Okay.
And I wanted to change the subject around appreciation for everyone here right now. That
Hmm.
um, Jeanette, Jeanette is so cool. She looks like a little old lady. Watch out, man. Watch out. She's a monster. She is intense. Um, Cole is a dear friend now. We're we're each other's muse. We're uh, we're bandying poetry about with abandon, and that's hugely enjoyable. And Edwin, you have brought something into my life that I didn't have before. I'm deeply grateful.
You have appreciation for everyone here. For me, you're grateful for something I brought into your life, the circle. For Cole, it's the a muse and a friendship, and for Jeanette, it's just seeing her fierceness and that she has. And so it's sort of an appreciation for everyone being here.
I feel very heard. Thanks.
Okay, and speak to Jeanette. Um, let's see, which I would say the first is sort of building on what you were talking about about faith and being open to be guided. The way I sort of interpreted that is if I sense into my, body, there's senses that arise, ideas, sensations that arise, and sort of being guided by that, to speak to that, and that's sort of what arises in the space, and have trust that what arises in me, has worth, and to follow it. To express it. Yes, that's sort of how I was sort of interpreting it or thinking about.
So you're expressing your internal guidance system through allowing and witnessing expressions in your senses, and that's given you your insight for movement or decisions or whatever speaks to you.
And I want to be aware of that, um, and I like to speak from it. It feels the best if I'm speaking from my truth, from what's arising, what's a- and there and so that's how I see. And I do see that. Being in an empathic space, it creates an opening for that to happen because I know I'm going to be heard. It's like if I'm feeling anxious and afraid, there's more constriction in my body, and those energies have more difficulty in bubbling up into my awareness.
So you're sensing that by being in an empathy circle or group, that it's allowing you to be more open within yourself to witness what's coming up instead of tightening or closing
Hmm.
off.
And I do want to be able to speak to that because it's enjoyable, it's pleasurable when, I'm sort of authentic. If I can become more authentic, it's actually it feels good. It's a positive feeling. So that's maybe part of the motivation. It feels like sense of integrity or honesty.
You're feeling that that's authentically you because it's integrating who you are. It is you. It's
Hmm.
when you're giving that space, presence in your body, you're honoring that presence to be expressed.
Hmm. And it feels good. Yeah.
And it feels good. It feels right.
And then the other is now we're in a group space, and the same thing is there's sort of something's bubbling up from everyone. Like everybody's kind of following their train of thought, what's bubbling up for them. So it's an interesting how we sort of synchronize, how we sort of create a shared space for that to happen. So I think the empathy of giving space to everyone kind of helps everyone in in the to kind of be more open and transparent over time.
So the empathy is in our group is allowing for a greater consciousness within everyone to be able to tap into their what's true for them. And it's not just personal, but it's collective of honoring and sharing what's going on for each person.
Yeah, and it's sort of how I see we come to a form of truth, right? You keep the truth sort of emerges in this space, and I might have a piece, somebody else has something else, and we kind of go back and forth, and there is a sort of a, and then the more people you bring into the circle, the broader the quality of truth becomes. And there's sort of no ultimate maybe truth except the constant sort of merging and dialoguing and sort of exploration. The truth is what we're experiencing. There is a form of truth of the experience that we have.
So the openness and receiving and sharing allows this presence for each person to bring in something that's unique to them. And you're sensing that in yourself, and it's acknowledging your sense of what empathy can do, like how it not do, but what it is.
Yeah, the empathy is the sensing into everyone's
Sensing into.
experience, and then also our shared sensing into each other's and the group's experience. And there's something I kind of have that in the back of my mind, that sort of this awareness of of people in this empathic space exploring together. There's this shared sort of an exploration of life and meaning that sort of happens, and it's sort of a grounding, sort of a quality that I value, I think.
Yes, it's this exploration of uh, what's true and expanding this group that we're not only doing it within ourselves, but we're also sharing it. So it's contributing. It's something that you really value is being in this
Hmm.
because it's not the normal way of being. I mean, it's not the traditional operating way people want to prove conditions and beliefs or have humor about this or that or whatever. It's not the preferred way of being.
Yeah, I mean, everybody can be however they say anything that they want. Always, you got total free speech, in your time, but we'll meet each other with empathy. So I think it's
Yes.
that meeting each other with an empathic, trying to hear and, give space
Yes.
for whatever's sort of emerging.
I'm hearing acceptance and appreciation and allowing and attention.
And then there's also what William is talking about, a concern that if, like, as you go deeper and deeper into the space, it's more and more stuff can kind of come up, maybe sort of crazy, kind of, I don't know if even threatening or something, sort of things could come up. And he's always concerned about going off the rails. So I thought I'd maybe speak to that a little bit.
So you're just reflecting on what you heard from William about people possibly going off the rails.
And I've had people in a more of a mediation conflicts setting stop following the time rules. They say they're just going to speak and they're going to also almost because they're triggered, right? There's something they're really upset about. And then the way I have dealt with that said, well, I'm here to have this empathy circle. I'm not here for you to kind of take over. And since you don't want to do that, I'm leaving. So that's one way I've dealt with that. And then I've had them say, okay, I won't do that anymore because they don't want me to leave or something. So that's one aspect.
So when there's a potential going off the rails situation, there are tools to or boundaries to verbalize that. I, it's a mutual setting, and we're here to do that. And if not, then you can say, well, then I'm leaving. So there's ways to um, communicate awareness
Yeah,
of
maintain the form. Yeah,
maintain the form, to
and the
have some
boundaries.
structure
Hmm.
around what's okay and how to communicate that.
And then another thing that can happen is that these happen usually more with conflicts where people are really triggered, is someone says something and the other person wants to interject because they don't want to wait for their turn. And so they just and then usually at that point I'll just reflect back what they've said. Oh, so you're really upset and then I'll say we really want to hear what you have to say, but we want to follow the structure and the time. And when it's your turn, you'll be able to say anything that you want. So that kind of brings them back into the structure.
So even though this is an open awareness practice, there are guidelines for how to uh, honor in the structure in ways to communicate that people are heard, so they stop the reactive patterns. In other words, so they learn something and feel acknowledged. Wait, I can't hear you.
Yeah, keeping them in the structure. Yeah. So I feel heard. Yep. Thanks.
Thanks, Edwin. I am wondering about food. This is to everybody. Um, I need to make a sandwich or salad.
Okay. Well, anybody can drop out and just go make that while we continue.
Okay, that sounds good. I think I will
Oh,
pass.
but yeah, you just passed it on to the
Yeah, I'll
next.
pass it back to you, Edwin. And
Oh, um, then I feel you feel heard, and I'll speak to William.
Speaking, I mean listening.
Listening. So I feel that my bladder is starting to give me some pressure, so I'm thinking of taking a bio break.
Let's take a break.
Okay, let's take
Aye,
a
aye.
break then. Take a few
Maybe
minutes to.
five. Take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna put on Brubeck in the interim.
But that's great. It's great to have the entire history of what's been said as well. That's
It's a great template too, you know. So someone could be like, "What is this about?" Right? And then just tune in. And maybe it's I've found this to be interesting enough that I think people would watch it. Look, there's podcasts. There's all sorts of things that I think are probably infinitely less interesting. So anyhow, we can get back to this.
like My Dinner with Andre. Remember that film?
Hmm.
I
Well,
picked these
I can
from my
start. Oh,
from my garden for you guys. By the way,
oh,
I'll give you
nice.
each a little flower as a token
Mhm.
of what I can offer from this distant location.
So who feels? I think I was speaking out. I think, and Cole, are you ready for?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, uh, I'll eat once when I get a bit of a break. So yeah, nice that you mentioned the garden, since there's a family house in Sacramento that I go to every week now. It's where I actually grew up, and I stay there, and then go visit my folks who live, north of there, because they're, they're kind of aging, and I'm actually kind of fixing the place up to be like an empathy center. So I want to make a food forest. So,
So you're actively working on a food forest at
hmm
the family place as your parents get older.
And as you know, in Santa Barbara, I had all those wood chips delivered, like piles of, so I've had probably like 8 truckloads of wood chips, there. So the whole front yard is covered in piles of wood chips that are decomposing, and I've been working in the backyard, cutting all the bushes that were there, just kind of clearing everything out and starting to build raised beds for gardens. And I just planted some grape, 3 grapevines, and yeah, so kind of working on that.
Oh, so you've begun the vineyard and you're doing the hedge cutting and getting your green thumb going to prepare a beautiful space.
And I'm imagining it maybe a shared live space where we could do some workshops. It's a 4 bedroom house, so, and it's empty except for when I go there in Sacramento. It could also be a launching pad for doing the Occupy Empathy at the state capitol. So it'd be a place for people to crash.
So it's a 4 bedroom place. It's unoccupied unless you're there, and you envision it as a place in which people can participate and stay, and sessions can be held and workshops, it can facilitate this movement.
And doing a lot of work outside with a broad fork, which is big fork that you kind of break up the soil. So I'm kind of just working on just turning it into a food forest garden. And so I really enjoyed that because I get out there and sweat, and I kind of jog here in the Bay Area, but like to do something that's sort of productive and feels, physically productive, and I enjoy that. It's kind of like my father. He's like 97, and he's out mowing the lawn. They got a big farm. I mean, a 20-acre farm, and he's out there mowing and yeah, still working, out there.
So you've been tilling the land and you enjoy working with your hands as you view it as you're creating something special and you do engage in exercise, but you find this to be another form of something fulfilling that's
Hmm.
active. And your father also does things like that on his 20-acre ranch, even into his later years.
Yeah, and something just popped up as you were speaking. I sort of an appreciation for you, for your sort of creativity, kind of reaching out, kind of doing things like when we were in Santa Barbara, you brought the Republican the candidate for Senate, bring them there. So I don't know, there's just something kind of that creativity that you have, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, you mentioned your appreciation for me bringing Thomas Cole, the
Mm.
congressional, not Senate but Congress.
Oh, and yeah, he was interested in holding empathy circles with the left, and I don't know whatever happened with that. It was around the time where, my brother and I had that falling out, and the center closed up there, so wasn't able to follow up with that. So probably nothing happened with it, I imagine.
Um, you he mentioned Thomas Cole mentioned to you that he was interested in holding empathy sessions with um, the other side, and however things were complicated with you and your brother, and the center didn't stay open, and you think that that might have trickled out.
Hmm. Yeah, would have been interesting because he was really, really interested in what we were doing. So. That's sort of my sense too, is if we can reach out to right now, there's a lot of on the right critics writing books are critical of empathy, but I just think that they're not understanding what we mean by empathy. And I thought it would be good to go to Republican events like the convention or CPAC or some of these other ones, and be advocating for empathy to engage in a dialogue because I find that like with Thomas Cole, like once they kind of experience an empathy circle, understand what we're talking about, they're actually very supportive. So,
You recognized in Thomas Cole his support after experiencing um, the sessions, and you have a wish that more interactions with the Republican Party and those on the conservative side. And you've taken notice that there are certain prominent figures that are writing books um, speaking ill of cultivating empathy.
yeah, there's a book by Joe Wrigley who's evangelical. He called it the sin of empathy. Then there's Allie Stuckey. She wrote a book, uh, s- Toxic Empathy, and there's another book coming out called Suicidal Empathy. So yeah, so there's a lot of criticism.
Yeah, so there were three books that were written by Stuckey about toxic empathy, and one about by an evangelical Christian, the sin of empathy, and then there was one more thing about empathy that was negative.
Hmm.
I'm forgetting,
And I've reached
but
out
a
to the
trend. a trend of books in various
Yeah.
frameworks of the negativities of empathy you're recognizing.
And I've reached out to all of them about, taking part in a dialogue and ideally be taking part in an empathy circle, but they won't talk with me.
So you have extended the invitation or olive branch, and they have yet to accept.
The invitation. Yeah. So I'm hoping that, if going out to some of these events might, is a way to maybe engage because I'm sure, I had even looked at CPAC. I think that was it was in Texas was the next one. So, well, might be an option. So anyway, I'm just kind of thinking about that. It's just so many different things to do, but possibilities. So just kind of thinking about that.
So you've just been contemplating like next steps, like what are the conventions or larger meetups that you could attend, wherein you'd have the highest likelihood of meeting people of maybe potential weight and influence that are trendsetters or maybe
Hmm.
a domino effect you're alluding to.
Yeah, so that's that part. The other is still maybe still follow up with William's concerns about the empathy circle. So I think I addressed a couple of situations and how they could be dealt with. I think William's situation, I think we talked about it, how you felt that things came off the rails. But I think it was part of it was, who was facilitating. It seemed like it was the end of the time. So it I think if it would, in the process, it was just a matter of keeping the process going, staying in the process would have resolved it. Yeah.
So you're just going back to what William said about kind of the guardrails and how does someone go off the rails and how do you create safeguards for that and
Yeah, exactly. Just addressing that. There was another situation if people want to are suicidal, and I did have that in the empathy tent where I listened to someone and they said they were wanting to sort of kill themselves. And I kind of gave all those things like, well, there's this support, and they say, oh, everybody just says that support stuff, and that you have the support, and they were kind of poo-pooing all that. And finally, I just was kind of like, okay, if you want to kill yourself, there's nothing I can do about it. It's kind of your choice. So that was how I kind of,
yeah. So
and
you
I don't think they did, but anyway, it was just kind of like that's kind of your choice.
so you did have a empathy session with someone and that's what they were talking about, these suicide and bringing that up, and you offered as many solutions as you could to the individual, but at the end of the day acquiesce to the fact that that he has to choose his own choices.
Yep, I feel heard. That was a she though.
Oh, she. Okay, William.
I'm listening.
So I took what you said, that concern, very seriously, and when I was in that 5 minute break, I wrote something down. I put together something because I think that's a real genuine concern. So I think for this is what I wrote. For vulnerable participants, empathic mirroring can become a recursive echo of self without true recognition. And unless the process is dampened, differentiated, semantically deep, and reality anchored, it risks intensifying suffering rather than relieving it.
I'll try. That you you can imagine a situation where the process becomes recursive, and the speaker basically uses the reflection in a recursive fashion to go deeper into basically an undesirable or toxic place.
Right. And I think of like Kesey running the acid tests, right? Who passes, you kind of need a shepherd in a way. I have a lot of experience with those types of experiences and being around those environments. And so I think you just need people that have a good, feel for that. And you can kind of feel like the energy shift or the way the person is. And then just be as gentle and kind, just like you would have at like I forget the group. I've done work with them when I was in the Psychedelic Society in Denver. The Zendo project, right? You're dealing with people on high levels of psychedelics. They come into the tent, you help them out however you can. This is much more straightforward. I don't think people are like eating 10 strips and then coming. They could. That could be an interesting thing to do, but I'll pass on that part. Everyone else can. I'm just saying like this is about as safe as it could be regarding talking.
So you're saying, presenting as a possible model for facilitation, the Zendo model, where basically you have people that are experienced, that have experienced the stranger side of consciousness, being available to talk people down off of an extreme perspective.
Yeah, and if you noticed it, I mean, you don't want to agitate someone and be like, "Hey, step outside," right? You got to be gentle, but hey, but you could be like, "Hey, look, we're gonna take a bathroom break," and you'd be like, "Hey, man, like Raj, what's going on, man? How's your day been? Right? Oh, right on. What do you think about this? How's it going so far? Oh, cool. All right." And then you can like tangentially reference things. They wouldn't know you're talking about this kind of underlying concern. And then you can kind of see where they're at. You could be like, hey, dude, you know what? We're going to go get some coffee. You said you liked coffee. And then you can kind of like, as best you can.
Yeah, so basically, talk going on with presenting the Zendo project approach of um, of offering connection and offering kindness and steering the consciousness away from the focus that's so difficult to something that's more benign.
Yeah. And so that's that. And I think as far as finding facilitators, I think there's tons of people that would love to do this that need hours for universities or, research projects or whatever it is. And I think we could raise money if I would be willing to help to like even pay the person just so that they have a living, like a living wage, like 25 bucks an hour, whatever makes them happy. But as like my understanding of this is like I do this because I love the people. Like
So you're seeing that you'd like to help um, facilitate find building a base of support for this, and that perhaps this could be a paid position, and that you'd be willing to work on grant money even to try to create some kind of a program to augment to create this.
yeah, whatever needs to happen. But like in the beginning, like just like at the temple, right? Like I do all this stuff at this little temple, and I love that temple, and I do everything out of love. Like I would give my shirt for that temple. Like because why? Because I love Shirdi Sai Baba and I love Kaleshwar and I love Mother Mary and Jesus and Ramakrishna and like money doesn't matter with regard to bhakti and devotion and jhana and all that. That's like beside the point. And I think that same level of seva could be incorporated somehow because this naturally attracts it as a magnet. It's a positive experience.
So you're 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 offering the notion that this is an opportunity for service, and that it's a priori enriching and rewarding, and that the freely offered model, the volunteer model, works. I mean, I think we've all seen it. Certainly,
Right.
if for your in your own life, it's working for you that you freely volunteer your time out of joy, and that it's rewarding to you.
Totally. And I found that like you do the right thing as best you can. I'm not perfect. I've totally screwed up a bunch, but like at the end of the day, like money will just show up or it won't, and that's just it. And just like so that's that. And then with regard to what Edwin, okay, I guess you can cap that.
So one measure of whether the idea has legs is whether the money shows up, or whether it works.
If it works, it works, right? I just if you need more money, then you try to find it, and if you don't need it, then great. But you always plan on it being great,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah.
Um, So, okay. And then what Edwin was mentioning about Thomas Cole, I was actually talking to him this morning. He's a buddy of mine, cool guy. He loves what you're doing. I told him I was doing this. He would happily work with you guys. Uh, and I am also still active in the Republican Party. I resigned a billion times, but they still invite me I'm invited to the convention. I have, I think, a ticket even. So I would much rather go as like an ambassador of empathy who is a registered Republican as like a spectator, witness, observer than like part of the army.
So you're still in touch with Thomas Cole, and that really went nowhere. But you're still he's a friend of yours, and you're still a registered Republican, and you're basically what you would like to do right now is to bring the empathy circle process to this community, to these folks, and basically be a spy on the House of Love.
Well, first off, no, it's not a non-starter with Thomas Cole. It was the opposite. It's like I stay in touch with him. He always liked it, and it had nothing to. It just the timing didn't work, and it was no function of anything other than it just didn't happen. But he was always interested, so that's like not finished. And as far as all the Republican stuff, like I had actually not thought about it until I was here for so long and listening to Edwin and everyone. And I think your idea, Edwin, is brilliant in DC. Brilliant. I think it's brilliant. These empathy and your place in Sacramento, genius, because it has to start somewhere. And there's all these other destructive, not going to say destructive, but groups that do get together and camp out. And it's like Sodom and Gomorrah under the guise of like peace and love. And that's not great. I don't see this being that.
So you're really agreeing with Edmund's model about the empathy tent in places of power in government, in Sacramento and D.C. To put the tent out there so makes it visible and to actually present this process to to whoever might stumble past.
Right. And I'll be meeting with the head of whatever the GOP for Southern California, I think next week, to chat for a while and reconnect. I have, I don't know. I'm open to help because after being here for so long on this call, it was really powerful. And I think like I was trying to contemplate for myself, like, what's the best thing I could participate in to like maybe make a difference in a small way to the extent that it happens. Right. And I think this is like about like the peaceful warrior. I feel like this is that, and it's intellectually stimulating for me, which I appreciate as well.
So you're really enjoying this process that we're doing today, and you're really wondering how you can be of help. And yeah,
Yeah, because this is kind of a jazz arrangement. It starts here and then goes there, and it's like spontaneous, and I would consider a lot of my thinking nonlinear to some people, and it speaks to I mean, you can do that, and
so
it's kind of
you see
freedom.
this as essentially improvisational, which is great. It's a healthy, joyous process.
I feel heard.
Jeanette,
I'm here.
um, more drug stories.
More drug stories.
Working with a guide a couple of years ago, taking a fairly stiff dose of LSD again.
You were working with a guide several years ago with a pretty good dose of LSD.
And what happened was that I became very, very much aware of duality of male and female, and yes and no, and white and black, and good and evil, and it got to be really stark. and it was like everything else kind of fell away, other than this huge awareness of polarity. And it wasn't visual so much, and it wasn't the word. It was just a very profound awareness.
So you had the experience of profound duality in division, black, white, male, female, good, bad, and it really, it became apparent to you that it was pretty profound.
Yeah, and it kept increasing in intensity to the point where it became like a physical force holding them apart. I could feel the two poles being separate with the huge energy holding them apart.
So there was this energy holding them apart.
Right. And and at one point I realized that the energy holding them apart was me.
And what was holding them apart was you.
And I thought, I don't have to do that. Why don't I just let them come together? Wow. That was,
And you had this huge insight that you didn't have to do that to just let them come together.
that I think is the quote highest unquote that I've ever been in my life. The What happened was the the combination of the worst sort of agony that you could possibly imagine. Like we have stillbirths and torture and um, um, people being burned to death on one side, and the other side is the religious experience. And this all in my mind, all at the same time. This spread, and I wept, and I thought, this is where the Dalai Lama. This is where he hangs out. It was just like, and I thought, you can't be in this place and still live. I thought this is like it's life-threateningly intense. And then it started to leave, and I went, no, don't leave.
So you had this huge, intense place of heaven and hell, and you knew you could not live like in this divided realm. And
It wasn't divided anymore. It was all one thing.
it was all one after a while. After you knew you could let go and let it come together,
Yeah,
then you had this awareness of that part I didn't get, but you didn't want it to leave.
right. I could feel it starting to go away, and then I tried to grasp it.
And as it was sort of fleeting out,
Right,
you tried to grasp it.
right. And so that's basically the essence of Advaita, which is a non-dual awareness, which I think that's the place to be. I think that's if I had a well, anyway, I'm changing this. I noticed that this is starting to really I'm like I'm not exactly tired, but I noticed my tongue is loosening, that I'm losing control a bit on that, my shadow side is starting to show up, and it's like the creatures are starting to emerge from underneath the rocks, and it's like I'm losing control a little bit.
So you had this experience of Advaita and this non-dual, but now through time you're realizing that you're losing control of maybe your focus or something. It's not tired, but something's shifting a little bit. So it's challenging.
I'm talking about this process right now that we're doing, yeah, and and I find I'm like um, a caretaker. That's like one of my flaws. So I'm making sure that everybody's okay.
So you're
But I'm
watching.
worried. I'm worried that I want to make sure that everybody's. So I'm wanting to rescue everybody.
So you're wanting to be in some kind of role where you are responsible for other people's well-being.
Yeah. And, and I'm not wanting to hurt anybody um, by a slip of the tongue.
And not wanting to hurt anybody by the slip of the tongue.
Right. So it's like I'm I'm trying to follow the Buddhist precepts of not killing anything and not and right speech and basically so that's what that's my aspiration is to have my behavior conform to the five precepts.
So your desire is to honor your precepts that you know of and not to slip in unconsciously into some other realm.
Which brings me back to the greed, hatred, and delusion. Each of the like the mortal sins of Buddhism, I guess you'd say, or the the places you don't want to get trapped. And I'm really trapped. I'm really hating someone right now with a deep passion. And like Cole alluded to earlier, there's a cost to being caught up in that I feel it's damaging me to be carrying this.
So I'm hearing that something's weighing on you and it's hatred for someone, and that you've mentioned Cole had an awareness of that as well. And that's just what's coming in right now.
Yeah, that basically to carry that hatred is self-harming.
Yeah, to carry it is harming you.
Right. And the reason that I'm hating this person is because he excommunicated me.
So he cut you off, and that brings up animosity.
I've been locked away from a community of people that I love.
So you've been rejected by this community through him.
Right. The community did not reject me. They miss me, but he has basically put a fiery gate at the doorway. And one of the members of this community is my wife.
So he's had control of this community, including your wife, and he seems to have some power to
The power he holds over me is my word of honor.
your word of honor is conflicting with this this power that is real or perceived or whatever.
He's basically said, leave the community and don't talk to anyone in the community.
So he's holding this power over your over your state of mind.
And he's not holding the power. I'm the one that's
Oh,
victimizing myself.
he's you're allowing him to have this power.
Thank you. I feel heard.
Thank you. Edwin.
Listening.
Let's see. I had all these thoughts when everybody was sharing, and if I don't catch it, I realized through William's share and also Cole that I have to look at where do I give power over to people, places, and things.
So listening to William and Cole, you're kind of wondering where you give power to people.
And that I don't need to do that. It's just it's a habitual pattern.
And you don't need to give power over yourself to other people, and it's just this pattern of habit that you do.
And lately, I realize when I meet a lot of friends, I'm very curious about their life, so I can ask a lot of questions because I really want to know about their life.
And when you're getting together with your friends, you ask a lot of questions about their lives because you have real curiosity about them.
And then I never hear a question back,
So people
usually.
don't share. They aren't supposed to be. Usually, they're not curious about you. So you're curious about them. You ask questions, but they don't ask questions.
So
And
I just realized this week, well, then don't ask questions
yeah, so maybe the way to reciprocate is not to ask questions.
and to just be in this presence of just see what shows up without me initiating questions.
Yeah, maybe the thing to try is just don't initiate anything and just see what happens if you do that.
And I find this process of awareness with self is so interesting, how to not have mind blindness.
And you're looking at how not to have mind blindness.
Yes, in other words, not being aware of what patterns happen perpetually
Hmm.
that are automatic.
So you want to be aware of the patterns that are happening sort of automatically in your relationships. And if you don't have that awareness, you're calling that mind blindness.
Yeah, and like the more awareness I have about patterns that are not serving the best, the more awareness I have of living in a mutual um, honoring way.
So if you're aware of patterns that aren't serving, life serving, then you can kind of address that. Is that?
Yes. And
Hmm.
if I'm not aware, then I'm going to repeat something
Hmm.
that I'm not aware of until my mind says, wait a minute, I have, that insight, I call it insight, happens.
So you want to cultivate that awareness because if you don't have that awareness, you're not aware of these sort of negative relationship
Or
aspects
patterns.
or patterns. Yeah,
And
just
then
patterns that happen.
yes, and then there's some friendships I've had all my life with people, and many of them that are deeply felt and positive, and no matter what, there's just flows much more easily. But now I'm uh, being aware of connections when they're not flowing. What is my side of it?
And you have a lot of friendships that are like deep and that are flowing. And if they're not flowing, then you're wondering what your role is in that lack of flow. So what your responsibility is. Yeah, your,
I have a relative that gets very explosive and ex- um, defensive over politics. And I never really got into this with anybody. And I realize there are some people where you just don't go into this.
so one insight you have is people who are really into politics and get explosive, you just sort of avoid the topic.
That's not you already know it's not, a, it's a minefield. Don't
Mhm.
go there. It's like it's a neighborhood. Don't go there.
Yeah, and so that's like a bad neighborhood, and just don't go in that neighborhood.
Yeah. Um, but, and it's nice to be able to bring up topics, but some places it's discernment is necessary to know when and if is this even wise.
Yeah, you have to be able to discern. discern in relationships, like what topics are wise to bring up and which ones you not you just not bring up, and because of the negative consequences that arise.
But I don't like avoidance either.
But then again, there's the question of avoidance. If you're just avoiding, there's some you don't like that either.
Yeah. And something came to mind when you were talking about people writing about negatively about empathy and not really understanding. I'm sensing they're talking about idiot compassion because there is that term.
So with their criticisms of empathy, they're talking about something like what you call idiot compassion.
That's a lot of terms in Buddhism where you just overly baby someone and
Hmm.
it's doesn't really encourage stepping up or and how to mirror that.
Hmm. And what the definition of that is that you're just overly babying somebody, and yeah, that's not that's like an idiot compassion.
Yeah, and
And maybe that's what they're talking about with the empathy, that
yes,
you're just
but
overly empathic. And
yes, and to understand what the need is when I get to the core need, well, what is this really about? And how to encourage whatever the need is. I came from NVC.
mhm,
So to address the need for, and sometimes it is for encouragement or faith or something, or to be hopeful that something will change. Like, what is the need? Or for clarity or need for support, need for, like, if I can, if someone's, I have the guessing the need is helpful.
mhm. So it's helpful to guess people's needs for what they're doing, because that you just find that a helpful sort of awareness.
Um, I'm trying to see what else. I love, Edwin, the concept of building this out, and I, I will ponder when I get back more. I know I've attended book groups and other types of groups, and usually people they only want to discuss whether they like a book or not and what's wrong with the characters.
Yeah, so you're thinking of how to build out the empathy, maybe the movement, how to promote it or expand it, and you're just thinking about how to do that, and you're just thinking of a book club that your group you're part of, and people just have a narrow focus of what they want to talk about.
Yeah, nothing personal, just more. Um, so anyway, I will just since my time's going, it just can't believe it's going. I will just ponder
Hmm.
about this.
Yeah, you just ponder it. That's where you're at, and it
Thank
sounds
you.
like you feel
Feel
heard.
very heard. Thank you.
Okay, Cole, I can speak to you. Cole. Oh, you're just muted. Um, yeah, there's a lot of different topics. One is how to deal with difficult situations, like Williams talking about. Um, if there is more sort of insights about that. I think the main thing is to keep the structure of the empathy circle, and how to hold that. Sometimes, somebody gets upset and then they want to break in and interrupt. You kind of keep them from doing it. And there's where they just stop with the structure, and then my solution is just to leave. Say, okay, I'll leave then, because this is the dialogue that I'm willing to have. So those are some.
following up with what William said, when the structure has a whole, things can fall apart. And so, ways in which it seems like you're contemplating ways in which the structure can be maintained as a kind of sacred container of sort.
Yeah, exactly. And I have was at the empathy tent once in Berkeley, and it was homeless, but really sort of mentally, ill people who were like totally disheveled, like totally chaotic, and just talking and in a disjointed, hyperactive sort of a way. Or you see people, out on the streets, just like kind of like that. And then I was trying to do empathic listening with them, and then he was just kept saying, "You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me." So there's sort of a level of that that level that I'm not quite sure how to deal with that. But he wasn't coming into a circle. It was just like I was trying to see how, if I could bring him into a circle, which didn't seem to work.
Right. So you had an experience you've experienced with in Berkeley, in a neighborhood that has a lot of people that are struggling
Mhm.
potentially for various reasons, and some of the personality types that you encountered, one in particular, you listened to him and you were talking to him, and he just kept on repeating, well, you're not hearing what I'm saying, you're not listening to me, and so you weren't really sure what next steps were.
Mhm. Yeah, he was so, and I remember reading, Carl Rogers, who was doing active listening in therapy. Read somewhere where he said he had worked with someone who was so disjointed in their thinking that he kind of got into that person's world and he had trouble getting out of it, in and so that's sort of a if you work your way into somebody's totally disjointed world and he had to like quit therapy for some time to kind of get back to himself.
So you've looked into Carl Rogers,
Mhm.
and Carl Rogers had an example he talked about where he did try to really help someone by actually trying to figure out what was going on with them by following their lines of logic and inhabiting their world. And he found it to be disorienting to the extent that he had to take a little bit of a vacation.
Yeah, but what we're doing in the circle, I think, is more grounded than that because that person has to listen to other people too. It's not like they're just in their disjointed world and they can live in there and people have to join them. It's like if we're in the empathy circle, they have to go into your world too. And I think that's a supportive stance. It's there's mutual empathy there.
Yeah, so you're kind of talking about how everyone sharing together kind of grounds it to a consensus reality that
Hmm.
the group can inhabit. That's pacifying and safeguards
Yeah.
against what William was saying.
And it's more than just one person. And then it's like I've seen it in a relationship, you get into just a one-to-one, it gets sort of stuck. And the more people you bring into it, the more points, jumping off points you have. So it's a healthy to be in circles with multiple people and in multiple circles too. That has a healthy quality to it as well.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, uh, the different amounts of people that are in the circle changes the experience. So when it's one to one, it kind of feels a little stuck in a dualistic dynamic. However, as it becomes tertiary, etc., there's more nodes through
Hmm.
which like the topic or the conversation can be explored. And you've
Yeah.
noticed that is what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's also the cult aspect too. Like if you have a small group and can become cultish because they're excluding the outside. So you want to keep open to bringing in more and more people from all kinds of different angles it's just a healthy, I think a healthy approach.
Yeah, like cults can be like intellectually incestuous,
Yeah, it's a good
and
term.
so you want like new blood
Hmm.
to stimulate new ideas and perpetuate novelty.
And it's even, I would say it's healthy. It's grounding. It's like it's going to protect you. You're going to be healthier and more well, you're more grounded by doing that.
Yeah, and so it's a win-win. Like you're healthier, and the collective is healthier.
Yeah. And I've been at some of the demonstrations where there was some like right-wing groups, but they were sort of the religious group, and they didn't want to talk at all. It's like that you could see there was a bit of a cult, and you were sort of a danger to them by having a dialogue, with them. So, uh, yeah.
You notice this in speaking with right-wing groups, where even creating a conversation or engaging in dialogue like broke the bubble of
Hmm.
that the group relied on.
Yeah. It was sort of rare, kind of, religious group. I remember that it happened once where they're saying, don't talk to him. Kind of, pulling somebody away. Don't talk to them. Yeah, the left does it too, for that matter. They're,
Yeah, so that tactic of, hey, just don't talk to him,
hmm
leave him out of this, that kind of group dynamic you experienced.
yeah. So in terms of William's concerns, I haven't had. Where you kind of things can sort of run off the rails, as he says. The most is conflict. Like if you're mediating conflict, like it's very rare that just in an empathy circle, I've had sort of things, kind of fall apart. Um, uh, there was someone in one of our groups who he would just love to trigger people, like find ways, and he would go to like NVC groups which were open, and he'd at first sort of ingratiate himself, and then he would like attack people and just totally destroy the groups to where they would just have to kick him out of a group.
So you did witness an individual who would arrive seemingly with the intention to disturb and cause mischief. So that's an example of a disruptor.
Yeah. And he came into our group too, and during the introduction, he would like swear at people, tell everybody to fuck off. And so, but in the circle, he always obeyed the rules. And then on like Facebook, he would like just be attacking, criticism. And I don't want to exclude anyone. So I said, well, let's just have empathy circles, with him and I kind of talking things out. And they're recorded. I like to have them recorded. So there's a record of them. So we had a series of empathy circles, and it resolved the problem by just having recorded empathy circles. Then he started attacking me on Facebook. And I just said, well, just look at this. You said something different in the recording. And because it was open and transparent. So anyway, it was having empathy circles with this person that actually I felt pretty good. I felt like I maintained an empathic approach, didn't kick anybody out, and you know, came to some kind of a resolution with them. So anyway, it just felt like I felt, yeah, grounded or had a sense of integrity of not excluding someone.
Yeah, and so that kind of characterizes a situation wherein someone was a disruptor and you kind of helped and pacified it through the means of the empathy circle, and you felt good about how that was resolved.
Hmm.
It was mutually beneficial for,
Yeah, and not excluding.
and he recognized his own, like whatever they're called, false memories or cognitive bias only upon witnessing the actual recording, which is
Yeah. So, okay, and I feel heard. Thanks.
okay. Is Jeanette making tea? Maybe. Okay. Are you there, Jeanette?
Yes.
All right. So, I this stuff's so interesting to me Because I love like game theory and econometrics and regression analysis, and those are all just like ways to measure human behavior. And so in all of these dynamics, right, there's like all these different like types of people, how many people in the group, what are they saying? There's all these like cool variables that I'm like, I suppose, running in my head.
So, in studying or observing human behavior, you're fascinated by all these variables or complexities that everyone's different. And is there some common, are there patterns? Are there, you're wondering, is there some way to understand or predict?
Exactly. And predict purely for like maximal utility, like optimization for the collective, not for corporate greed or, for like the maximum good for the maximum people. That's really the only reason I would care about it.
You're interested in the societal healthiness of maximum uh, way to live as a human here, as a species of society, and how we interact. You're
Totally.
curious
Yeah.
about.
And like when I was like a sophomore in college, I worked at the Hoover Institute for the summer. And so I lived in Palo Alto and it was pretty cool. I did research for this guy, Stephen Haber, senior fellow at the Hoover Institute. And I had to correlate rainfall and democracy. That was like my job. I wasn't even a math person. I became an econ major because I was told that was cool. Literally, a guy in my fraternity is like, "It's cool, man. You do well in that, people will hire you." I'm like, "Is it interesting?" He's like, "Whatever, man. It's cool." I was like, "All right, I'll do that well."
So you were talking to this rainfall and this study about behavior or um,
Rainfall
and
and democracy,
on
correlating them.
democracy. And even though you you were just open to things that maybe or maybe not, you really could lead somewhere.
Well, no, actually, I had no interest in the study, and I had really no interest in the Hoover. But I love San Francisco, and I didn't get into Stanford, and I figured, well, this is a cool thing to do for the summer. And so then he gives me the task. They pay me $20 an hour, good money. My best buddy still lived in San Francisco, and they didn't even check my hours, right? I could report as many as I wanted, and they just pay me, which I didn't leverage too much, I'll be honest. I didn't necessarily clock a full 8 hours, maybe clock six. But what I did learn was how you collect data and create hypotheses without any framework for it. I was just told to go to the library and figure that out.
So you learned, even though you may not have done everything exactly ethically, whatever, but on a more meaningful level, you were interested in research on how to collect data and how to work with data.
Well, no, and that was the thing too. I wasn't even you're reflecting properly, but it's like I wasn't even interested in that. I just was that was the task, and I'm just so like Capricorn ascendant, task oriented. Like do it rigidly, do it the best. So I was like, all right, yes, sir. And so then I'm like, how the heck do I do it? How do I prove rainfall and democracy? So I was like, all right, how much rainfall? Easy to find rainfall. What is democracy? Well, how does democracy come about? That's what I had to figure out. What is the telos? What is the seed point and telos of democracy? And what that turned into when I did my homework or whatever, read books, it was like places that don't have water really, like they don't grow stuff. And then if you don't grow stuff, then like you don't really like someone has to till the land and do it, but who owns the land? At a certain point, the guy who's doing it and owns it, there's a conflict, right? You're like, but I'm doing it, and the guy's like, but I own it, and so naturally, as opposed to a sand place, you're like Bedouin trading people, right? You don't really have stuff; you have other people's stuff you move. So that's why like the Middle East has a different political structure often than a place like Europe, right? That's why, when sadly Iraq was invaded, it's like, what, we're just going to give you democracy? I mean, it's a totally different culture. Not that freedom isn't great, but like, that's a false hypothesis, right? You can't just inject democracy into a place because we have it and it's awesome.
So this whole experiment got you thinking about who's in control of what in terms of resources and culture, and got you thinking on a deeper level, even though rainfall was the catalyst and democracy was the other insight of beginning point. This helped you get into like what really matters here.
Right. And then I also noticed that like Christianity flourished where rainfall was often, unless it was imported, like in the South America, somehow, right? But in like Bedouin places, like no, not Islam did really. I noticed like religious trends. That's a generalization. But I also looked at all these other lenses because I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. So that was one. And then at the end, I did well on that. And then I was given this other cool task, which opened this whole other world of weird stuff I got into, which was bond prices, and it was whether and which by the way I couldn't tell you how bonds work. I mean, I could, but not really. And still, but what was interesting was, do bond prices do the people in London, or it was the Netherlands, maybe London, in like the 1700s and 1800s have, like, what type of knowledge did they have? How asymmetrical was the knowledge? So did like the big dude in London actually like get the first letter from the ship that like the sugarcane place had been lit up by like the slaves that rebelled, and then like, he sold, and like essentially, is it just a total scam? Is like the entire stock market a scam? Was
So this got you thinking, especially when it had to do with bonds, a whole other scheme of how things got started and who's in control of what, and how things keep evolving in some kind of power structure of who's got power over who.
and it
And
made me realize, like, yeah, okay, that you summarized it, but you can keep going.
no, go ahead.
And so it made me realize, like, I will never have more information than Elon Musk. I just won't. I'll never have more information than Donald Trump. I just won't. I mean, you know what I mean? So there's just like certain things that, like, whatever, that's fine.
So you're seeing a finite end to knowledge. You're seeing knowledge as more facts that are true or not true, but that's the knowing of something, the knowing of facts.
But I'm going to make an important distinction for me, which is, that's not knowledge. No, that's not knowledge. That's not wisdom. That's data, and from one source. So like, yeah, maybe it is subjectively truthful with regard to a number input. Fine. But like knowledge are like things that to me are eternal. Like wisdom is eternal. Knowledge coupled with wisdom is eternal. Right? These are things you do here while you're alive. I don't think they have any real meaning at the end of the day, but you can get stuff like money or cars or influence or kill people.
So you're seeing that wisdom or knowledge and wisdom is more valuable, or more what you're getting after, whereas just knowledge in itself, yeah, you have more data, but whether that has any truth to it long term, that's all that's irrelevant. I mean,
Yeah,
if that's not the end all, is data is not the end all.
totally. And so then what's the goal of life? I'd say to like optimize your karmic imprint. So that's to be as like Mahavira, the Jainist, right? Be like, I love, that makes me cry. I love Mahavira. I went to his shrines in India. He's one of my heroes. That level, if I can't do that, I'm not that guy. But seriously, like, that's the ideal, right? You don't even lift your arms. You like drink water through a sieve. You're like that conscious of human life. I would say that's the ideal.
So you're moved by these ideal examples of male leaders or people who have impart a lot of wisdom, but I'm guessing you want to know what's true for you. What's your wisdom and even though you're touched by these people, did I get that right or that's
In
off?
general, I guess all of this whole 10 minutes was for me to say, I would love to run the numbers and the math and write a dissertation on the empathy process or
Yeah.
something like that. I think it would be a fun endeavor, even if it doesn't get published. I think there should at least be a white paper on it. It's totally the math, just running it while we're doing this in my head. I think it would be really interesting and could prove the model of like health, happiness, wellness. And so that's why I told that long narrative.
Oh, okay. So you have this interest in crunching data to share the empathy model that there are some viable things that you can write about.
I feel heard.
Thank you. William,
I'm listening.
I'm half making a salad and half being present. Yeah,
You're
I find it,
you're half eating a salad and half
well, I'm
present.
trying to make one. Arugula and feta, orange, some other fruit. I find that empathy in what we're doing naturally gives soil or a grounding space for something to come through this process.
So, so you, what I hear you saying is that the empathy circle process is inherently grounding.
Mhm. It's a container to find out where everyone's talents or interests are.
So another thing it can do is to allow people to see what their passions are.
Mhm. And reflect on, okay, how can they show up?
And another thing that it facilitates is an awareness of how one might be of service.
Mhm. Regardless. Um, let's see. I don't have anything else that's coming up other than this is interesting, and we've been doing this for what, almost 6.5 hours. That's pretty cool.
So you're saying that there's nothing up for you right now, but that you're remarking that we've been doing this for quite a while and that it's remarkable.
Yeah, and I think my need is to eat a salad and listen right now, and I may take myself, well, I'll mute myself in a bit. But this whole topic of empathy, and I call it right alignment, meaning to be in alignment. It's not right or wrong, it's to be in alignment, um, is really huge because it takes the thing about being right or wrong right out of what people are fighting about.
And struggle to reflect that accurately, but you place a great deal of value on being in alignment, and and then there was something else that I didn't.
Besides being right or wrong, which is what people usually debate about.
So being alignment transcends rightness and wrongness.
Yeah, I was on a radio show with this pastor, and I called up and said, violence never, in my experience, violence only breeds more violence.
So you called into a radio show with a minister, and you said, "Violence begets violence, more violence.
It never ends well.
It never ends well."
It just keeps repeating. It's the story of this planet. And he said, well, so you don't believe there's anything that things are right or wrong?
So he reacted to that by saying, "So you don't believe in rightness and wrongness?"
And I fell for his right there, I could have said, that's not why I called up. I was speaking of violence.
So sounds like you got sucked into his movie. But
His moralizing, yes.
what you should have said is that's not why I called. I called to talk about violence.
Yes. And so I said, well, it's beyond right and wrong. But because I fell for his trap, I know now that was a gift for me to watch what comes and pause and not fall for things that are a setup.
So you learned from that experience that a pause is really a good thing. You say, take a deep breath. And wait a minute. What happened? And what am I about to do? Is it the right thing?
Yep. Yeah. So it takes a lot of awareness to be present and mindful of how I respond and give people space for their opinions, but not fall for everything.
So you're remarking on the effort it takes to allow people to be who they are.
I think it's beyond, it's not effort, it's being aware and pausing.
So it's a learned ability to be able to pause.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think I'll pause right at this moment. So thank you for listening, William. I felt very heard.
I can see that Jeanette has salad on her mind.
Pausing for salad.
Pausing for salad. But don't go away. Just um, Edwin,
Listening.
I want to go back to your
Just creating separate, when I stop and start to create separate files, so they're not so long,
good
every
plan.
every 2 hours or so. Yeah,
So,
listening.
so I want to go back to your comment, the way that you dealt with the suicidal woman.
Hmm.
And you said, whatever, it's a free world, it's a free country, knock yourself out.
You're gonna go back to the my listening to someone who's going to commit suicide, and you're saying that I said, go ahead, knock yourself out.
That may, and right now I'm listening to my words and thinking that was a bit flippant.
Hmm. Yeah, hearing your own words, which you think were maybe a bit flippant.
At any rate, the reason I brought that up is that I think that that issue is more subtle. In my opinion, that issue is more subtle, and perhaps that's not the right way to deal with it.
Hmm. So you're thinking maybe it was more subtle situation, and maybe that wasn't the best way to deal with it.
Right. And I'm actually um, want to read a poem that I wrote um, that deals with mental illness and specifically something that's called disorganized attachment. I don't know if you're familiar with disorganized attachment.
So you're going to read this poem, and it's about disorganized attachment, and you're wondering if I've heard the term or familiar with it.
And you can tell me if you are or are not.
I've heard it.
Okay. Anyway, so I'll read this, and it's called Cut Off on disorganized attachment. Mother loves me not. She loves me not. Yes or no? Yes and no. No, yes, held, spurned. The sun comes from behind clouds, warms, and then suddenly darkness. The cold devil wind covers me. What magic is this? Learn the lesson of crazy. I will trust that trust is fool's folly. Limitless wasteland, forsaken, desiccated earth of my innermost reaches, baked dry beyond resurrection, only a fading echo of the ache of hope betrayed. Lost, the memory of water and how it gave life. Throat too dry to make a sound. Soul's implosion. Vast, barren emptiness, living death. So,
So, yeah, so I just reflect it. You're sharing this poem, which is about so a relationship with a mother, and sort of the warmth, the kind of two sides of warmth and coldness, and maybe attachment and lack of attachment, and mental illness maybe thrown in there as well. So just describing the landscape of the experience.
right, disorganized attachment is very, very common among basically if your primary caregiver is erratic or inconsistent, that it's crazy making.
Yeah, it's just the disorganized attachment is you have a primary caregiver who's has that this is just that back and forth inconsistent sort of relationship. It just makes you crazy.
Mhm. Right. So, I mean, that's one example of what one might be dealing with in a therapeutic marathon circle.
Mhm.
Somebody that, so I
Yeah, so
guess,
there might be somebody like that in a marathon that has that yeah, dealing with that hard, warm and cold, and kind of being all over the place.
and in fact, you are right now that I have disorganized attachment,
Yeah,
but
you've got it.
I have it more or less under control, I guess.
You've got that much disorganized attachment, but you feel like you've got it under control.
Um, this is just, I guess, emphasizing what I said earlier is that if that's what we're planning to do with this, that the issues are extremely subtle and worthy of a great deal of thought. And I think um, if we're going to train facilitators to do restorative circles, then if we're going to do this, we want to probably have training classes for people to lead marathon circles
Hmm.
because I think this is very powerful and um, power is a two-edged sword.
Yeah, this is powerful, and it has two edges to it, and it might be good to train people through the empathy circle marathon that has sort of a training quality to it. So training facilitators.
So I can imagine, like in our trainings, we mimic somebody that's out of control. So now we can add to the repertoire. We
Hmm.
can,
Yeah, we've got the challenges and the training, and we can add some challenges to
some
that.
illness challenges.
Hmm.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, the mental illness challenges could be something to bring in into the training.
Um, um, I can I can say that I hope that I keep beating the drum on the terminology off the rails.
Hmm.
I have a fear that it's offensive to you.
Oh, yeah, you keep talking about off the rails, and you're worried that I might feel offended by the term off the rails.
Not necessarily offended, but really tired of it. Tired of.
Oh, I'm getting a little tired. Yeah, you think I'm getting tired of hearing the off the rails narrative,
So
the term.
I have this um, um, concern that maybe I should not say that anymore. But then I go, no, I can say anything I want.
Yeah, so you're kind of like torn, like, oh man, I should not say it because Edwin's getting tired of it. But then you go to the other side of the blade. It's like, well, I get to say whatever I want, so I'm going to keep saying it.
And the it fills my heart with joy to be able to say that.
Hmm.
And the lightning hasn't struck. I'm still here.
Yeah, you mentioned it, and you're talking about it, and you're saying it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say it, and it's lightning hasn't struck you. It feels good. You can just say it, and there's no ramifications.
And there's that rush of freedom that just feels so good. It's just so.
Yeah, it's like a feeling of freedom to be able to say that, and that freedom feels pretty good.
Right. Thank you. I feel heard.
Okay, let's speak to Cole. Okay. In terms of in terms of the person who was talking about suicide, it was a one-to-one listening. I was listening, and it wasn't a circle. And so that was one dynamic. So I've never had anybody in a circle, talk about suicide.
So that was just one dynamic in one instance of a one-to-one interaction, but you haven't experienced that in a circle.
And she was, you think there's somebody who's, oh, I'm going to commit suicide, and they're sort of at certain level, but she was very sophisticated in it, in the sense that it seemed to be more than just suicide. It was like she was trying to maybe get at me or something, kind of, and when I would say something, about, they say, oh, have some kind of material that you can give to somebody with support information. She was like, oh, everybody says that. That's like, she was poo-pooing that. So it's like whatever you would try to do, she would sort of kind of poo-poo it, and yeah. And I also think she wasn't like serious in what she was saying at some level. Yeah.
Yeah, so you recognize that it was a complex
Hmm.
interaction and there was a lot of layers to it, but the gist that you got was that she was just, oh, I've been told that. I've been told
Hmm.
that. Yeah, 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 but continued talking about it, and so you were trying to grapple with that too.
Yeah, and the most I can do to be the supportive is to just reflect what I'm hearing, to do active listening, empathic listening, um, as just knowing that I'm here, I'm willing to listen, and suicide hotlines are pretty much about that. You call up and the person is just willing to listen to what's going on for you, and I don't know, large percentage of the time that's what's really helps, just knowing there's someone there that's willing to listen to you.
So you did what you thought was best, which was empathic listening. And there are suicide hotlines that exist that are, are places where you can call and someone will listen to you.
And I'm still thinking about the running, getting off the rails. I think we sort of explored the topic, that and went into the details. I think it was, I can't remember what her name is, Susan, or somebody who is Susanna, or I can't remember who is facilitating, and the things that came up happened at the very end of the session. It wasn't in the middle of the empathy circle, and so there was some kind of extenuating situations that kind of made things, not run smoothly with William at that time. So,
Yeah, so going back to the off the rails
mhm.
terminology, there was someone involved and there was some exterior stuff that was playing a role in it. And that's kind of how.
Yeah, I think if I was facilitating or Lou, just there is a skill level too in terms of a difficulty that you can sort of hold the situation in a positive way. So, there are going to be people who are not really for those extenuating circumstances that just don't quite have the skill for dealing with or the mindset for dealing with some situations.
Yeah, there's a gradation of difficulty with regard in an individual and how they present, and so that just requires a certain amount of experience.
Mhm. And the other was the situation that William is talking about with the mother, and they're kind of disassociating, but they're hot and cold, warm and cold, or is to if as a child, if you would have empathy, the alternative to that is you're growing up in an empathic environment, right? That your parents are listening to you, they're hearing you, and that's sort of, and then, even maybe having a mutually empathic, sort of intimate dialogues with each other, which is sort of the healthy, supportive thing. If you're heard and seen and understood, and you see the importance of mutual listening, and also that is a way of problem solving. Like some problem comes up, you can talk it through and you can find the solution, and then you sort of move on. And just having that as a grounding, I think is very healthy. So, having empathy circles in families, I think would be very supportive.
Yeah, you know, you're saying that there's like the family unit's important, and a lot of conversations happen in that family dynamic, and so kind of starting in there, and then kind of going larger and larger circles as far as your neighbor, your community, etc.
And yeah, so that would be kind of the solution, I think, for Jeanette too. Abuse, father who's violent, and the alternative was if he would have been empathic. If my mother would kind of listen instead of just be talking, right, all the time and kind of being absorbed, in her issues. Uh, you're setting a positive, healthy dynamic in childhood, and so I think that's another thing that we're working on with the empathy movement is to create that dynamic. Uh,
Right. So you're discussing how, like, a certain personality type and communication style of a parent can have impact, and how that can change the trajectory of an individual's life, a child specifically, or maybe an adult.
yeah, like most my brother and his wife, they're kind of more on the authoritarian, family approach. And I've done empathy circles with the kids where the kids, it kind of really helped them to work through some kind of a conflict to the point where I would say, "Oh, we have a conflict. What do we do?" And they say, "Oh, we have an empathy circle." But one thing I'm seeing is you can't do like one intervention here and there. You got to incorporate it into the family dynamic. So it's an ongoing, daily or almost weekly, dynamic to really turn things around in a family dynamic.
Yeah, they can't be isolated experiences. They have to be integrated into
Maybe the culture of the family, or yeah.
they have to be, yeah, integrated into the culture of the family.
So, yeah, so with conflict mediation, the more skills you have and experience is going to help. But I wouldn't want to over professionalize or something the empathy circle because we're not here for doing, therapy per se. We're here just to support, regular human beings having constructive dialogues. So. And then hopefully learning over time. I mean, I'm sure everyone here has kind of learned something through the empathy circle, and it would over time you'd be getting better and better at kind of holding the space.
Yeah, it's a learning model, right? That can be created as, and over time you accrue more and more insights.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just trying to address William's concern. And I do think with the empathy circle, being a long circle like this, you kind of sink deeper and deeper. Like you start getting tired, and as you get tired, kind of more stuff, can more of your rawness could possibly, sort of come out, which I think is actually good. It's kind of like when you do conflict mediation, it's like you want it to go really long because it kind of wears people down. And as they get tireder, they're more willing to make an agreement. So,
Right, there's that siege quality to this that you could leverage to create an optimal outcome, right?
yeah, the
Surround the
tiredness,
city until
mm.
everyone's starving, and then finally they're like, okay, we'll hug each other and apologize.
Yeah, but they're kind of sieging each other. So they're sieging each other's city at the same time. So,
And so, and then the people sieging are sieging the other siegers, and so it becomes this sieging experience. And you want less seizing through the empathy
mhm.
experience.
Yeah, I feel heard.
Okay, um, El Presidente.
I'm here for you.
So this was something I wrote that I was very proud of at the time at 26 when I lived in Denver with my roommate Danny, who became like my best buddy. We were like pioneers. We were like co-captains on the ship together of a lot of explorations regarding philosophy and the nature of the mind through the Schulligan lenses. And we did a lot of just he and I co-pilot research.
So when you were in Denver, you had a friend and you were co-pilots together in trying something new, some kind of exploration of, and you mentioned the name. What I heard was Shulgin, but that can't be right.
Yeah, Schulligan.
Shull again. Okay.
Yeah, Sasha. So
Sasha Shulgin
yeah, yeah,
in
yeah.
Peak Hall.
Yeah, P-call and T-call.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
was
No.
I was I was making my way through that and
Okay.
exploring Kant and Hegel, and
Right.
my goal was to be able to go back in time and keep Jerry Garcia alive, to like communicate to him while he was some through all the shows, to be able to like astrally project or something and be able to like be like, Jerry, please don't shoot dope. Jerry, we love you. Come on, be kind to yourself, man. That was like really a sincere, I mean this, a sincere desire of mine in the exploration to test if it was possible. I didn't know if it was, but as like scientist me,
So you were exploring a belief system that you could do telepathic cures, and you were directing your curing powers towards Jerry
yeah,
and during concerts, I presume, and
yes,
pleading
yes,
with Jerry, stop shooting dope.
yeah,
Don't stop killing yourself.
yeah, and like so all the different shows, JFK, and all the different we'd watch them on our cool little TV with our dope sound system, all the different versions, and I would just try to like inhabit the space with the philosophical framework being that there's like platonic ideal forms, right? So there's like the ideal world in which we like can like co-currently exist in, and that like if not in this present state, there's an alternative world wherein Jerry did get the heads up, and he would at least be like rocking on and living.
So you were trying to cover all of the alternate universes. It sounds like with
Yes.
this effort, this prayer effort, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, we strapped up too and entered the pilot seat and did all that. It wasn't like an academic adventure. It was like more so. So, anyways, I was unemployed most of that time working on an app project called Connects that I'd been building, and I did DoorDash and other little side jobs. But most of my social life was the Denver Psychedelic Society. It was pretty much the Denver Psychedelic Society and the apartment complex I was in.
So during this period in your life, you were doing odd jobs. You were doing coding jobs, working on apps, and um, yeah.
Well, no, I wasn't coding. It was like I came up with the idea. I'm a co-founder. It was all the like, if I don't know how to code really, it was more of like a strategizing. So, anyways, yeah,
So you were. You were not coding, but you were basically an idea man. You were coming up with concepts.
Yeah, chief creative officer.
Chief create. Okay.
And so, anyways, I had a lot of free time, which can be idle hands, devil's playground. And nevertheless, I wrote this. And this was one of my first pieces I wrote that I went, wow, cool, to describe a state.
And you, at this point in time, you were involved with the psychedelic society in Denver.
Yes.
But
So, and to preface this, like I would pass a sobriety test when I wrote this. You know, it wasn't under the influence. So, the flooredness of psychosis. I don't know how we go insane. Such queer novelties, these jarring little junkets laced with bold veins of necrotarian knowledge. Mania is so compelling and convincing, persistent, convolving, and conniving. That brain beyond normal swept up by the muses. But my own mind, my spirit is deified as tempests run mutant on their joyous voyage. Little can be done to halt the inflamed thought, to yield and prod and push the skipping mud in mind flies along and alone. The sharpest trials I've been tried, erewhile overlooked by the sober insane, once ever watchful audit. Who am I? Godlike are the sublime impulses born in a barrow's dagger beyond the ballast inconstancy of odd pins and old pines pointed in a consensual truth. The mental seas are moods that whirl in light dart cycles, saturated and undulating, real and variegated, syncopated and mixed, contagious and compelling, overlapping transitions, oh, they flounce as they flutter. Could these spectral accounts be truth told in a manifold vision? The emotive sense feels through thoughts that weave linguistic constellations of half reasons twisting wispy and spindle like connected dots all the way to where knows not I. How can I banish, let alone displace, those dark doves born of an unclean dream who fly in such desperate, disparate ways? Is that cosmic that rolls brilliant there of me, standing as I am unclaimed? The harsh imperial rays belie any concentration, as the imperial truth moles molten like needle point psychic fluff. That stuff's too hot to drip. Avid in vividness with attention, with no attention, but to birth illusions through grandeur, to create pure brash, pure wild thoughts, frenetic and binary, tilt and drift, atomic oscillations in chaotic combinations. What do they paint? Mandelbrosian and dendritic fractal like by a mind made majestic. A flight of fancy once stagnant and dull ideas possessed and inflicted unbeckoned unto a sad course that flows ever so undelayedly. Intricate is the subtle and complex pictures put into place the divinity that lies within. Colon. Or is it you, or is it me? The delusional scenes of compounding senses that fly into themselves and onto themselves. Fragmentation blurs as it broadens, commanded by the kinetic rush and flush phantasmal boundaries shift to reveal divine truth. I fly off into my own ether with air balloons under each arm kinked. Do facts lie therein, or is this but some more fiction of a brilliant dream by fever and flotsam? I have myself, and bear the weight of an unwieldy foe whose heart I hear, whose beat is mine as it sustains that is so bizarre. Ah, madness, they say, I guess. May come from somewhere beyond God this, while but here is vapor seen through the dint of the flouncing and fluttering my God hath ascended a beast of such sprightly and mightily maimed form wrought of glorious elements rashly mingled in such awful chaos of light and dark, of mind and mood and musk and dust, passions contending and contenting without end. I now take a breath. I now simmer down and step back down to a different world, one with participatory truth, concurring reasons in reasonable order. I go fleeing for shelter, feeling shriveled by my travails, no longer insane with long periods of horrible insanity.
Thank you, Cole. That was very Joycean at times. I want a copy of that, please. Thank you. Um, 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 feel you, feel
So I
you.
suppose the notion of why I even bothered to share it was a 10-minute medium gives you a range of opportunities as far as what you want to reflect, what you want to expect in a reflection, if that's an idea. And so I was kind of running out. I was like, I wonder if I read something really long, who William, who I adore, his poetry and all of his insight, I wonder what his reflection will be. If it will be like, that's awesome, or he'll start telling me what he sees in it. Because as a writer and as a, I just say, a creative person, I never know what my own stuff is about. Honestly, I don't. I make it.
Mm.
And so I really care what people have to say or questions they ask about it. Like Jeanette said, people rarely ask me questions. And sometimes it makes me like suicidally depressed. That equation.
It's a lot to reflect, but what I heard is that feedback is important to you.
I feel heard.
Um, so I'm just going to do pure reflection of what you said. To be continued, though. And I mean, off away from this.
Oh, I feel heard. I feel heard.
Um, Jeanette, are you back? Ah, will you listen?
Yes.
Um, I don't know if I have anything else to say. So what if I had to say something, even though I have nothing to say? And we have another hour. Holy moly. See if you could reflect that. What
You're,
this,
you're one, you don't think you have anything else to say, and you're wondering, wow, there's another hour. Holy moly. You're just kind of in this place of what's up.
I'm thinking about the cafe tomorrow, and that I'll probably discuss this a little bit at the cafe.
You're thinking about the cafe tomorrow, and maybe you will discuss this.
Mhm.
You will talk about it.
And going back to the discussion about the marathon as being a mental health vehicle, it occurs to me that we should never advertise it as such.
It occurs to you that the marathon should not be a cure or a avenue for mental health recovery or
It should never
linked.
be. It should never be advertised as such.
It shouldn't be advertised as a mental health
Right.
solution.
Right. I mean, if for no other reason that there are liability issues if we were to do that.
And you're bringing up liability issues.
Right. So, um, what else can I say? Man, I realized I was the one that opened the poetry door.
You opened the poetry door, you realizing,
I'm not going to close it again. At least I promise no more poetry from me.
and now
I have plenty, but no more today.
you're saying no, basta,
Yeah.
like
Basta.
on poetry.
Right. Um, and referring to something that Edwin was talking about, the woman who was suicidal. And I really wanted to interject at the time that what I heard you saying was, what I heard Edwin saying was that she was manipulating him.
And and you heard Edwin talk about this woman who was suicidal, you wanted to interject that she was manipulating,
or trying to
trying
manipulate.
to manipulate him.
So, um, and curiously, my therapist on what day? On it might have been yesterday. She accused me of this is Rodley. I'm seeing Rodley as a therapist. She basically accused me of being manipulative.
And then you had an experience of your therapist accusing you of being manipulative.
Right. Which was news to me. So now I'm looking at that, going, huh? How often do I do that? Where do I do that? With who do I do, with whom do I do that?
So now you're pondering, where do you do that? And how do I, you're paying attention to that.
Right. Um, it's it's I think a real challenge to be really straight in your communication, to not have hidden agendas.
You're realizing that being direct without any agendas can be challenging
When speaking.
with speaking.
Yeah. Like what right now am I what am what am I trying to accomplish by what I'm saying? I'm
So
trying to
right now you're pondering, what am I trying to say?
I'm trying to present myself as some sort of hyper rational person who's um, who's pausing between what he says in an effort to speak truth.
You would like to be a rational human being that can pause as you're sharing truth.
I'm pausing so that I can replay in my mind what I'm going to say and look at it and say, is what I'm about to say, does it have any merit? Is it right speech, basically?
So you're pausing to be aware of your intentions of right speech. Does it have any merit?
Yeah. And
Is it necessary? Is it necessary or uh, truthful or kind or
or
thoughtful?
is it mere bloviation?
Is it what?
Bloviation. It's a technical term.
Oh, I missed that one. Look, you
Anyway,
would like your communication to be direct and um, helpful or um, something meaningful.
yeah, the notion of right speech in Buddhism is one of the five precepts, and it's basically don't speak in any way that's harmful. I don't know if I'm going to get all of the. I will endeavor to speak in such a way that is not harmful and is not. Um, um, what do you call it when you spread rumors? Uh,
Gossipy.
Gossip, not to be gossipy. Um, that is um, um, that's helpful, and that anyway. I think I left something out. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm coming from. This third precept.
You're addressing the desire for communication to be something honest and thoughtful and right motives,
Not harming
not harming
and not gossipy.
and not gossipy.
Thanks. I feel heard. Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you, William. Okay, who hasn't? I know. Is there someone I haven't uh, talked to as much? because I was pausing there for salad. Um, Edwin, I'll just start with you.
Okay, listening.
There's a saying about communication. Uh, think. Is it thoughtful? Is it honest? Is it important? Is it necessary? Is it kind?
Mm-hmm.
And I find it an irony because we spend more money watching films in our industry of filmmaking that are anything but that. We
So,
pay millions
hmm.
to Hollywood.
Yeah, so there's a term, the think, and it's sort of a way of speaking, and you're just wondering if you do that, um, but the film doesn't model that way of speaking,
Yeah, our movies, our
or
film in,
movies.
film industry.
Film industry doesn't model that way of speaking.
We want drama, conflict,
Hmm.
destruction, violence. Doesn't sell unless it's got all of that. Um,
Yeah. It's actually violence and drama that people are interested in, and that's what the movies are about.
yeah, I'm appreciating hearing from everyone, and I'm just feeling appreciation. There's no con- consensus or some great whatever. There is a movie that I think is two movies that are hilarious about this topic. And one of them is Whatever Works, Woody Allen, about people's thinking they're one way and they end up going through all these changes to deal with what really works about um, people's belief systems. And the other movie is The Invention of Lying. And that's also people saying things that they say whatever they want, and it's all about how that works.
Yes,
But the
I'm just hearing some appreciation for everyone being here. You don't have
yes,
any sort of big philosophical comment about what's here, just an appreciation. And it's reminding you of a couple of films you've seen where people have sort of what they think things should be, but what they really do is different, is what actually works is different and sort
and
of.
and also using humor. I mean, when we're in stuff, it doesn't feel funny, but when we watch it, um, there's humor, and I think sometimes kids laugh a lot, and when we're adults, we're like, how
Mhm.
can there be lightness and I don't know, but I just have that appreciation. There's nothing more really.
Mhm. Yeah, it's just again, just the appreciation and something about humor too. How can you have bit of humor and lightness too?
Along with honesty and
Hmm.
being truthful.
So how can you have a little bit of fun with humor in when you're being truthful? So different
Yeah,
energies. How do you?
yeah,
I'm not sure if it's maybe having those energies here would be nice or a little humor.
yeah. Fun with empathy. I don't know if that exists. Okay, catch.
Fun with empathy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Humor with empathy. Something kind of different energy, but with honesty, truthfulness.
So I feel heard and I
Okay.
appreciate it, Edwin.
All
Um,
right.
Pass it back to you.
I'll speak to William.
Listening.
I had something I was going to say and then I forgot. So, the listening, I have all these ideas that have kind of come up and then if I don't write them down, they just kind of disappear.
So you had an idea that got away from you.
hmm And it was something in response to what you were saying, and I can't remember what it was. So, um, yeah, I'm just gonna maybe sit with it a little bit. Since I got 10 minutes, I guess I could just sit in silence until kind of like the what do they call it? The Quakers, you just sit in silence until somebody has something that some inspiration they feel moved to speak.
So I hear you saying that you've got 10 minutes and they're your 10 minutes and you get to do whatever you would like. And you're choosing silence and you're thinking of the Quakers and how they sit in silence until somebody has an inspiration.
Yeah, and then I was just thinking of your self-judgment. It's like there seemed to be a lot of self-judgment about what you were saying and how you were saying it. And I thought, there's a lot of I'm hearing a lot of judgments, self-judgments there.
So you're noticing my me talking about my inner critic and
hmm
really noting that.
And in the empathy circle, we can say anything we want, right? But it'll be met with empathy. Like I might judge you, I might have judgments of you, but initially until it's my turn, I'll just be empathizing with you, right? There can be all kinds of other things going on, but you'll be met for as long as you're speaking with just empathic, presence.
So I'm not sure I understood that completely. I'll try that. When you're listening to a speaker, either passively or actively,
hmm
that ideally what you're doing is radiating empathy,
hmm
not judging. But when it is your turn to speak, then perhaps the judgment can emerge.
Yeah, and in the speaking, you're welcome to say anything, right? It's like, whatever, you're totally welcome to say whatever you want, and it will be met with empathy. So all those things, that self-criticism, you're welcome to say any of those, and then it'll be met with empathy.
So what I'm hearing you saying is that you're watching me talk about my inner critics, and you're empathizing. You're rather than judging, you're giving me, you're being empathetic.
hmm Except then when it's your turn to speak, you can be judgmental, right? But being judgmental is kind of low on the empathy scale. So be more, and to be higher on the empathy would be to speak about what my felt experience is or So I think there's things that we could do to speak more empathically. And something I'd like to get better at is how do I speak more empathically?
So here you're saying that when one can say anything when one is
hmm
speaking, but there's a continuum of helpfulness, maybe. I don't
hmm
know what the metrics would be, but basically, judgment was probably on the low end of, and that there are probably more enlightened ways of speaking than to be harsh or judgmental.
Yeah, more empathic ways, things that it would be empathic would be, and I sort of saying, it's speaking to my felt experience. What do I feel in the moment, or what's honestly going through my mind? Um, I find that the feeling a little tired, but the tiredness has brought me more into my body than I was, you know, before. So there's something about tiredness and marathon that you kind of get more in the marathon. You're getting more into your body and yeah, for me, that's what's happening.
So I heard you talk about two different things there. You
hmm
said that one can certainly employ empathy when one is speaking.
hmm
That perhaps is at the very least a consideration and maybe even a goal. And then you remarked about how you're beginning to experience tiredness in our
hmm
marathon here, and that it's bringing you more and more into your body.
Yeah, and then there's the feeling. Those are some of the feelings. And then I think, well, what are the needs? What is the experience that I would like? What is the experience? I like the humor. Like we had a little bit of humor before, and it kind of, there's some things that came up that I was kind of laughing at, and it's kind of fun that it's enjoyable. I like that humor, the innovation, the creativity, I guess. There's sort of a mono, not a, yeah, sort of a monotone or sort of a baseline of feelings, and you kind of want feelings that are sort of more energetic and inspirational and more effervescent. And how do you create those feelings in an empathy circle?
So you're looking at what it is that you would want right now in this experience, and you're wanting um, that more, maybe a little bit more energy would be attractive.
It's even more than energy. It's creative energy, where where the sparks are sort of flying, sort of
Like commentary from a new direction, new ideas.
yeah, uh-huh. Or sometimes it can be more intimacy too, can be, there's more in so
So
I get
maybe a deeper dive into vulnerability.
yeah, that can so um yeah, I wonder if there's like physical. It'd be something like there could be something in terms of the reflection, a physical reflection, like a mirroring of the physical felt experience that I have. Because now I'm feeling sort of like this, and if I get a physical reflection from you, yeah, it's that's moving more into a bodily. Hey, that feels good. Yeah, I think you got me. So it's a, and then and then there was the laughter was a little sparkly kind of a feeling. Yeah. So that might be something to add to the circle is sh share your physical felt experience in the moment and get a physical reflection like that. Yeah, that was kind of fun.
So a new idea of actually mirroring bodily motion.
Expressing your bodily motion, in an exaggerated physical way and getting a physical reflection of it. And I think it's also good because a lot of sitting, we're sitting at a certain tempo just by sitting, and by moving, we're kind of getting more into our body. I think it's also healthy. Yeah. Yeah, you got it. Exactly.
Uh,
Yeah.
that what I'm hearing is that to turn up the dial on um, senior moment on nonverbal on I'm sorry, having a
Turn
senior moment.
up the dial on the energy level of the
Well,
creativity. Yeah, the
it's the
creativity.
nonverbal communication when you're actually in the room with another person. There's more going on than just the. So here I am not reflecting. I apologize.
No, no, I feel very heard.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was you got the feeling of this is how I kind of feel, sort of, floaty, fluffy. But what I'm kind of wanting is whee, hoo, hoo, ha, 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 ha. Kind of a
Yeah.
yay,
Yeah.
come on, yeah. So kind of more kind of bodily energetic
We
is
need
yeah.
cheerleaders.
No, it's not a cheerleader, though it's something else. What is that? It's more like a freestyle dance,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Well,
the, so anyway, I feel very heard. Yeah, that I
Yep.
felt a little energy.
That was good. You turned on something new there. That was good.
Some
Thank you.
needs, sharing my physical needs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel heard.
Okay. Cool. So how's my body doing right now? Well, I noticed that I'm looking at the clock a lot more. Like I'm thinking, how much more of this can I stand?
So you're thinking about your body and how much can you hold out for?
Yeah. I'm really looking at the clock.
Oh, and you're looking at the clock often with the time, the hourglass kind of experience of when is this over?
And I'm really proud of all of us. This is incredible.
And there's a sense of proudness that you have for all the participants.
Right. And my body, my butt is sore from sitting for 8 hours, yeah, seven and whatever it is, a long time. I keep
And
switching from cheek to cheek.
so you're exploring a cheek theory with regard to rump posture.
Right. And it's really hot right now in Santa Barbara, and the room is starting to heat up. So I'm
You,
sweating.
you are recognizing the heat. It's hot these days in Santa Barbara, and you are experiencing the effects of that heat.
And and I really appreciated Edwin's physical. My body liked moving.
So you appreciated Edwin's contribution. Your body enjoyed the movement.
Right. Um, and um, hmm. So this concept in Buddhism of Vedana, which is felt sense, is a very profound thing, especially for me who decided to divorce myself from my body at age 5.
Yeah, given your dissociative experiences and delocation. Is that right?
You kind of broke up there.
Oh, Vedata?
Vedana.
Oh, Vedana. Exploring Vedana and the senses and feeling through the senses or perceiving through the senses or putting awareness on the senses
Right.
has been beneficial.
So in meditation, one can basically look for the place in the body that is standing out, if you will.
So
And
while
I'm thinking,
yeah.
where in my body, and I have to say, my butt is really going, hello, I've been
So
sitting too long.
yeah, so you're getting feedback from your bottom going, "Hey, you've been sitting on me for a while."
So now I'm watching myself. My inner critic says, oh, you're starting to teach Buddhism. Yay, aren't you really are El Supremo?
So there's a little bit of maybe self-judgment going on there.
Yeah. Um, and that's probably because I'm starting to bore myself.
Because you are finding yourself boring.
Um, and then I'm wanting reassurance from the rest of you that I'm not boring.
And then you want validation that you aren't a bore.
And then admitting that makes me feel a bit of shame.
However, in saying that, you feel shame.
Right. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Not massive amounts, but you have
Yeah.
an experience of it.
Um, and hmm. I get to be silent if I want.
And you get to be silent if you so choose.
I have the yacht club coming up. I'm terrified of the yacht club.
You will be going to the yacht club soon, and it brings about a sense of fear.
It's what do they say that people are more afraid of public speaking than they are of nuclear war.
There's an old adage that one has more fear of speaking in public than nuclear war.
But I think I'll be okay if I can just get there. I mean, it's basically the what I want to do is to introduce the practice to the people. So
But you trust that you'll be okay because your goals align with what you're doing.
I'm, the yacht club is very snooty. It's very, very upscale.
The yacht club has that thing about it that most yacht clubs can have about them, people that have boats and all the trappings that come with.
These
But
are very special people.
these are very special people.
There's a curious sort of elitism.
And you notice a curious sort of elitism.
And, um, I believe that I can meet them there, though, since I was on the board of directors of the Santa Barbara Seashells. And so I have some yachting credibility.
You were on the board of the Seashell Group,
Mhm.
and so you have some sea legs.
Right. In fact, I'm on a perpetual trophy at the yacht club.
You're even on a trophy at the yacht club.
But so you see how utterly meaningless what I'm saying now is, and so the impetus is to say I feel heard. So, so
Okay.
maybe I will.
So you're exploring the idea of feeling heard.
Right. Of ending my time early, and and that's a, then I'm placing the onus on somebody else to burn up the
Then you're,
clock.
so you recognize your maybe implicit intention is to pass the torch, so as to the other has to deal with it.
Here, somebody, here, you deal with it.
You go handle this.
um, I really agree with Edwin that without humor, we're doomed.
You recognize that when you laugh, you can't think.
Laughter is its own thing.
Yeah, laughter is its own experience.
Yeah. Okay, I definitely feel heard. Thank you.
Okay, right on. Edwin?
Listening.
Yeah, so suicide's a super important thing to me, like saving lives. Like I don't know if it's a belief, a conjecture. Having witnessed not a suicide necessarily, having seen death in all those things, and having had friends and friends' parents, and just way more than necessary. And then not really. I don't know what happens to you if that's how you choose to go. That's that's genuinely how I look at it. Like I really don't know what happens, and that is why I was really trying to ponder it deeply.
So you've had people that you know who've committed suicide, and you're still just wanting to ponder deeply what happens with someone who's wants to commit suicide because you just don't know, and you're just thinking about it
Yeah,
deeply, trying to understand it.
yeah, and I've just seen just in communities here and elsewhere, one person is removed from like a family. One person dies. Everybody's affected. Everybody. The dad, the mom, cousins, college classmates, whether they like the guy or not. The ripple is I think avoidable if we come together. But like, and I'm not crying necessarily. It's just it's tragic, and I feel sadness at something that's I think preventable. More not 100%, but we could be doing a better job.
Yeah, you're feeling I'm seeing some sadness in you, so maybe some that when someone commits suicide, there's a real loss, and that ripples through all the different relationships, family, friends, just people around that person, and that can be avoided. There could be more done to avoid that loss.
And I recall I read a story about a guy and he like survived an overdose, like was brought back essentially like Narcan, and like the things that he did after that, you know, were like profound. Like him not dying, like the positive impact of that was like untold.
Hmm.
And
So
to think
somebody
that
that you
there's,
know.
there's like hundreds of
Hmm.
thousands of those.
So there's people who, if they pass, there's a lot that they could have accomplished that they won't be able to accomplish. And you have examples of someone who was brought back, with Narcan and just accomplished a huge, huge amount. And so it's a loss for, if he would have died, it would have been a loss of all that he uh, could accomplish.
Totally. And like, when I was struggling with my own intense depression and anxiety and all of that, and I've dealt with it. I've spoken about this publicly, so I don't mind sharing it here. It's part of my story. I'm honest about it. Um, the kind of the thought that I kept in my mind was like, even if I have to endure like 30 years, I mean this, 30 years to like hold a door for someone or pick up trash for like, that's better than giving up. Even if I have to just endure really hardship, if I can do one good thing, that's better than giving up. And that
Mm-hmm.
was like one of the like not religious frameworks that I had for myself, but that was like a concrete thing that I felt like the butterfly wing, right? If a butterfly waves its wing and makes an impact, I was like, okay, well that's a good thing to shoot for. I have faith that that could be could be true.
So you've dealt with depression and perhaps being on the edge of suicide, and one thing that kept you going was thinking that if you can just do one positive thing with your life, that's would, no matter what sort of you have to endure to do that, that's something you sort of believe in and want to do, that positive, at least that one positive thing.
Totally. And I never was really on the verge per se, but I definitely had like the mind is really interesting. That's what got me into like all of my spiritual practices. I was like, gosh, I have these same thoughts, and the thoughts are, some of them are command prompts, you know, like over and over again, and I rationally can't wrap my head around it because I look around and I'm not like delusional in that regard, but it's also frustrating and annoying and depleting. And
You were breaking up there a bit, but I'm hearing you had thoughts that just keep repeating and kind of going over, and there's like, just prompts that you have that you just kind of repeat. And part of that got you into the sort of your spirituality, and then it was your audio video sort of froze and broke up.
well, it's okay. I was just clarifying. I was never on the verge of
Mm,
suicide.
mm,
I mean, I was always, but I definitely can empathize
mm,
deep that perspective.
mhm. Yeah, you were never
It's
on
like
the edge of
so.
suicide, but from your experience, you can sort of empathize with someone who might be in that situation.
Yeah, like if I didn't have like a great mom who loves me and a great dad who has my back and a brother who would like drive across the country to help me and like my fraternity brothers and like all these people, or just a random person that says something nice to you. You're not having a good day and someone's like, "Hey man, that's a cool shirt." That's a good feeling. You're like, "Man, I feel bad about myself."
Mhm. So you
That,
just, yeah,
that
you
can
could
really
really see
uplift your
that if
spirit.
you, oh, there's a little bit of a lag there periodically, it's
That's
freezing.
okay.
But yeah, so you could see for yourself, if you didn't have all the support that you have, family, friends, fraternity, that somebody, even just someone saying something positive, that you could see, going in that direction of suicide or.
Yeah, and so like when I see like these school shooters, these kids, right, or we call them incels. I think that's kind of a bad term, but like young guys that are struggling with different things and don't have any relationships with women or siloed on their computers or whatever it is, like whatever's happening, like in Nick Reiner, great example, right? Here's a guy that I don't know his whole story, but dealt with schizophrenia and was in a bunch of treatment centers and then murdered his parents. You know what? Like, I pray for that guy all the time.
Yeah, so
How
there's these
tragic. Who would ever
there,
do that? That, intentionally.
so you just feel some grief around people who would like Rick Reiner who killed his parents. You just feel some
Nick Reiner.
Nick Reiner who killed his parents, and so you just feel grief around the tragedy of that loss of and people who are just sort of young people who are struggling too, maybe just don't have connections, don't have friends or relationships. So you kind of feel their pain, what they're going through.
I do intensely. I do intensely, and it can be overwhelming.
Hmm.
However, just to, if I were you, this is what I would have done in that situation. Hear the person out, give them all the options, and this is what I started doing. I'd be like, you know what, man, like at the end of the day, I can promise you from personal experience that there's like an active force of good that like created this reality or undergirds it or lives within it or lives within you that is actually propelling you towards your best self. It might be invisible or hiding in the leaves for now, but like it's totally real. I promise. I can talk to you about it more if you want, but that's the best I can tell you. I don't want to like turn you off from Christianity or Buddhism or whatever by saying something like the Buddha's cool and your dad was a Buddhist and like beat you or some nonsense.
Mhm. So for a person like the one I was listening to, you would listen to her and you would also, give her any sort of support information, but you'd also say that the world has you talk about the positiveness of the world, that there is a positive force out there to try to have that person kind of be aware of that and kind of head them off from any doing harm to themselves.
Yeah, and to finish, I would just say I fundamentally believe at my core that there's no suffering for no reason. I don't think things happen for no reason. I don't know how karma works or reincarnation or whatever, but there's a reason. I'm one person. I'm not God. I can't see the big picture, but I know from experience and having seen examples in science and research papers that like divine acts intervene at certain points when necessary. That happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I just pray, and as a result, I pray for people,
Mm-hmm.
actually, all the time, and that's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe as a
So,
coping mechanism, but
mm. Yeah, you've got you see that there's a force that things happen for a reason, and that if there's someone you would impart that insight to people if they were thinking of committing suicide and because it's what you believe, it kind of maybe keeps you going. You think it would help them to keep going. And yeah, and again, just
I've heard.
feeling the grief and pain of others. You pray for them. You send positive prayers and for others. Sounds like you would like them to do well. You would like them to
Thank you.
do well. Okay. And Jeanette, um, yeah, this person that I'm thinking of, if Cole would have said, "Oh, the world is there's a positiveness in the world." I think she would have like poo-pooed it, sort of made fun of it because I mean, she was so good at discounting everything one would say. So yeah.
So this person was really good at dismissing anything that could be helpful and discounting
Hmm.
anything.
Yeah. So but that's the only time anything like that happened, at that level. It's like it's 99.9% of the time the people I'm listening to, they're like super appreciative and it's really helped them. And one person had just lost his job. He was coming down in Berkeley, and he saw the tent. He came over and said, "I just lost my job, feel terrible." And I just listened. He said, "Oh, it felt good to be heard." So, and a homeless person who said he hadn't talked to anybody in 4 days, and how he was grateful for being heard. So that's like 99.9% of the situation of the, yeah.
So almost everyone that has witnessed empathy in your experience has had appreciation or gratitude
Hmm.
for being listened to, that these off the wall situations are so infrequent, uh, and you've never really encountered that much. There's just
Hmm.
maybe a handful of experiences, but usually it's been very positive.
Yeah. Uh, and people are grateful. I remember one time, a young African American woman sat down. She said, "Oh, I just found out that I was the product of a rape. I just found out my mother had been raped, and
Mm.
I was the child of that. And it's really bothering me. I haven't told any of my friends. I don't know really how to tell them. And I just listened, for I don't know, 20 minutes or so. And then when she first sat down, I could feel the constriction, in her body. And she actually then got up and you could see it. She said, "Oh, I feel like a real weight is off my chest." So just by listening to her, she was lightened and I think had more energy to go, talk to friends and family or other people about it. And so, that was I felt the real contribution.
Yeah, you can see how much a difference empathy can make, especially when someone found some terrible news, or some news that was distressing, and you could viscerally see how by just your presence and listening, it can shift an energy so that person can, it's almost like filling up an energy to move on and not be stuck by this distressing energies.
And I remember one person telling me where this topic came up, and she said that she had worked on a suicide hotline, and someone had called, said that they were thinking of committing suicide, and that she had just listened to them, and she could see the effect that it had, how it had helped this person, maybe not commit suicide. So I just remember that story of how listening was constructive, helpful in that situation. So yeah, it's again 99% of the time, even more. It's very, very constructive.
Yeah, you're again, you're witnessing 99.9 whatever percent
Hmm.
of listening. Just listen is been so effective,
Hmm.
as even when there's a call at suicide or some other rock bottom event, that being able to just listen is huge.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking of Cole's, how he cares about the people who are suffering, and his care for them. I appreciate that. So.
You're appreciating Cole's reaction to the care of other people suffering, his care and concern.
Yeah, my thought or feeling or yeah, what I'm wanting to do is that I think it's the mutual empathy. It's again getting empathy into the schools, getting it into the family, that's sort of a constructive thing to do, to be spreading so that mindset and for support and conflict mediation. It's just a constructive way that I see that I can take action.
So the two fields, education and mediation, are ways to reach out in terms of getting this presence out, and that um, when we're around suffering, we don't need to take it on totally. It's just the need for more support in our
Hmm.
culture.
Yeah, and I tell the story about how my parents were refugees, in World War II. And on my father's side, they were Germans living in the far east of Germany. And when the Russians came into their house, they shot everyone except him who was hiding. And similar situations happened on my mother's side with, rapes and so forth. And so those situations, I think those wars are caused by a lack of empathy. And so I think that's, something we can head off by this work that we're doing.
Yeah, I'm hearing absolutely that. And there is violence or rape. Those are very, they're the opposite of totally of empathy, and they have an effect on families when families and ancestry have gone through that,
Mhm.
and how you, by practicing this, can make a complete difference in educating children and others that this is a skill that can be learned and that we don't have to be stuck in those
Mhm.
old patterns.
Yeah. So, what we're doing here is sort of a research exploration of how we can expand that. So I'm appreciative of everyone being here. It is a long session, but it's gone pretty fast until the last half hour. It feels like, hey, this went really fast, but it seems to be slowing down now.
Yeah, it's the last little half an hour is sort of the
Uh-oh. I think I lost the connection.
Jeanette,
She'll be
we're far
back.
art though.
Her probably battery or
Yeah.
Wi-Fi. Stop the- Okay, well, I feel
Yeah, this is
heard.
good.
Um,
Can I
anybody?
relate something? Oops,
Oh,
there
there,
she
yay.
is.
Great.
You're
Hey,
back.
Jeanette.
yes, my mini pad keeps burning out. I think it's lacking empathy because it's realizing I'm not researching my normal stuff. So it's going away on me. Um,
I
yes,
felt heard. Yeah.
yeah, that this makes a total difference for all the atrocities that
Hmm.
can happen in life.
Yeah, it's a step. So, yeah, I feel heard. Thanks. So you're up.
Yeah. I was reading, um, who do I want to talk to?
Shall we just
Oh,
drop? We only have 15 minutes. Oh, if you want to speak, and then we'll just
I'll
have a
do a
debrief.
real quick little
Okay.
wrap up.
Mhm.
I was reading what it's like to talk to people who lack empathy. And it's, I was doing this thing and it says you feel like you have to walk on eggshells because there are a lot of people who lack empathy and are critical. And that's where it's tricky, is how to deal with people who don't care to learn or aren't willing to learn, and then how do you interact with that. So I'll just end with appreciating how this went today. I've never, it's a lot of hours and it went by really fast, and I thank everybody for sharing and opportunity to express more. So thank you.
Well,
I,
okay, go ahead, William.
um, my daughter's husband furiously resists doing an empathy circle. He's a therapist,
Mm.
and he says it's too much like work. And some friends were down a couple of Thanksgivings ago, and I tried to do this. And my sister was one person, and my wife and I, and a friend and another friend, and the one friend was all aboard. He participated. The other one was saying, I don't get this. Why do we want to? I don't want to do this. This makes me uptight.
Mm.
So I'm kind of thinking about what Jeanette was talking about. Some people don't want to do it or are afraid of it, or it really grieves me that my daughter's husband doesn't want to do this. It's what can I do? I mean, if they don't want to do it, they don't want to do it. So
One thing is you can ease into it by saying, "Hey, I'm willing to listen to you for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, like we do with the empathy tent, right?" And so you don't make it into an empathy circle, you just make it into a one-way listening so that they can feel the experience of being heard. And then a lot of times when people have been heard, like at least in a political situation, you hear one side out, and then once they've been heard, then they're curious about you. So I think there's little things we can do like that to ease people into the mindset.
the when we met with Olive Crest, and we split into two circles, and I had um, Susan, and the other group had Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
Both they're both fabulously wealthy. They made their money in Hollywood, and they're funding the retreat center for. And Sally, she loved it. I could tell she really got it. She just opened up, and but then when the other group returned, I could tell that Chuck did not get it.
Mm-hmm.
She scowled at him because she could tell as well. She was waving.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, well, maybe on the drive home that she'll talk some sense, but nothing ever came of it. So that's kind of demoralizing.
Mm-hmm.
Something I noticed, we're just commenting, right?
Yeah, it's just open discussion
Yeah.
now
So
for the
something that I
last 10
noticed,
minutes.
so I've only done this at your place, Edwin, which was awesome with the big spot, and then with William and Jeanette at the cafe. And so how it works is, right, everyone has their own little space, and it's not like even if I go to use the bathroom and I'm outside, I kind of like walk past the group. I'm not listening to what they're saying, right? That's kind of their little container. And doing it here at my house with my mother in the other room, not the whole time, but some of it, what I did observe was I was in the main room because this room is hot. I'm like sweating and I
Mm-hmm.
don't have a fan, and it's just my room's like claustrophobic. There's no light. And so there's a little light, not much. And so I was like, gosh, I got to go to the window because I'm in Summerlin so I can see the beach. I just wanted like a better environment. Right. So I was thinking in my head, and so then she walked by. I think she overheard some, not a big deal. But I could tell she looked like like activated almost by just like inference. And so I think having spaces that are like contained, right, where you don't have random people passing by, I could just feel energetically it created a new variable.
Mm-hmm.
We lost you, Cole.
Like
Cole's frozen in space
Yeah,
time.
it's like his Wi-Fi is.
of that, you
He looks pensive.
suits run around and explore that. You guys all look frozen to me.
Yeah, there you
Oh,
are.
can you
You're
hear me now?
back. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying you could play around with, sure, people in clown outfits running around on unicycles juggling while they're doing the circle, but like I like the experience of like groups. And then what I would have is too, to optimize, my best friend who I told you about, who's in architecture school at Tulane, great kid. I was in school kid, whatever, college roommate, a fraternity brother. He's an architecture guy, and I've told him we talk every day. He's like one of those friends. Divining, creating a space that like, lighting, colors, carpets, that's like conducive to the
Mm-hmm.
different experiences. And I study this. This is my teacher, Swami Sri Kaleshwar, It's the lineage I'm part of. Swami Kaleshwar, Shirdi Sai Baba, Paramahansa, uh, Vivekananda, Ramakrishna, Sarada Devi, and Paramahansa Yogananda and Bhagwan Ramana. It's a Dattatreya lineage. Anyways, Swami's like Swami Kaleshwar. His like one of his main things was Vastu, which is like the architecture of physical space. And he said that like it's half of your existence. He's like,
Hmm.
if you have a really bad physical space and there's
Frustrating. Stable internet connection is important.
Yeah.
That's a stable
and I could
internet
give you a
connection
free of
is a
cost
luxury.
demo.
Mm.
Oh, can
Yeah,
you hear
you're
me?
breaking up there. Maybe you could turn your video off. It could be a bandwidth issue. Then you'll give you more
All right, let's
bandwidth to
try that.
speak.
Yeah, let's try that. So, what I was saying is architecture and arrangements, according to my teacher in his textbook, which he created, and just it's like a free book. It's like $20. His goal was to bring that to the West, and he like personally crafted it. And it's one of many schools, but I trust it and I've explored it deeply. And so I would love to help in any way I can, of course, just out of love of this project, maybe create ideas and concepts to test out. So like, all right, you have a certain colors on the walls or certain types of lights, or so people feel most calm and comfortable and like free and open and peaceful. So there's air conditioning, because like in this session here, I could feel my face getting warm, like through the energetic states of like happiness and joy. You know what I mean? So you kind of want to optimize each
Yeah.
space, and I think you can. And so it'd be worth exploring what are the ways in which you can optimize an experience aesthetically or architecturally, with a budget, right? This isn't build the Taj Mahal. This is like optimize a tiny room, right? Start with a 10 by 15, whatever, and do your best, and then have people come in, talk to them afterwards, be like, how was it, and they're like, oh, you know what, that like really cool tapestry on the wall from India, that mandala actually was really cool, brought a cool presence to it, or whatever, or just it's sanitary like a hospital, but with like a cool hospital color, whatever. So I think that's an interesting.
Hmm.
That was an observation I made.
Yeah, when we were, remember, William, we were at the UC Santa Barbara and to set up, we had the empathy tent there, and there was someone that wanted to set the empathy tent up with pillows and create a whole, I don't know if you
Uh,
remember her, she was a designer or something, exactly around creating that space,
yeah.
like a fun space where you could just flop on the pillows and stuff like that. So,
Somebody was
yeah.
saying the first impression is really important, like welcoming.
Hmm. Yeah. So design, yeah. Or the Esalen hot tubs, having an empathy circle in the Esalen hot tubs, or
Yeah,
I've never
and
been
you're
there.
and you're naked, So
I might wear a speedo if that's okay.
have you anybody been to Esalen
I,
before?
I would
I've
love
been
to.
by it a
Yeah.
million times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed that the time became asymptotic towards the end. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's like each minute lasted more longer and longer than the previous minute.
Yeah. Until then, it was went pretty fast. I'm
It
surprised
did.
7.5 hours went so fast.
Yeah. Yeah. The question
But
is, could we do it again in a month?
yeah, maybe after the facilitator training. The facilitator training will be on a Saturday. Well, in April 4th, we have the summit. 2 weeks later is the training, which is 5 weeks, and maybe after that, maybe some people from that class would like to join. So we could actually have a couple of circles, and then if we have more lead time, I know Lou and Jesse and
Ingrid.
a bunch of other people who are interested in
Yeah.
taking part. Okay, well, I'll put this up on YouTube. Yep, and
Bravo,
congratulations,
guys.
everybody.
Thank you
We
so
did
much.
it.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
Edwin, thank you so much for providing this, and good to see everyone else. I'll see you tomorrow, William.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great seeing everyone.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you,
Really enjoyed it.
everybody. Thanks,
Yeah.
Edwin and William and Cole.
All
This
right.
is a record. This is for the Guinness Book of World Records.
We're
Yeah. All right.
still
Good.
alive.
We're gonna have to break
Yeah.
the record next time, like 24 hours.
For charity, for like let's do it for a cause,
Uh-huh.
Like I like that idea. I'll do empathy for like 72 hours, sleep
Uh-huh.
deprivation for
We
like
could
I
do it
don't
in
know.
public out on the, it's like,
Yeah, we'll do it
man,
out
it for
in the
18
Capitol
hours.
Mall. Uh-huh. For how many hours would you say?
We'll need a defibrillator, Like, hey William, hold up, come on, man, that was good. Where you at? All right. Yeah.
And we'll do a fast while we're at it.
You
That's
could
right.
actually one last thing to think, just contemplate because we won't talk is speed empathy, where you could
Hmm.
where you
Oh, I love it.
because I love speed debating and I already
Hmm.
speak quickly. And I
So you only get 15 seconds.
Yeah, but you could call it like you could also frame it as like crack empathy. You're
Hmm.
like, that's a joke, right? But
Hmm.
I
it's a play
I
on
love that
crackers.
idea. Speed empathy. Wow. That's a totally different thing.
Crack empathy is a
We'll call it crackle empathy. Crackle's
cracker.
crackhead, a little edgy vibe. Crackleheads,
Mhm.
like Dave Chappelle said, it says like a magical creature from Oz. They didn't end up entering into the screenplay.
Well, now we're going out with that creativity, which is what I was kind of desiring, kind of those, kind of wild ideas to, something to try
Speed
out.
empathy.
Yeah.
Wow.
All
I may
right.
try that tomorrow. Just briefly.
Yeah, well, if you talk to the Republicans, see if there's maybe something we can do, some event we can go to, or I know you guys are down closer to San Diego. You could, and William knows how to do the empathy at the Democratic group. You could always do it at the Republican.
Well, Edwin, I'm meeting with Bobby McGinnis, who's the head of Southern California Republican Party, on
Uh-huh.
Sunday. On Sunday or Monday, we're gonna have coffee. We're good friends,
Hmm.
and so she knows me. I've told her about this. She'd be more than happy to sit down with you. She's a great person. I think
Okay.
you'd like her. She's super reasonable.
Hmm. Would you think you could ask if would they let us have the empathy tent in their exhibit hall? I would go then if we could have the empathy tent, like.
Well, so the convention is different. She's the like, I look having been, I was never officially like young Republican president because I don't like my name on anything or titles, period. However, I got to understand what would go into that, and it's what is it? A committee is a horse made by a camel. There's a joke like that. A camel is a horse made by a committee. It was just committee after committee meet. So it's possible, sure. I bet we could probably do it, or we could show up if I'm welcome to come, or that's possible. We could show up just like this, with the little sticker, and you have your little thing, and it says like you're like chief empathy, whoever, and I'm Cole, and I'm just there as a whatever. I don't care what it says. I just would like to be there and do this. I don't think they could stop you. Think about it.
Oh no,
Republicans,
I've done
freedom.
it. I've been when it was in Sacramento. I just went, and there was three of
Hi,
us,
Jeanette.
right, Jeanette? There were three of us that went, and we just, there's they do actually have booths, so
Mm,
but they're paid booths. So as a nonprofit, that'd be the thing is would they give us a booth? If not, what we
okay.
did is we just, it would be a way for them to, and we would offer free listening to people, right?
Yeah.
So,
How about what I'll do, Edwin, is
mhm,
I have to run. I'm
okay,
literally this, but I will construct an outline
okay,
that I can pass to you of the
hmm,
proposal, and then I can just send it to Bobby, and she can look at it, and then I
okay,
can talk to the heads and be like, look,
hmm,
this is a net good. I'm the president of Young Republicans for Santa Barbara. I want it potentially. I can't say
hmm.
I can do that, but I probably could. And so let's. And William, likewise, are we still filming, Edwin, or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,